Welcome in 6 minutes past the hour, and thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are fired up and ready for another day with you. If you are joining us live, it is July the 1st. Hard to believe. We're in July, but we're here. We won't sound old and go, man, time's flying, but it is. It's a fact. You look up and we'll be celebrating Christmas. But anyway, we are happy to be here today and look forward to hearing a lot of vacation stories from Rick and Bubba, what they did. That's always fun to listen and be entertained by. It's funny. Our handles are great stories. And so I'm sure the guys have got a lot to recap. Your calls, as always, 866-WE-BE-BIG are always an option. They'll be on screen this hour, but that is there for you. Over to my left, we got Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, we have got Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Oh, hey.
What's happening, boys?
Well, I want to apologize right out the gate. You mentioned Christmas, and it is like Christmas today for me because the championships at Wimbledon are beginning right now.
Oh, boy. This is where we'll frustrate you and mispronounce Wimbledon.
Greg's already doing it, which I love. I don't want you to change. It's hilarious.
Get it, Wimbledon.
I think I used to do it one time in my life.
So that we know what's going to be on in your office, and you'll try to figure out how you can change all these right here.
Well, the good news is it's on ESPN.
Okay, and that's already on.
It's already on here.
Right,
so I was excited about that as I looked last night and prep for this morning.
Sure. Well, I know that you went to the beach with the family. Cannot wait to hear about that. Greg and I had to stay in contact just a little bit because we didn't disappear down to the beach like you. So I kind of know what he did and all that. But how was the beach, Mr. Helms?
It was good. It was. This is one of those things where
watch it.
First of all, it was
blue.
The weather. We did take blue. So interesting dynamic.
Did you take both?
No, that was.
Oh boy.
That's
not fair.
It's not fair at all.
Neither one of them knew it, of course, because they're dogs, and so
you probably told him about it when he got back.
Coco, I'm sorry, you're not going.
It was. Coco acts.
Blue is our favorite, and you're not going.
Blue just can act normal. I mean, when you get around other people, you can take Blue anywhere, and Blue just sits there like this dumb look on his face, like, what's everybody doing?
Yeah.
And Coco goes berserk like a caged tiger.
Okay.
Like it's crazy. So Braden actually stayed back.
Oh, he did?
He wanted to play in a tournament. Hoover Country Club has a local event every year, and it's fantastic. And Boo Mason does a fantastic job with it, and there's a lot of college kids and a lot of pros, and it's just it's good quality tennis. And he plays in it every year, and all his buddies are in it. And so he was like, Dad, I want to play in that. But I don't want to come back early from the beach. I just think I need to stay home.
Well played.
I told Amanda was she's heartbroken about it. You know, this is our last vacation without everybody.
I remember that one.
Oh, yeah.
I remember going on that
and I said, babe, this will be good for him. I said, let him. I said, we get 2 wins in this. He has to take care of himself for a week. And we get to leave one of the dogs. I said, so let's see what happens. Let's let him manage it a week. And so he did a good job with that. I found a couple extra pizza boxes laying around I didn't really appreciate, but not in the garbage. But outside of that, I thought the way I saw it, I thought he handled things pretty good. So gave us some hope there for the future. But then, so because of that opens up a room, and then you know what you get. Can we take a friend now since Braden's not going?
Oh, sure. That's how the friend thing started?
Yep. And I was at the point where I was like, listen, I'm just glad to get out of Birmingham for a few days, so let's do it. Y'all bring a friend. And then there's not as much pressure on us. Amanda and I can actually hang out more than we normally do on these trips. And so it was good. The weather was not great. It wasn't like storming, but there was constant double red flags. And I don't think.
But y'all weren't getting in anyway, were you?
I wasn't, and I don't think the girls still got in a little bit, like right at the edge or knee deep or whatever. And there was a couple, like out of the 4.5, 5 days, there was a couple days where it was okay and they got in, but I didn't really have anything to do with it. Did a lot of walking on the beach. Amanda and I'd get up early in the morning. We'd just take off walk. We'd set an alarm for 20 minutes, and we'd just walk. And then once the alarm went off, we'd come back the other way.
Okay.
And that was kind of our mindset on, at least we're getting in a couple miles.
Sure.
That was our thought process.
Sure.
They did something new this time. I did not I did not do this because I just didn't want to. Could have. They all went riding horses on the beach.
Ooh.
Oh, you didn't go?
I just know I'm not a horse guy.
Me neither.
I just can't. I don't know.
They're nice to look at.
They're
I just
scary,
don't want to be on them.
and I don't know. But and it was just like if Braden would have been there and going, but it was me. It would have been me and a bunch of girls. You know,
Amanda
five
didn't go?
girls. Yeah, she went.
Okay.
She went. It was a girls' trip, and so they went and did that one afternoon, and we did play pickleball one night.
Okay,
that was fun. Yeah, that was good. We did that after dinner one night. But it was just a good relaxing trip. I mean,
well, that's always the fun kind when you don't really have a schedule,
mm-hmm.
and you're like, you know what I want to do? I just kind of want to sit here. All right, well that's fine.
Yep.
Sit here.
We had enough food.
Those are fun. You know.
We had enough food to make a couple meals, but yet we went out to eat a couple times.
Sure,
and
yeah.
so got lucky. Of course, where we go, you always have to worry about traffic on 65 this time of year. And we got lucky. There was no traffic on the way down,
Really?
and no
You
traffic
did-
on the
you
way
did
back.
get
So
lucky.
we got extremely lucky on that front.
You did get lucky.
But
You know, Reese had come home Saturday after work. He had come home just a real quick, Saturday night there most of yesterday, leave out around dinner time, head back up there. And he always checks, because sometimes I'll just get lackadaisical and just not check the interstate. I'll just get in the car and go, okay, I'm just going to head on out, And Terry was he was getting in the truck, and we were walking out, and he had come home and, got some clean clothes, laundry done, and all that kind of stuff. And he was getting like 1 foot into the truck. He said, hey, you better check the interstate heading back to Huntsville from Birmingham. He's like, oh, no, you better. I'm just telling you, you just always check. And sure enough, Birmingham 65 was shut. So it sent him around the other way, saved him big time. And see, I just get lackadaisical. I just jump in the car and head out. And then there's sometimes I'm like, even from after like working out, getting back on 280, headed to 459, and that's local, but highway to interstate, I'll just go back, to the house, and I get about a mile down and it's shut down. I'm like, why didn't I check?
I don't
I know.
check.
And I'll get myself in so many handles not checking. But you got lucky with the interstate not being shut down. I've heard a lot of, hey, it ain't moving.
One thing we told the girls, we said, listen, we're not staying up late, but y'all just kind of manage it. Don't leave, obviously, but if y'all want to stay up and watch TV, watch movies, whatever y'all want to do, just stay up. But we're not on a schedule. Well, I had a recruiting call. And the girl was from Australia. So they're like 14, 15 hours ahead of us. The only time that I could do it was 2 o'clock in the morning. So I set an alarm.
Oh, wow.
And that's the only time they could meet at that particular time, which I think was like 5 o'clock their time, 4 o'clock in the afternoon their time. So I'm like, well, I'm going to get up and do this and then go back to bed. I get up, and guess what I hear? Oh, they're all up. We're
Did you join the party?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Helms, what are you doing up? And I'm like, what are you doing up?
Right.
So that was one. Then it made me think, well, so y'all been doing this every night. This has been every night. No wonder y'all are sleeping until 10:30 or 11.
That's why they ain't getting up no more.
Helmsy, this is funny. Last night when you said that, it just triggered this. Last night, I for some reason woke up. I went to bed around 9:15. I was like, okay, that's not bad. Woke up at 10:30, which I thought was a little early to use the bathroom. And I thought, I'm like, well, wow, I really drank that water.
Yeah.
And when I woke up, I was like, man, I smell food. I go in there, JC's cooking in the kitchen. He's home for the summer.
Yeah.
But to tell you the difference in schedules,
yeah.
it's 10:30. He's in there just cooking.
Well, that's a good
Hey,
time.
Dad, what's up?
Good time to eat.
You want anything to eat? No, I'm actually just peeing and going back to bed.
Yeah. Gotta get up in a minute.
Oh, me. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got a lot to talk about. I really, Friday, it was a best of, but not having a show after the debate, it was a struggle. So for us, it's going to be the first live show after the debate, and we'll have to break that down.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should consider doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. When it comes to protecting your loved ones, you need a home security system you can trust. Simply Safe Home Security combines cutting-edge technology with a customer-first approach for award-winning protection. Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locking you into a contract. Head to simplysafe.com/bigvox and save 20% off your new system today. BIGV as in voice, OX. simplysafe.com/bigvox or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without a...
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba, Adler all back from vacation, and so we look forward to a show today with everybody back in studio. It'll be a live show Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week. A Rick and Bubba replay for 4th of July, and then a Rick and Bubba best of on Friday the 5th. And we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, Greg, you and I will be emceeing a very special event, Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs, July 19th at the Fennec at 6 p.m. It all benefits Rainbow Omega, a nonprofit community serving adults with disabilities. RainbowOmega.org is their website for more information. But we have a link in our events section at rickandbubba.com. You can just click on that event and then see all the details, links on how to get tickets and support this event. But it's going to be a fun night.
Yeah, songwriters that's written a lot of hit songs
Yes.
in Nashville, and they'll be in the round telling stories about it. If you're a fan of music, a fan of songwriting,
Yeah.
it's really be. And what a great cause, Rainbow Omega. They do a really good job.
Yeah, and they'll be singing their hits too. So it's just going to be a fun night, and it's real to us now.
Yeah, it's
as we're into July, and so we'll be talking more about that. But just want to make sure that we hit that a couple of times, and in case you're interested in getting tickets and coming alongside Rainbow Omega for that very special night, July 19th at the Fennec. I've never been there, but on 2nd Avenue in downtown Birmingham, I understand it's a nice place to have an event. Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs. All right, so yes, and we got a lot to break down, but you said you had a question about sea turtles.
Okay, yes. Thank you because I'd already forgot that I told y'all that. So one day morning, Amanda and I were walking on the beach, and we noticed these little and I'm sure this has always been a thing. We just are older now and pay attention to things like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so every, 100 feet, 200 feet, there would be these 4 stakes in the ground and yellow tape, caution tape.
Okay.
And then you would see this mound, and then there was a sign on it. And I said, what is this? Like, it's right in front of people's homes, and like, I want to go see what this is. So I walked up to it, and it was turtle nest.
Oh.
And so all throughout the beach on Cape San Blas, there's these turtle nests. I guess it's nearly hatching season or nest season or whatever. And you hear about turtles and people taking care of these things. But here's my question. Like, you'd see the big nest, and somebody had gone out and put that over it, and then right up against like the dune, and then you had water, beach, dune, house.
Mm-hmm.
And there would be in different parts away from the beach. I mean, obviously turtles have figured it out where they need to go to do their nest. But then you'd see this like pathway where you could see where the turtle went back out to the Gulf. And so my question is this: is this locals that are going around
that's what I was
putting
asking.
the stakes and pictures, or is there some kind of state park guy that comes around? Like, who
Do you
does
remember
that?
when we did the show we used to go down and do a show from the Gulf
Yep.
Coast?
Yeah.
And one year we had a lady that was with an organization that did that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know about this particular, but at where we were at, which was what, Gulf Shores, I remember we had a lady on because I think we were making fun of her. But
You were, for sure. Yeah. I
but
do.
anyway, they were like
I love how he says we.
now we were just cutting up about turtles, a lot of turtle humor.
By the way, just flickers of memory on that right now.
Yeah.
I remember something about that.
But I think
can't remember the
now,
details of it.
in that particular area, I believe there was an organization that's what they did.
Okay, so they're going
to
out
help
and doing it.
protect the nest.
Yeah,
and
because
all.
it's not it's a organization, not beach authority or whatever. It's just a
it's
group
like
that goes.
Okay.
What do they walk the beach and look for these?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
And if you know, because I didn't know what it was. But then when you read the sign, obviously you know it's turtle. But if you didn't even know that and halfway knew something about turtles, you could figure that out based off the trail, them coming up,
So she lays them, then she cuts out, and then they hatch, and then they just go in the ocean.
Yep. Yeah.
How about that?
So, and I just wondered, like, at first I thought, because we would see them like the next day, like we'd go on a walk and hey, that wasn't there. And now it's there. What's the deal? Who's doing this?
I'd kind of like to take an unscreened phone call because it's we've had some start ringing here.
Yeah,
now it might not be about that, but that's part of
unscreened. Yeah.
Hello, unscreened phone call 205 checking in. You know about these sea turtles?
Yes, I just wanted to tell you they are local volunteers that walk early mornings looking for nests and marking and making sure the turtles make it back to the sea.
Okay. All right, so they're the ones marking that out, an organization.
Greg, why did you
That's
look?
correct.
Greg, why are you looking
Man,
like
thanks
that?
so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you so much,
buddy.
It's very
Thanks
helpful.
a lot. Greg's making faces to you.
I'm going to say something, and you're going to start making fun of me instead of the guy that just called. If I was down there and had a house, I'd be one of these turtle people.
That was my whole thing, grinning. I was thinking about trying to picture one of y'all being.
I would be
walking.
I would be like, hey, babe,
with my steaks and yellow tape.
Well, what I would do is on our morning walks, I'd go, hey, babe, we got to go take. There's turtle nests. Turtle came in last night. We get our stakes, and we need our sign, and we need our caution tape.
Go.
Let's get it done.
I wonder if a homeowner, to your point, can call that organization. Go, hey, spotted some.
Probably.
Come mark it up. Let's jump back out here. We got 256 weighing in. You calling about turtles?
Yeah, I'm turtles.
Come on.
Yeah, them things actually migrated here from another region, and my uncle's brother was over there, and he said that them turtles on the heads on them, that when they come over here, that their heads changed. And I was just gonna call and tell you the heads.
Are you setting up a joke?
He's setting up.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead, strange head.
Like
so their heads.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And their feet too.
I'm gonna go ahead and
I don't know what that
up.
meant at all.
I don't know if he's serious. He might really be serious about it. But something about his delivery.
Something about him being the expert on the turtle. I'm just not feeling it. I don't think he is.
But thank you for calling, sir.
Sure.
Fine. Yes. More, boy, the phones. People know about these turtles. Let's go
I'm
to
glad y'all got
334
something y'all
checking
do when
in.
you're-
334, what's up?
Yes, this is Jonathan.
Hey, Jonathan. Go ahead. You know about sea turtles?
I like turtles.
Oh, that's good.
I like turtles.
That was good.
That's so good. That is so good. All right. I don't know if we got time. Probably a big mistake right here. But let me
give it
jump
a
out. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, unscreened phone calls talking about sea turtles. 205. What's up?
I like turtles.
Here we go.
Oh, me. All right. So what we got, it looks like the first caller was serious, and I don't know about the other ones, but
Yeah. Volunteers.
It sounds
There's
like
a group.
volunteers. There's a group. They walk early in the morning, Greg, and they spot these and mark them off. That's
What if they got
do.
in a fight with ham radio operator?
Ooh, that'd be tough.
That group against
So is that who you're comparing them to?
Ham? Okay.
Greg, I feel like if you and Lisa had a place down on the beach, and you walked out one morning with your cup of coffee, and you saw a big mound next to your little dune, and there was a trail leading out, that you'd go do something about it.
Do I live there when this
yes.
is happening?
Oh, yeah, you live there.
First of all, a lot of things got to change fast.
I want the sea turtles and the beach rat people fighting. That's who I want.
No, I ain't taking up for the rat. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add field of greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in field of greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious field of greens. And will field of greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we are rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy, is that true that's the name, Turtle Patrol?
That's what they said.
Golly, I love that.
Just got a text that I'm literally walking on the beach in St. Augustine, Florida right now.
I love that.
Just passed a four-wheeler that said Turtle Patrol.
Okay.
Had 2 older women on it. They are volunteers doing just what you said marking sand and keeping turtles protected. That's too funny.
Golly, I wish so badly Greg did that.
And I wish you had a shirt with Turtle Patrol on the back of
it. So good. What if you were on Turtle Patrol listening to this show on your Raycons? Huh?
That would be
what
good.
about that? This part
I
of
would
the
probably
program.
be wearing them while I was out protecting turtles.
Brought to you by raycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGVOX. You heard us talking about Raycon's everyday earbuds in the past. Maybe you've thought, wait, maybe it's the same audio quality, same price. What's the deal? No, it's half the price. Same audio quality that's expected from the big guys. So sounds great. And we're getting a lot of great feedback from all of you that have purchased them. If you haven't, but you've been thinking about it, you need to do so. They've launched their new upgrade model for the best-selling everyday earbuds. This means that you get features that you love, like optimized gel tips for cozy custom fits, and Greg loves that. 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you compare 2 devices at once is the deal there. So they have their new everyday earbuds with Raycon. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors too. So if you've been waiting to check them out, now's the time. Get them for yourself, your kids, your grandparents, co-workers. There's no better time, and got a 30-day happiness guarantee too, so you have nothing to lose. And you're going to get 15% off. Just keeps getting better, plus free shipping. So go to buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGVOX for 15% off and free shipping. Buyraycon.com/bigvox or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have been going through a number of different things about Helmsy's vacation. Greg, I know you had a staycation. So did I.
Yeah, just around.
Piddled around, did things around the house.
Came here Thursday and Friday.
Yeah. I had a couple midweek. I know y'all forgot, but had the blue light.
I didn't forget. I'll tell you why I didn't forget.
Yeah,
I did.
You
looked younger.
We talked about it.
I know it, but I still forgot.
I had done the best of, and I thought about it that morning.
Yeah.
On Monday.
Okay.
And that you were recovering from it, right?
Yes.
Because you had it done on Friday.
Correct.
Okay. So yes. And so then later that night, I was watching the finals of the College World Series, which I thought you'd be proud of me that I actually watched it.
Yeah, congrats,
and I
Tennessee.
thought I pictured you watching it while you were recovering.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
You took time to picture it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, at least he thought about it.
Do you know where I pictured you? I pictured you because you couldn't go outside in the sun.
No.
I pictured you going to the back porch at night and finishing the game so you kind of get in a different place.
I pictured him with a beekeeper's hood on.
Oh, okay.
Till it got better.
Well, they changed the way they did the blue light, or do the blue light. It used to be, and for those of you that don't know what the blue light, you're like, what are you talking about?
He looks 10 years
Think
younger.
about a tanning bed for your head, but from a dermatologist. It's like, it's almost like a tanning bed helmet. And I know I know the dermatologists everywhere are screaming that I'm saying tanning bed,
they hate
but it gives off a blue light. That's why it's called the blue light. And what they do is they put this solution on your face or your head or whatever area you're getting worked on, and then that blue light activates whatever that solution is and takes off your thin layers of skin cancer and all that kind of stuff. Well, it used to be that you would go in and I'm just saying paint you up, but they break these little tubes up with this solution and then they paint you up, and then you had to go away for 2 hours and then come back. Well, the problem you have is that the UV rays activate this stuff.
Yeah.
And so they even said, look, we've changed the way we do this because we think it was actually making things worse for the person that had to wait, because man, I would be outside, had towels on the windows, and you try to go in somewhere and just sit down and eat, but you're still getting natural light, which is activating that solution. So then you do that, then go in and get the treatment.
So your first two you got were for nothing.
Man, you're fried. No, but the recovery was, for me, it was a struggle.
Time you came in with that head all peeled up.
Guys, it was a struggle.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah. Well, now, but see, you have to sit.
He's got it dialed in now. He's figured out when to schedule, how much time he needs before he comes back in here.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, but now they'd go, okay, you don't sit under the light for 15 minutes and go away for 2 hours. Now we put the solution on you. You stay in the room and you jump in there like right now, but you have to stay 30 minutes, not 15. So I'm like, oh,
That's
boy.
worth the trade-off.
Yeah, it is. But the problem you have is that you want to itch your face because Greg's not even listening. He's watching the weather.
Sure.
You want to scratch your face, but you can't do it.
Let's see, that's what I would struggle.
Yeah, but now they have this little hose that
Just
you
thinking
hold.
about it would make it itch.
You hold this hose like this, and it blows cold air. And so you can blow cold air onto your face, which takes away the itchiness.
I'm picturing you doing this,
Okay.
by the way.
And so what? So I'm like, okay, here we go. I'm going in, and the lady was so
My
sweet.
face is itching now.
She said you could even put on some music if you want to. So I put on some
say, "Calm
with
down."
my phone. Put my phone in my lap. Got the hose, holding it, and it's blowing cold air. And I got through the 30 minutes, which I was very proud of myself. And so then I try to cover
Then you had
up.
to hide
Like,
like
guys,
a vampire from the sun.
You got to realize what I did, and I looked like a bank robber going home. I had a gator back from when COVID was off. So I pulled up a gator, I had it around my neck. I pulled it all the way up to just below my eyes.
Oh, my God.
I had a hat on and my
Invisible man.
shades, and I literally looked like I had just robbed a bank and was trying to flee authorities.
Everybody's like, what's up with this guy? It's hot as crap.
And I'm
He's got
like-
his head wrapped
And
up.
you know me, with the embarrassment and uncomfortable
Oh, yeah.
situations, I thought to myself, I can't go home like this because I'm at red lights and people are looking over at me, and I can't do this. But then I started thinking, but I'm hiding my identity, and they don't know
Nobody
who I
knows.
am, so who cares?
Yeah.
It's not like somebody's going to be waving, "Hey, Speedy, why you got?" They don't know who I
They're going,
am.
"Not only
I'm
did the
covered
guy have
up.
a mask on, he had a crazy hat.
And that's the only way I got through it. And I only got caught by one red light, which I know God was shining down on me and said, "Son, we're going to get you home so you're not uncomfortable." But so I got home, and the recovery, because of their new way, I almost wanted to text him and go, "Y'all sure y'all did this?"
Oh, really?
Oh,
Because
I needed that. I
yeah,
needed to
because
hear that.
if I felt like I had a slight sunburn, but not the kind where you stay out all day and you don't realize it till you take a shower that night, and you're like, "Oh my gosh," and you're miserable for
I remember
days.
the first time you had it done, you struck. I mean,
Yeah.
you peeled real bad.
Yeah.
You were panicky almost.
Yeah, the hardest part, I wasn't panicky. The hardest part of it all was just being,
Love how you try to slide that in.
yeah, was like staying in my room. And I had to tell Terry, I don't have COVID. Do you remember when
can
you
you
would
just be in the
yeah.
house?
Do you remember when you would get locked off in a
Yeah.
room and you're like, "Don't come in here"?
Yeah, this
I
and
would
that.
come out some, and they said you're not supposed to get in front of windows or whatever
Well, good
because
Lord,
the
what are
UV
you supposed to
rays.
do?
You understand the UV rays activate this, so they're like, now if you do that, you can, but you're gonna the recovery is gonna be worse. So she'll be like, "You need to get back in the room." Now she doesn't talk like that.
I was
but-
wondering if your voice
you know,
had changed since last time. I
honey,
saw
you
it.
need to get back in the room. I'm like, I don't have COVID. I'm not sick.
Yeah.
You,
I mean,
I'm like, I'm not.
UV rays are not just lurking
Right.
in the hall.
I'm not going to give you blue light.
You
know
could
what I
have
mean?
took a blanket and held it over your head and walked around like
Right.
this.
That was the hardest part. Was like just being. I couldn't do anything.
You know when a
Should've cut
baby's
grass.
crying, what you do to get it to stop crying? You blow in its face.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if that's why they're doing this.
Yeah,
Having
blow it
air
in your
blow in your
face.
face so you
Yeah.
stop crying.
Calms him.
Yes.
And this is you're supposed to. There's two procedures. There's step 1, step 2.
Yeah.
I've always done step 1, but typical guy, I've never gone back for step 2.
Okay.
And step 2 is
That's how they
August,
get you, by the
is
way.
August the 30th.
Oh, so
And
you're
I think
going
that's-
in.
That's
He ain't
Labor Day
He
weekend.
ain't gonna do it.
Look, he's
And-
planning around a long weekend, so we don't have to see him.
No, so here it is. UAB opens up their football season
Oh, my God.
that Thursday night, August the 29th. And then I think it's Labor Day best of that Friday, August the 30th. And so I have it for like lunch that day. And then we have Labor Day off that Monday. So I'll have
Look
till
at you.
Tuesday, and I think I'll be fine. But I'm peeling like every time the peeling has stopped a little bit, but I went through that, and like I said, the hardest part was just being in the house and not being able to do anything. And River was running around, and Pops come play here and all this kind of stuff,
go
and
out
I'm
in the
like
yard.
hung out, so Finally Sunday late. I went out with this big hat on. I looked like some idiot, and was able to go outside. But golly,
You
it was awful.
mentioned
I'm like, honey, I'm not sick.
You mentioned
Get back in the
UAB
room.
Feeling.
and football. So today is the official day
Yeah.
for Texas and Oklahoma to join the SEC.
This is it.
Hey,
So
they
they're
were
members.
partying yesterday. I don't know if y'all went to the SEC network
I
or not.
saw that.
But
What
man,
in the world?
they were celebrating going into the SEC. Texas was, and good night. Speaking of Texas, all right, so did y'all see
Yes.
the Texas A&M
Yes.
baseball coach?
Yes.
Greg, this is worse
I
than
saw it.
Tuberville and Pine Box.
Unbelievable. And he says,
And
correct me if I'm
the
wrong.
reporter
We need to
had-
play this later in the
Yeah,
big show
yeah.
for sure.
But so correct me if I'm wrong. His response is the athletic director said if you want to leave, you can. Or I guess he's like, I don't. He made that statement.
I don't
and
know.
that made
All
him
I
change
know
his-
is that after they got beat by
He just said he
Tennessee in
wasn't
the
doing it.
finals, and Tennessee won the national championship, so congratulations to all the Vols fans. He was asked about it in the post-game press conference, and he kind of scolded the reporter.
He eat up the reporter.
Like, how dare you? Blah blah
And-
blah. I came here. I left my. I'm not
I
leaving.
left my family.
I mean,
this is
nothing.
where I want to be. This is where I'm going. And 8 hours later, he takes a Texas job. Unreal.
Nothing's ever turned around that quick
No,
from a denial.
no.
Nothing.
That may be a record.
Especially with
Wow.
how harsh his denial was.
Yes.
Oh yeah, all mad about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I don't know if like he did that innocently and he walked out and his agent called and said, "Hey,
just a heads up.
I got some. I got some numbers for you." Now you're going to take some heat because you just ate that reporter up, but let me give you some numbers. I don't know what happened.
Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. what your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious field of greens. And will field of greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. So, guys, it was funny. Last week, I guess it was Tuesday, we got word that the spatula, and yes, we're saying it right, because that's how the Bubba says spatula. But the spatula was back in the store and available. And so I put it out on social media and started hitting it during the best of. That son of a gun didn't last but a couple of hours.
Oh, gone.
And it was gone. And they had a large stockpile available.
Yeah, you have. You can't just order a few.
So I think we're trying to revamp that and get them going again. But so then I started getting emails Wednesday and the rest of the week. Hey, where are they? You know, is the link bad or whatever? I'm like, no, we're already sold out.
Gone.
Good night. But everybody's getting fired up and ready to go for 4th of July weekend. They want to be grilling out in style, and that Rick and Bubba spatula is the way to do it. And so that I just wanted to send that out. It's not that something's wrong. It's just it didn't last.
They showed up and then they were gone.
I can honestly say it didn't last 24 hours.
No. You're right.
It was gone.
It was less than 24 hours, I believe.
Because I put that out on Rick and Bubba on X, and then I put it on my personal Instagram story. And by later that day, the link was bad, and people were still clicking on the link thinking something was wrong. And I'm like, no, it's just they're already sold out.
I mean, the only thing I seen sell that quick was them Rick and Bubba bobbleheads about 2 inches tall.
Did you remember those?
Yeah.
They
First
came
of all,
to
it didn't look anything
Looked like
them.
little people.
It didn't look anything like them.
No.
We all assumed that there was one size for bobbleheads. I didn't know they made miniature bobbleheads. So when we ordered, I didn't read what the size, and I'll take responsibility for that. But you remember they were and again, they looked nothing like them. But they were about this big.
Yeah. That's so good.
That's a good one, wasn't it?
I wonder how many people, when they got it in the mail, were disappointed.
A bunch. Now we're talking about the bobbleheads.
Yeah, the bobbleheads.
Yeah.
I would have been.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you that.
For sure.
Yeah, I remember your face.
I would have turned it into an ornament
His
for the
face
tree.
when they came in.
Oh, I'll never forget.
Looked like little people.
Rick walked in and goes, have you seen the bobbleheads? No.
It's tiny bobbleheads is what they are.
They really are.
But to your point, though, that's a keepsake because they're different.
Yeah.
See how we spin it?
We sold them. People bought them up. But.
Oh, me. So they're playing a video of Texas celebrating officially joining the SEC.
Boy, they lighting it up.
They did. It was crazy. What a party. Feinbaum says the best party he's ever been to.
How about that? He's been to a bunch of them.
Yeah. All right. So football season is going to look so weird.
It is.
It is with the new conference alignments then
12-team playoff.
Golly, it just is. It's just going to be wild, man.
Because you remember last year before the season, everybody said, okay, next year all this starts. We were like, okay, let's hurry up and get through this year and get back.
Yeah.
And it's already practically here. It's close.
Can I tell y'all a really awkward thing? When's the last time that happened to me? When's the last time y'all went into a place and had lunch by yourself? Has it been a while?
Been a while, but I'll do that. I don't have a problem.
I usually don't go and sit down. I don't have a problem with it first of all, but if I'm going to do that, I just grab it to go and sit in my car.
In the car, I'll do that too.
Well, I had a situation last Thursday where I had to get up and get moving, and that was my let's get a lot of stuff done day.
Yeah.
And there were some things that were moved around, and I found myself having to kill about an hour before the next appointment that I had, and I was starving. I hadn't eaten.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, a drive-through, I'm just going to get through there quick. Now I'm eating in the car, and now where do I go? So I'm like, I'm just going to go in. And so I went in. The line was pretty long, and I started to regret it, but it worked pretty quickly. And I found me a booth where nobody was around, so I sat there. And if you ever I'm trying to describe this. So I'm sitting at a booth, and I'm looking back towards the front of the restaurant, but I'm kind of in the back. And I say restaurant, it's a fast food establishment and all that. And so I'm sitting there, and the booth in front of me is empty, okay? And another gentleman comes and looks like he's by himself.
No. Don't tell me
instead of coming into the booth in front of me and sitting the way I am to where I can look at his back, he faced me. So now I'm sitting there from me to Helmsy, and every time I take a bite and look up, we're staring at each other. And he ruined my lunch.
Do you think
you just ate it real fast?
I wanted to go.
Did you eat it real fast?
I wanted to go. You're breaking every rule.
Go sit somewhere else.
Why did you do this to me?
Do you think he was dreading it too? Realize that, hey, I made a mistake here.
Then move.
Well, that's the thing, though. If he moves, then he probably may think, well, this guy thinks I don't want to look at him.
Right. I felt like I was in a Seinfeld episode or something. Where it's just these awkward moments. I almost got up and just switched sides, but then I was like, I can't stand it anymore.
I'm done. Just forget it.
Guys, I mauled my lunch to the point where I couldn't enjoy it. I ate it fast, and I didn't look up at all. And then you do the fake thing like you're looking at your phone, but you're really not.
You can feel.
I just didn't. I could
think
feel him.
Is he staring at me, or am I?
Every time I looked up, he was staring at me. It was so awkward, and there was other places available.
What was
I don't know why. Look at me. Why not sit the direction I am, and then that way we can both enjoy lunch.
He saw that shine on that because you had that blue light.
Is that what it was?
And he was attracted to it.
Dadgummit, man. God.
He's like, I got to check his blue light.
While I was eating, I was thinking to myself, only me. Only me.
Trying to enjoy a meal.
I'm trying to. I
ain't never hurt nobody.
I got a little bit of time to kill. I'm going to take my time, enjoy just a nice, peaceful lunch. I don't get 2 bites into it.
And the way you are, also the urge to speak to him.
Yeah.
It was
awful.
Crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I kind of
like, should I speak to him? Should I?
I kind of did the nod while I was chewing one time.
Yeah.
Like. I wanted to go ask him about his day and stuff, but then I got so agitated. I was like,
"Did you look at his food and see what he ordered?"
Yeah, I did. Yeah, not a very healthy order. Oh, yeah. So that happened to me.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and ran and then ended up getting back in the truck and getting early to the place, sitting in the parking lot waiting. And I could have done that and just ate in the car.
Exactly.
You can't have nothing.
I don't know what he was thinking.
You can't even have a peaceful lunch.
You can't have a lunch by yourself.
Because every now and then running in a place and having lunch, just kind of sitting there chilling, it's very relaxing.
I like it.
It really is, and I thought that's what I was going to have.
I used to buy a newspaper and sit there and read it.
Guys, you don't understand. He was this close right here, and every time I look up, he's looking at me.
How you doing, pal?
And he makes no facial expression. I'm like, what are you doing?
Rick and Bubba.
of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Our CDs. If that place is out, try another one, or you can order it online from American Classics. I think they can still get it to you, excuse me, by Christmas. And if the order is $35 or more, shipping is absolutely free. So go to the website for that, or you can call them at 800.
You out there, Lord?
What's up there?
Come
Sorry
on, man.
about that. I hate y'all had to watch that. You can call them at 800-325-1504 if you need information from them, too, because they're working overtime now. And you can pick those up most anywhere. Now, if you're getting into T-shirts and old CDs and things like that, the website's your best place. Also, Rick and Bubba's, the restaurant, has shirts and other CDs. American Classics Kiosk in the Galleria in Hoover. And there are a few other places that have other stuff, and all that information is under merchandise on the website at rickandbubba.com.
Rick, thank you all that have sent the definition of often. We've got that 200 to 300 times. Often meaning many times, frequently, not seldom.
Those of you that may or may not know what we're talking about, the discussion.
We won't go back into it.
Right.
But just,
Well, the discussion of kissing was brought up on the program, and we were talking about how husbands and wives, sometimes we've gotten confused. It seems to be that the romantic, intimate side of the relationship between a husband and a wife, you know, we're having problems trying to keep people who aren't married in control, but sometimes when people get married, that true love waits versus true love gets after. It seems to be flipped in our society.
Sure.
And we were discussing the biblical reference to a husband and wife coming together often.
You know, for a minute there, I thought, I just can't hear Rick very good. I wonder why. And there was my headphones laying over.
Yeah, that makes it difficult to hear me. Jerry in Huntsville. Jerry, how are you? Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning.
Thank you. It's Jerry Lynn.
Hey, Jerry
Lynn. Welcome.
Jerry Lynn.
Hello.
Jerry Lynn.
I have one more comment about Austin.
Okay. Sure.
And you were talking about the biblical principles, and the Bible says that a wife is to be submissive, right?
Well, yes.
So often should be as often as the husband wants it to be.
Well, now you're getting into a gray area, but I think that you know, it should be, sure, but the whole thing about everybody freaked out about the part about submission, and I don't
even that really, Rick, that can of worms don't even belong in this discussion. How about if you have common sense, you know what often means, okay?
That's right.
You don't have to have a college degree or be a rocket scientist. You pretty much know what often means, unless you're Bill Clinton.
Well, and I think when you look at it, the reason why that is...
He know what is, so he wouldn't know often.
The reason why that is, the Bible, you know, is talking about if a man and woman have that part of their relationship in check and is satisfying...
It keeps a lot of other problems from popping up, so to speak.
Yeah, Paul says come together often so you don't burn with passion and cause each other to sin in other areas because you're focused on something else.
Sure.
Take that off the table.
It's like having
in some cases, I guess, put it on the table.
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of like having a good lunch. Then you're not hungry in the afternoon. You know what I mean? You can carry on, do what you have to do. You don't have to be, you know, thinking about chocolate pie.
And I guess what I'll do, I'll tell the people in the audience that are freaked out by the husband and wife relationship from a biblical standpoint, I want you to do the work, okay? Because I don't want to make that easy. Especially ladies who are bothered
Rick,
by
what are you talking about?
I'm just going to say this. Go to Ephesians in the Bible where it talks about a husband and wife. If you ladies can find that man, you won't have a problem being submissive.
Sure.
If you can find him, don't forget to read the part that the Bible requires from the man.
Get the whole story.
Yeah, and if your man meets that criteria, you won't have a problem having him in charge of your household. Matter of fact, you're probably one of the happiest women on earth. So it's two ways. So be sure and read it all, and don't panic and freak out. 877 We Be Big is the number. Let's go to Kathy, and
Pontotoc, Mississippi, Rick.
Pontotoc.
I got it right, didn't I, Kathy?
I think so.
How about that?
Look,
I know my Pontotoc.
Look, Kathy don't even know how to say it.
It's a tongue and lip twister.
Yeah, well, welcome to the show.
Hey.
I think I tried to combine show and program in one
Are you
word.
all right?
Did you say Shogum?
Hey, if y'all need me, I'm on vacation. I'm out of here. I've been gone.
What highway are you on?
I'm already on my first hunting trip. Well, go ahead.
Okay, I've been married 31 years this past summer.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't get my kiss every day, we just go crazy. I kiss my husband just about as often as I look at him, I guess you could say. But neither of us are working now. He's retired, and I quit driving a school bus from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
You know, well, didn't you say there's a study about marriages where the husband kisses his wife on the lips every day before he leaves?
Yes, and several of you have brought that up, and it's been several years ago. I think Paul Harvey probably talked about it one time. Men that kiss their wives on the lips before they leave to go to work live an average of 5 years longer and average making like 20% more income than people who did not. Hey, love makes the world go round.
Sure it does. Well, Kathy, congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour starting right now, and it's good to be back. We start with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. A brand new show. Hope you've enjoyed the best of Rick and Bubba last week. As Bubba and I and Eddie Van Adler were on vacation. Of course, the guys got days off last week, too, if they weren't hosting best of shows. So everybody refreshed and rejuvenated, and we are committed to work 3 full shows and then be off again. I think we'll try to grind through that grueling work schedule this week of 3 whole shows. So a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Thursday, a best of show again on Friday the next week. Lord willing, we're back on regular schedule. But we do have much to cover today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. You've heard some of their vacation discussion. Eddie Van Adler returns. He's got the YouTube experience. We'll see how Eddie Van Adler's vacation went. Yes, our first show since the debate. We'll certainly cover that today, and so your phone calls, much on tap today. So it's good to be back, and we start a brand new month on a brand new hour, on a brand new day, on a brand new week. So welcome to July as well. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 31 years in the making. Come on in and stay a while.
Yeah. An American man. That's right, Grand Funk.
Now, I know they were Grand Funk Railroad. Didn't they just shorten it to Grand Funk?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I thought two bands came together.
Right.
And I thought Railroad and Grand Funk joined up.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Well, if you were, had the 45 early on, you would see Grand Funk Railroad on it, and then they just kind of dropped Railroad there at one point and just went with Grand Funk. So,
well, probably the Railroad looked a little dated to them.
Yeah, it does. Grand Funk
it's
Railroad,
kind of like Jefferson Airplane. They had to update it to Starship.
Yeah, I think Grand Funk Railroad stayed the name. It's just people would shorten it and call it just Grand
hip
Funk.
it up.
Yeah, hip it up a little bit. So, Bubba, welcome back from vacation.
Hey, good to be here. How about you?
Well, I mean, like I said, I think we can get 3 shows in, then we can take some more time off. I had a guy said that we take more vacation days than Carter has liver pills, and I said, well, just wait till this one. You'll love this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you remember the old phrase, if you got them, smoke them.
Yeah.
We'll do that again. The way the fourth fell this time was a little unique. So we'll knock that out. I tell Bubba, I did not know this until yesterday. Our pastor talked about it in the message at church, that not only is Thursday Independence Day, that later on in American history, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday is the Battle of Gettysburg.
Really?
I did not know that. So it was ironic that the battle that ultimately ended the Civil War was on the same week that we celebrate Independence Day.
It is.
How about
It
that?
is very.
Yeah.
History revisited.
Yes. So anyway, we will look back. I know, because I saw all of you talking about it while we're on vacation, that we were not able to work. I even heard Speedy saying, hosting a best of show the day after the debate, you almost just wanted to stop and just do regular programming. But we will look back at that debate. We'll wait till Adler gets the highlights together. I've seen some of them. We tried to watch it at the beach, but the way the TV in the house we had rented, at one point, young Broderick had pulled it up on his computer and was mirroring it onto the TV. And we saw I'm talking about maybe 2 minutes, and we all just said, I can't. I can't watch this. Yeah. And we just went back to something else. But I will.
I wasn't going to watch it, and then it was such a train wreck, I couldn't leave it.
Right.
Yeah. I had to get up early the next morning, come do a best of, and I stayed up. I made it to 9:30. I got about an hour and a half of it.
Yeah. Wow.
Boy, I watched the entire thing, and I was on vacation when I did it, and it was the only really thing I watched on television. And I got to tell you, somebody texted me about an hour before, and they said, I can't believe of all the times y'all are taking a week off and not able to do a show.
Right.
And that reminded me that it was on, so I jumped all in.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, I watched it for the wrong reasons, though. Like it was like watching. I wanted to watch a wreck at NASCAR.
Right.
That's the only reason I went into it.
Well, I blame Terry. She wanted to watch it. I didn't, because I knew I was going to have.
Absolutely wanted to watch it.
I knew I was going to have secondhand, and it was going to be tough to sit through.
Yeah.
And it was a nightmare for me.
Yeah.
I mean, a nightmare. But then I started leaning in, which was mysterious as to how I normally am. I started leaning in just because I couldn't wait for the next thing.
Right.
But yet, every time it happened, I was embarrassed. Again, it was just
for
weird,
some
weird,
reason.
Weird deal.
For some reason, our beach group started laughing because we just happened to pull it up. I remember the question. Watching Jake Tapper try to ask them questions, and then they wouldn't answer them.
Right.
Yeah. And by the way, I do think we get a profit star. This format actually worked in Trump's favor.
And I like this format.
Yeah, it worked in his favor.
It did.
But anyway, and remember, we theorized that it might, because the thing that he usually doesn't need to do, he couldn't do.
Right.
And then we let Biden just flounder around, which is what needed to happen. And
boy, did he ever.
I'm not getting ahead of what's coming, but please tell me y'all saw him arguing over who the best golfer was.
No.
Oh, yes, of course.
That's my favorite part of the whole thing.
That's when it got embarrassing for me.
That was great.
That's when the second hand.
It was so good.
Shows the dynamic, Rick. Greg leaned in this when this happened, and I was like, guys, please move on to something else.
Just get ready.
Okay, I can't wait for
You
that.
haven't seen that?
No.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, Rick.
Now, all I saw was when he tried to ask them what they were going to do about people who can't afford child care. And what was funny, which got our group laughing, is that the question stays on the screen.
Yeah.
But neither one of them ever answered it. Yeah. And they start arguing about something else, and it's still sitting up there. It's like
nobody's even giving anything.
They didn't pull the graphic down.
Yeah.
The funniest thing to me about the golf thing was Biden accused Trump of sleeping with a porn star while his wife was pregnant.
Right.
And Trump just shakes his head.
Yeah.
Kind of like, looking down. And then he says he's a 6 handicap. Trump's like, no way.
It brought him to life.
That's it. That's so.
I said, I know one lie you just told him about that.
And then he changed it to an 8.
good.
Rick, and then get ready. And I think it was during this exchange, Trump goes, now let's quit acting like children. And Biden goes, you are a child, or something ridiculous.
And then there's video of Biden actually playing.
Oh, rough.
No way.
Yeah.
Y'all, no one went away feeling good about the president of the United States. And I tell you who I feel really, I'm kind of mad at Jill Biden. Why her family? Why hasn't they said?
I am too.
Let's they're
step
all
down.
in. Oh, I know they enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go
Let's
to
put a little kick in your step.
Frank and Pelham. Frank, how you doing?
I'm doing well this morning, guys. I got to get on Karen just a little bit. She caved too early. Okay? She caved in too early. I believe there ought to be a little bit of magnetism.
Yes.
Okay? There needs to be a little bit of magnetism between the two before the lips connect. It's got to be the north-south pole things on the magnets for the first couple of times unless there's a romantic attraction right from the start.
Sir, I don't know that is a good example in this, but go ahead.
Well,
I know what you're saying.
To me, though, sometimes, you may not know whether you're attracted to somebody unless you give them a little sugar.
I just think they've got to give me some kind of indication that they like me back.
They're
trying to kiss you.
Well,
there's got to be a little attraction, not just physical. Okay, not a physical attraction. I'm talking about the other kind of attraction. I think a little bit of a love attraction before the kissing starts, because, like you said, the passion starts flowing when the lips connect.
Well, it never did when my mama kissed me goodnight.
Hey, well, they're okay. Okay.
Well,
we won't go
Frank,
there now.
Frank, I know we're from the South, but
Frank.
to me, kissing is not always about. It's not as serious as you're making it out.
Frank, here's the bottom line, Frank. Here's what we were trying to point out, okay? When we came up through high school and college, we were going out on a lot of dates, having a lot of fun, and it wasn't because Rick and I were, the best-looking guy on campus, all right? You can see that very clearly now. But what we hear from a lot of these interns that are here, they never go on dates. They never have a date. They never get a good night kiss, and we're just wondering what's the deal.
I don't know. Now, I'm one of those that grew up fat, chubby, and ugly, and had the hand-me-down clothes, and the girls never went out with me or anything like that either. So, but still, I just when the right girl came along, I knew it was time. Then there was that magic moment behind the school on a party night. And
oh, sure.
And, okay, but
oh, sure.
Karen, don't cave, man. Hold on to those values.
That's right, Frank.
Got to look. We're not. And
I'm
I think
48,
Frank,
I'm 48, so I'm not that much older than you guys.
Frank, giving somebody a friendly kiss is not losing your values. I think you're missing our point.
Yeah.
Our point is they're making too much out of it.
Yeah.
No, by value, I mean the mystery. Okay, don't give them too much too soon.
Well, that's why
make them wonder.
That's why we said. That's why we said kiss on the cheek and grab just the corner of the lip.
We're not talking about giving too much too soon. We're talking about getting a kiss sometime in a 5-year period. Okay. I don't think anybody's accusing them of rushing in here.
The big dilemma I've got is.
We understand what you mean, Frank.
And this is the thing that makes
Please
it tough.
think it a little more lighthearted.
My wife really wants me to shave this from a comfort standpoint on kissing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
But when I shave it, she says I look better with it. Now, what am I supposed to do?
Rick, that is, I'm afraid you're into the classic discussion of which outfit should I wear, the red or the black one. And you go, the red one. You go, why do you pick that? Well, I just like the red one. And then she shows up in the black one. Go, why did you pick the black one? Well, I liked it better. You go, well, why did you ask me to start with?
The last time I shaved this off for the same reason, because I'm going to tell you something. If my wife says, I really would enjoy us being, in our private time more if you didn't have that, I'll shave it off today if it'll make a difference and not care. But when I shaved it off last time, she looked at me and went, and I went, what? She goes, I think you look better with it. And I go, well, so
did you say I've worked through some less than flattering haircuts?
Well, I just said which one, because I want to do whatever, whichever one she wants.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. You're trying to please, Rick.
Your hair's a little bit longer now, though, in the back, so it might make up for the...
Rick, big-hearted Rick.
Yeah, well, I'm getting a haircut tomorrow sometime.
Just on the sides?
No. I'm going to work the whole.
You gotta get your Christmas cut.
Yeah,
I know why. You're not going to your mom's with your hair long.
No,
You don't want to hear that.
Right, and
I'm glad Ryan Greenwood's staying strong with it, though.
yeah, it's if he'll just give
I
us.
feel like Ryan's in for a major cold this year because he's just.
Well,
I feel like he's out in an area that he can't handle.
Well,
You know what I mean?
the way he acted at the Christmas party, he can wear his hair however he wants to. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
He's still in the penalty box. I mean, sitting over there waiting on the time to run out. You know?
Penalty box is a good analogy because it's so cold.
Yes, freezing over there.
Hey, you think he'll grow it out till Fat Fest?
He might. Knowing him, he's quirky enough to do that, sure.
It looks good.
He's got a mullet, and you like it, don't you?
That mullet looks good. Look, I wish
If Carrie could find the right guy who had a mullet, who didn't want to ever kiss, they might go out.
We've got a color television to give away next.
That's right. And you ain't got to kiss nobody to get it.
Color television coming up next.
Yeah.
27-inch from Philips and Turner Sound. And we'll give it away when we return.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's 16 minutes after. "21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for all the years supporting what we're doing. 5 months left in the Rick and Bubba Show now, starting today. Hope you enjoyed looking back over the 30-plus years last week. Thanks to Speedy, Greg, and Helms for doing the best of shows last week. You have another one of those coming up this Friday. Now, Thursday, everybody's off. It'll just be a replay of an entire show. So you can catch that as we celebrate the 4th of July this week. We do have vacation stories coming. We'll do those. We do have a complete debate recap coming. We'll talk. We'll hit some of the highlights. I know a lot of you and everybody's covered it Friday through the weekend, but this is our first shot at it. And based on a lot of your comments and emails, and some of you are like, got to hear you guys break that down. So we will do that today, and we will talk about what does this mean. Bubba, also something you were looking for before we went on vacation. I was trying to catch up a little bit last night, going, all right, what's going on in the world?
You talking about the supernova?
The supernova. No. Apparently, we're supposed to get that Supreme Court ruling today you've been looking for.
Yep.
On
the immunity.
On immunity.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get that today.
Yeah, there's been several come down that are going to have some, far-reaching implications. We'll see if that breaks today. One of the other stories, Rick, that I thought was, entertaining over the weekend. The Lakers selected Bronny James as the 55th pick overall, their second pick, I believe, or in the second round. LeBron James' son. LeBron has been very open that he wanted to play with his son, and this appeared to be a deal to keep him happy in L.A. for a while. He's also agreed to like a $20 million cut so they can hire some help for the team, which is also already looks like an all-star team in a lot of ways.
Right.
But Bronny, by most accounts, was just not ready for this. He played at Southern Cal. He was single digits. He wasn't the leader of the team, but nepotism is a great thing.
Yeah, well, Greg, you said it's not even a bad word.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
Come on.
So, well, I mean, if you can make this happen for your kid, wouldn't you? And if it helps the Lakers on marketing and it helps them keep LeBron,
and
maybe it's a good deal for everybody all the way around. Who's the victim in this?
And the fact that he came through that cardiac event,
yeah,
maybe he hadn't gotten back on top of his game.
Well,
Is why
true.
his numbers last
Maybe
year
he'll
were
develop
because he had a heart attack or something. Remember?
Yeah, he passed out, and
they had to go in and do a procedure.
Yeah,
he had something. So I imagine that maybe that
Well, it is
far as
historic because it will be the first father-son duo to play in the NBA at the same time.
And that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
So
I'd love that.
How was he picked up? Was it? He wasn't some early round draft choice.
He was in the second round, 55th pick overall.
Okay, well,
still good.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah,
because they only do 2 rounds now in the NBA, right?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah. 2 or 3. It was late, but I think when you add the J.J. Redick hire from the week before and then this on top of it, I think that's what's got the media all stirred up.
Okay. So
being negative towards the Lakers.
Well, look, let me just say
I hope they win it all now.
But it'll be a marketing dream. I mean,
Yes.
all the history, like you just said, Bubba, it's going to make history and all that. So it's a marketing dream. I mean, at least you'll get to see them come out and warm up.
Yeah. Well, they at some point probably need to win some games. But
they do. They do, Bubba. I would think that's what makes everybody the most happy. So there's that, and then
the Lakers now, to me, and of course we saw the Kobe years with Shaq, and they were outstanding during that run. But we grew up with the Magic Johnson, James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar era, Kurt Rambis. And those teams to me just were so balanced. They had so many performers. There wasn't you didn't have to bow down to LeBron James and clear everything with one player. I mean, Kareem probably could have played that card if he wanted to, but they were just such good teams year in, year out because they were balanced. I call it the Teen Wolf problem. If you got one,
is that what your name for this is? The Teen Wolf problem?
Well, we all saw the movie,
right? Yeah.
And if you got one guy who's all world, everybody else ends up standing around watching,
right? Yeah,
and that gets old,
right? Yeah,
and so you got to have support players because when the Teen Wolf goes down,
right,
you got no help. You know what I
didn't know you called it the Teen Wolf.
Well, I mean,
but I understand what you're talking about.
Dominate.
Yeah, especially in basketball where you have one standout who'll throw in 60 points, and then everybody else is standing around eating popcorn.
Well, because the minute you said that, I thought about the fat kid that quit hustling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was on the Teen Wolf team. He had a bad attitude there at the end, didn't he?
I mean, for why run down the floor when you know you're never going to touch the ball?
Right.
If I'm going to play defense, I'll just stay back here.
Sure. So
Bubba said 55th pick overall. They only make 60 picks.
Oh, okay.
But I think the problem is should he have been picked at all?
Right.
There's probably 40 other players that should have been picked before him.
And and I asked who the victim was. That's who the victim is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but look, LeBron is who he is. He's an all-time scorer. He's one of the greatest to ever play basketball.
Sure.
I'm not going to say the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
I think that belongs to MJ.
Sure.
But that's just me. That's when I grew up watching him. So he can yield that kind of influence now, which again, I go back to the Lakers. I don't know that any of the Lakers at that time could have said, "Hey, pick my kid or I'm out."
No.
Even Magic. I don't know if Magic could have had one that could shoot basketball.
Well, he had one that might could have sang the national.
Right. He could have done that or maybe dance line, but I don't think he even had that kind of power.
No, you're right. But that's been watching the development of the pro athlete has turned a lot of people's stomach for that very reason. A lot of the greatest teams to ever play were filled with individual stars, but they played as a team.
Yeah.
And that concept just seems to be lost a little bit. I think the ones who still pull it off, though, win a lot of games.
Yeah.
Well, even
if you ever get your team to do it.
Even the great Michael Jordan had help on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Scottie Pippen. I mean, he was his wingman.
Yep.
Even when Michael left, they just almost made it to the finals again.
Right.
So, and they had some other guys that could shoot. I mean, the coach of, what's his name? The coach of Golden State. He was Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
He hit a key shot in one of the playoff games when Michael was just eat up covered.
Every team that's been successful, Magic had help, Bird had help, all of them had help. We act like when LeBron and Bosh and Wade played at Miami that was the first time that had ever been done, and it wasn't. Right. We had been doing that since basketball started.
Yeah, but it looked different because they played as a team.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, I think that Miami thing was a terrible mistake to come out and say us three.
The way they did it. Yeah,
us three, and the rest of the team. Like, what about us?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of Teen Wolf times 3.
All right, so we'll jump into the debate recap now and work our way into vacation stories still to come, your phone calls, and there's other big stories today as well. Might get an important Supreme Court ruling before we're done. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hour. We've got 3 contestants standing. The game that tests your knowledge of various topics.
We welcome to Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Knowledge from Williston, South Carolina. Put your hands together for Sue. Sue, welcome to the Giant Game of Knowledge.
Thank you.
Glad that, well, I'm glad that you called for the first time, and you'll be battling, it looks like, from Mobile, Alabama. Welcome, Wendy, to Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Knowledge. Wendy, welcome. How are you this morning?
Good, monkey grass.
All right, well, a lot of
Wendy,
monkey grass
welcome.
today in the Giant Game of Knowledge. And our third and final contestant, Bubba, comes from Albertville,
Oh, we're going to play
Alabama.
with 3 again?
Oh, sure.
You like the 3 version of it.
Oh, I do. The home, of course, of Brooke from The Bachelor. Welcome, Janice, to Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Knowledge. So it's all ladies to the Giant Game of Knowledge.
Cat round.
Yes, a cat fight has broke out. Now, do all 3 of you know how to play the Giant Game of Knowledge?
How do you ring in?
You just scream your name.
Scream your name. And when we hear a name, then we give you a shot at the answer. There are 6 categories. Whoever answers the most out of 6 will be the winner. And it starts with the Giant Game of Knowledge lightning round. So we have the lightning round, which means you're trying to get control of the board. Bubba, our first question is?
Rick comes from the category of fame. What scientific hero said, relatively speaking, light always travels at a constant speed?
Wendy.
Wendy, go ahead.
Einstein.
You are correct, Albert Einstein.
There's one correct answer. Who's keeping score?
Y'all realize I got it. Do you realize that they're challenging that now?
Are you writing in the Giant Game of Knowledge?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Sure. I always do, so I don't go back and do it.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. Now, Wendy, you control the board. What's your categories, Bubba?
It is nature, media, our world, sports, and science.
Wendy, you answer on your own. Unless you cannot answer, then everybody gets a shot at it.
All right.
All right.
You get to pick a category?
Yes.
Media.
Media. Which 2 Peanuts characters had a crush on Charlie Brown? Which 2 had a crush on Charlie Brown?
Lucy and Sally.
No, that's incorrect.
Sue, what do you say?
I say it's Peppermint Patty and Lucy.
No, that's incorrect.
What about you, Janice? You want to take a shot at it?
I know it was Lucy, but I don't have a clue who the other one was.
Can I try again?
Well, now, according to this, we'll have to go with the answer in this book.
Nobody gets it right.
So nobody gets it right. The answer is Peppermint Patty and Marcy.
Was Marcy hot for Charlie Brown,
Yeah,
too?
you know, that was Peppermint Patty's assistant.
Yeah.
Who used to call him Chuck all the time. Remember that?
Well,
Did that drive you
Peppermint
crazy?
Patty called him Chuck, and she would call Peppermint Patty Sir.
Yes.
Remember that?
Right.
But which had us all concerned. I was glad to hear she liked Charlie Brown, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so nobody gets that one right, so that one is just taken off the table.
That is
nobody
off the
gets
table.
points.
Right, so we go back to Wendy, don't we?
Well,
or do we do a lightning round?
Another lightning round now, because nobody got it right. That's the only way we do another lightning round if nobody can get it right. So it looks like a lightning round again. So, Bubba, you pick the category.
Oh, Rick, this will be a dandy here. We will go with our world.
Okay.
How about that? Which female teenager crusader heard God's calling and was burned at the stake?
Wendy?
Joan of Arc.
You are correct.
Yeah, boy, Wendy's very... Okay, Wendy, you got 2 right, and you're in control of the board again. Now, what categories are left, Bubba?
Read them again for me.
That will be nature, sports, and science.
Nature.
Nature. What African nation is also the 4th largest island in the world? African nation, 4th largest in the world. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Got to have an answer.
Cape Cod. I don't know.
Cape Cod, look, let me just clarify for the kids watching today at school, is not an African nation.
No.
It's just...
Any of our other contestants, either one of y'all?
Hello, it's Janice.
Janice, what do you say?
Madagascar.
You are correct.
Wow, Madagascar! All right. Janice controls the board. She could tie with... how many categories even left?
We got 2 left.
All right,
2 questions left.
So it's really we need Janice can tie, or really Sue needs to.
This game
hope she
takes on
misses.
a world of it keeps changing. Have y'all ever noticed?
so much.
What category, Janice?
Sports or science?
Sports or science?
Sports or science? Science.
Okay.
Let's give that one a whirl.
Science. Which is the key element providing the fissionable material for nuclear bombs?
Uranium.
Uranium is not correct according to this book.
Sue, what do you say?
Plutonium.
You are correct.
Sue, look, now it could be anybody's now. All right, so this is the final. right, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to you later, and we'll chat with you. We hadn't talked to you in a week. We missed you. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows. Patriot Mobile, still the only Christian conservative wireless provider out there. If you're, we got money you're going to have to spend on phone service, and your wireless service. That money is there. It's in the budget. But a lot of you, like us, are thinking, man, if I had another choice, I would prefer not to be funding some of the woke, just ongoing programs of some of these companies and funding that. Well, patriotmobile.com/bigbox says activation is free. Switch to us. You can keep your own number, keep your own phone. They have access to the same service as all the others that are out there. If you want your phone money to matter, start spending money with a company that shares your values. 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching so easy. Now, if you want to upgrade and change the number, change the phone, you can do that too. And they'll find the package that's perfect for you. PatriotMobile.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, gets you free activation. Mention that too if you call 972-PATRIOT. Find that link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. So when I play this today,
there's so many.
Looking good on Independence Week. Looking good, America. The presidential debate, it happened, last Thursday night?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Last Thursday night.
Seems like a year ago.
I like to say, you guys saw it. Bub, I think you saw it entirely. Greg saw it.
I did. Yeah. I wasn't going to watch it. It was on. Betty got to laughing so loud, I had to pay attention to it.
Well, yeah.
And then I fell victim to the train wreck, and I could not leave it. Because I even posted on social media, I don't know if he's going to make it through this.
Right.
He looks so frail out of the gate. It was just,
I saw your
he might as well have been Tim Conway, doing his old bit on Carol Burnett.
Bubba, to laugh at what you said earlier, you said you're mad at Jill Biden. Here's Babylon B today. Jill Biden refuses to drop out of the presidential race.
Yeah. You cannot love a family member and allow this to continue.
No, 100% correct. So
now, what are they going to do? I don't know. We've heard, all this. I've said all along, Gavin Newsom, he's been running a presidential campaign going around the globe, which, again, I would say if he will do for the country what he did for California, I would just say no.
No.
But
and will he be a puppet for whoever is actually running the country now? Because it's not this man, and we all know that. So let's jump into it. Bubba said there are some discussions. I know the families at Camp David. There are some discussions that we might hear today or this week that Biden is not going to seek re-election. That may happen.
Bill O'Reilly is reporting that today.
And we don't know what his sources are, so we're not saying that that's going to happen.
No, but it is out there.
And also,
it makes sense.
It does make sense. And remember, we've been telling you that through a lot of Rick and Bubba universities, we had people that said, look, it's coming in June. They're going to be done with Biden. Some say allowing him to go on before the country and do so poorly sets the stage for them to drop him, that the Democrats use that as part of the strategy, because you have to wonder why they would agree to that.
Right.
And some people think it could be. But here we go. Here's a couple of highlights from the actual debate. Here's Trump talking to Biden about the open border, and then Biden's answer is odd. So here we go.
The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system.
And to be fair, I'm cutting to this next clip here. This is his whole answer. I wanted to give y'all, to be fair to Biden, this is his whole answer. This is all the same clip, but you're going to see Biden finish this and Trump's response.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with
Trump.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security.
Wow.
Good night. Good gracious.
Good night alive.
And
that's
they're-
about 12, 13 minutes in.
And guys, I don't know if you saw the story too. They're signing up these people to vote.
Right. Yeah.
Everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Not citizens.
Here's
not
one
citizens.
I didn't include, but this is another quick example of Biden not being all with it.
Move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Line of the night.
Yeah, I heard that line was out there. I'd never heard it live. I mean, as it happens. I'm not sure he knows either.
It's like Floyd the Barber talking to Donald Trump.
Well, and Greg touched on it. The left surely, and somebody, Bubba said that even the Scarborough and his wife got into a little spat because he can't. There comes a point. Bill Maher's been way out ahead of it. He said, at some point, I want to be able to look at myself in the mirror.
Yeah.
No matter how I vote, I can't pretend this guy's okay. I would like to have some integrity. And I think people are starting to come apart. When you're like Greg mentioned, The View says, now remember, he was a stutterer when he was younger.
That was their big defense.
Yeah. And I'm like, what? And then the other one, he had a cold. And I'm like, how much longer are we going to continue this charade?
Rick, okay, let's take those away. Look at everything up to this point that he's done that we've got footage of. How are you? It's fake. They weren't surprised.
Right.
It was all a plan because there's no. Everybody act like, well, we're just.
Which
so
amendment is it where you remove a president?
25.
Is it 25 or 22nd?
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, 25th.
Yeah.
All right.
If there
I've watched
ever
West
was
Wing.
if there ever was a case for this,
Here comes the golf.
What else? He's got a lot of age spots on top of his head.
Here comes the golf argument.
Did you say that?
Yeah. Listen to this.
Childish.
Okay.
Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
No, it's 8.
Never. But I had,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing. Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
Let's not act like children.
Can you believe that they're in this debate and they're talking about golf?
Can I hit? I'm not playing. I've never done this before in the history of the show. I'm playing it twice.
I've seen your swing. I've seen it.
Hey, it's 4th of July this week. Looking good, America.
Yeah. Happy birthday, America.
All right, so here we go. Tell me about this one, Adler 3.
A lot of people are saying that something might have happened.
Oh, y'all listen to
No.
this.
Right after the word money.
I read them.
Right after Trump says the word money, Biden makes a noise.
Did he bark off?
Yep.
That I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industry.
That's been real.
That's not real.
Somebody dropped that.
Yo, he had that face like he did it.
He has a face on.
He had a face like he did
He's
it.
wearing a face.
Listen again. Listen.
I think there's something to this.
Watch Biden's face.
A little wet.
That I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries. And there was more that I imposed on China.
Look, I'm not saying it's true. I'm suggesting it's true.
Yeah. It's out there.
All right, here is the.
He did have that face.
Here's the first lady that continues to run for president, apparently, talking to our president like he's some child that went to potty for the first time by himself.
Yeah, don't look at her. Focus on him.
Okay, watch his face, Greg.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
You get a cookie.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
Good night.
3 times.
Oh my goodness.
What are we doing?
Lie!
And that look on his face the whole time.
We got to come back and see Joe Scarborough, his before and after comments. Do we have where him and his wife getting a tiff on the air about it?
I'll check for that.
Okay.
And we got some, I believe it or not, CNN fact-checked Biden, which was shocking. Of course, Trump's got a new ad.
Oh, hey, it's good, too.
And it's just Biden talking.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't say a word.
We'll be back. We'll get all that for you as we recap the debate from Thursday when we continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If Sue gets this right, she will tie. They'll all be tied, won't they?
Sue and Wendy could. If Wendy gets it, she wins.
That's right, because Janice only got one right.
And if Sue or Janice gets it right, then we have to have a playoff here. How did we decide we're going to do that? I forgot.
If Sue gets it right, she will tie Wendy too with 2 correct answers.
Yes,
because she just
Janice
got that.
or Sue, either one.
Yes,
they both have one.
Yes, so they need
right?
one more to tie.
Did I miss one here? Is that right?
No, because one of
right?
them was taken off because nobody got it right.
And
wow.
It's from sports.
All right, it's from sports.
All right.
Sue, if you get this right, you are in a tie, and we'll have a playoff.
Okay.
You ready, Sue?
Yeah.
Craig McTavish was the last hockey player to play the game without what? Craig McTavish.
Oh, I know this one.
The last hockey player to... Can you clarify that, please?
A helmet?
You are correct.
Oh, we have a tie in the giant game of knowledge. Janice, unfortunately, the tie is between Wendy and Sue.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Janice, thank you for playing.
Well, Bubba, this means we go.
And what do we do?
The giant game of knowledge, sudden death.
So what do we do? We've never had that, have we?
We've never had it, and what we will do is we will just move through categories, all in lightning round format. And if one gets right and one gets it right first, they win.
And what do we do now? Say that again.
Just give me a category. It'll be lightning round format,
okay,
which means they've got to shout out their name. And if neither one gets it right, then we'll move to another category and try it again until we get somebody get one right.
Okay.
All right, so it's lightning round format, Sue and Wendy.
Okay.
Bubba, what is our topic? All right, shout your name if you think you know it.
What ancient city held the first modern Olympics in 1896?
Wendy, what did you say?
Greece.
City, please.
Athens.
You're correct.
I mean, I'm going to tell you what.
The excitement there was too much. Playoff.
You're kidding. I've been trying all week to get
Well,
through.
Sue, look, you hung in there. You fought back when it looked like you were out of the contest. That's something to be proud of. Now, granted, it won't get you a TV, but it's still something to be proud of. Sue, God bless you. Thanks for listening and watching the show.
Playing the giant game of knowledge.
And playing Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Knowledge. There it is. Don Juan holds up the final score. Wendy, 3 correct answers. Janice got 1, and Sue with 2 in our sudden death round. Wendy, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love the disclaimer up there on TV.
What does it say?
Well, Rick,
I can't even read it.
Who could know? It's so small. But it's got all that legal stuff that we have to have in there.
Can anybody even read that?
I can't. I'm looking at my TV.
Yeah, well, nobody else can either.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's in there. The lawyers are happy. Who cares? You know,
Look, as long as you get your TV and it arrives at your door, what do you care?
Yeah.
Can I tell you my situation, Rick and Bubba?
If you'd like.
Just a minute, real quick. We just moved about a month ago, and my husband is an avid hunter. He missed all of bow season. He's only been twice, but he did get one this weekend.
Well, congratulations.
But we can't find room for his lazy boy in the living room. It's out on the porch, and we've got a big gold mirror over the fireplace, and his deer head and his 2 bass are out in the garage.
Bless his heart.
In the bonus room that the TV will be going in, he wanted, but my son has it for a bedroom.
Well, you're going to have to kick him out.
Yeah. Well, he's leaving for the Navy soon. He's leaving in March.
Oh, so he will good. So at least he'll be hitting the road. So
yeah.
and so
the TV will go in that bonus room.
Oh, good. So the bonus room will happen.
Yeah,
there we go.
I thought we were going to grovel there. Wendy, you've already won.
Yeah, you are. And Wendy, tell your son thanks for his commitment to our country.
All right.
We'll put you on hold.
God bless you, and thank you for listening.
And thanks for you as a family for your commitment for your son going. Put you on hold. We'll get all the information and send that color television from Turner South and Philips 27-inch color TV. Yeah, we've only got 2 more to give away tomorrow and Friday, so If you haven't won, there's a couple more opportunities coming up. Wow, that was a good round of the Giant Game of Knowledge.
Very informative.
I like the 3 contestants because it's just mayhem.
Yeah, it is.
Don't you?
Yes, it is very confusing. To them and us.
26 minutes past. We'll be back. Our toll-free number, 877-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 31 minutes past Rick and Bubba Show. 1-877-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Congratulations to Wendy in Mobile who won our TV today. She had a good-looking mama who really was around, but she grew up tall and she grew up right on Indiana. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So, recapping the bizarre debate, some people speculating that as early as today, but definitely in the next few days, that we will hear that Biden will not seek re-election. I don't think that would surprise anybody, but that's not a done deal. That's all speculation at this point.
Well, it's complicated. They have not had the convention yet.
Right.
Biden could release his delegates,
right?
If Jill lets him,
right?
But the other problem, and I heard this, we just got an emailer pointing this out too. 14 states, including 3 swing states, they have now passed the date to replace a candidate on the ballot unless they die.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
All right, so here is the First Lady trying to get Joe off the stage. Bubba, you were telling me about this.
This is the footage that you did not see on CNN. This was still running after.
Right.
Look at Trump
you
first.
See Trump walk off.
Right.
Okay.
Hair looking good.
Now watch Biden being led off after this.
Okay, so there goes Trump walking off, with no problem. And then over here,
you've got the usual Biden.
He's holding Jill Biden's
Jill has
hand.
to go up and get his hand.
She's got to help him come down steps. Great, just like we used to have to help Dad.
Looks like me going down the steps with a bad knee.
Oh, buddy.
Oh my goodness! That
Bubba.
producer pointed out the steps to him too.
Yeah. Look. He's over there.
He's got to go down and meet the operatives there that were running it.
He's like, now who are you?
It's so bad. CNN actually fact-checked Biden. I can't believe this happened. So here is CNN rolling through the things that Biden said that were not true. So here we go.
Some of them. He said he's the only president in a while who didn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. Troops have, of course, died on his watch. He said he's put in a $15 per shot cap on insulin and Medicare. It's a $35 a month cap. He said it's a $200 cap on overall drug spending in Medicare. It's $2,000 a year. He said the border now has fewer crossings than when Trump was in office. That's generally not true. He said, or at least strongly suggested, unemployment was at 15% when he took office. It was actually 6.4. He said Trump wants to get rid of Social Security. Trump doesn't. He said billionaires pay 8.2% in taxes. It's much higher. He said Trump told Americans to inject bleach amid COVID. We know Trump made foolish comments about scientists studying disinfectant injection, but didn't frame it as advice to people. And Biden said the Border Patrol endorsed him. No, its union supported the border bill he supported, never endorsed him himself.
Wow. That's CNN.
Wow. When the debate was over, we did what we usually do. We watch Fox, and then to see what is happening on CNN or MSNBC, we have to flip over.
Of course, yeah.
And when the CNN crowd was barbecuing Biden, I thought, wow, this has got to be, it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah. So, Adler, next, do we want to go to what?
Here's CNN's Aaron Burnett
Yeah.
After the debate.
Okay.
And
he goes through 6 days of preparation at Camp David.
More than that.
And they know the rules.
It was more than a week.
Okay, so more than a week. They know the rules. He practices with the mics. He knows every one of these questions is coming. And yet he couldn't fill the time. Now, I just want to, let's see what the White House is saying. Sources close to the White House are saying he had a cold, wasn't feeling well. I mean, as you would expect, that came out early on in the debate. But what accounts for someone with so much experience doing so much preparation and this being the outcome?
Honestly, I think the question answers itself. He wasn't capable of doing any better than he did.
That's exactly right.
That's exactly right. All right, Bubba, we're still looking for the Scarborough argument, but we do have him before and after the debate eating his own words.
We may get some of that in this. We really want to see him and his wife getting a tiff about it.
I'll keep looking for that.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. So here's Jimmy Neutron. I'm sorry, Joe Scarborough.
But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been. This
So that was before the debate.
is a battle for the future of American democracy. And now is a good time. In June, thank God, in June, and not October, in June, this is the last chance for Democrats to decide whether this man we've known and loved for a very long time is up to the task.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a certain point where I think he says, I don't want to look completely loony. I mean, I've got to.
Well,
we all can see. It's as plain as the nose on our face. I mean, this is not a political. This is bipartisan now, right? As Americans, we take our worldviews. You can still vote for the Democrats. I know you hate Trump. I got all that, but we can all agree, can't we, that this man is not cognitively able to lead the free world currently, and certainly not 4 more years.
And one of the things too I want to point out, you heard Biden accuse Trump of only giving a tax break to the rich.
Yeah, not true.
When you lower the tax rate, the only people to benefit from that are people who are paying taxes.
Correct.
Okay, so if you don't pay any taxes, you're not going to get a tax break. Now they've tried that in the past. They go, well, we want a refund too, but if you're not paying in, you're not going to get a tax break.
Right.
I mean, it's that simple, and that's how some of this is played out. And
well, he also exaggerates, and I'm
that.
glad CNN of all people, the wealthiest pay more than 8.2%.
Yes, they do. Yes,
that's
they
just
do.
a lie. That's just not true.
Yes, they pay almost half.
Yeah, it's just not true.
Now the super rich may be able to dodge it. You know, these billionaire
but
guys.
it's still more than 8.2.
Yes.
No, that's just not true.
It's just you can't hide it.
Right, and
far.
and I wish, and I was asking you, and you said he did some, but not as much as we had hoped. I still think Trump's best play, and you agree, and you said this, and he didn't do it as much. Like on the child credit, on the people needing
child care.
President Trump should have looked right in the camera and says, now see, the left always thinks there should be another government program that we can't afford. What I will say, what I'll do about people that can't afford child care right now, the reason why they can't afford it is because our economy is in the toilet, our wages are low, and the taxes are high. What I would do is I'm going to work to give people an economy, and I'm going to take tax burdens off people so they will have more of their own money. The answer is to let each individual American have more of their own money where they can afford the child care they need. Not another government program while they still don't have enough money. Mm-hmm. Now we're adding to the deficit, and we're also not helping the person's problem to begin with. The government is not here to solve your problems. What we need to do is to shrink the government where you can solve your own problems. Mm-hmm. And that's what I did in my 4 years, and I'll do again.
And I wish Trump had said in his closing arguments, I wish he'd have just looked in the camera and said, I have one question for you, America. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
That's exactly right.
If you are, vote for Stumbling Joe over here. If you're not, vote for Donald Trump.
Exactly right.
And you know, that be it. And they go, well, right. Mr. Trump, you still have a minute and a half. I have nothing else to say.
Right. Yeah. And if you want to...
I mean, that was the campaign that Ronald Reagan did on his reelection.
Right. And
he won 49 states.
Yep.
New York, California voted Republican. They voted for Ronald Reagan. He almost won all 50.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll come back. I know that some of you want to respond. We also have some other clips that we'll play, including Donald Trump's new ad. We'll definitely need to play that. And we'll see what happens as the day moves forward. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, this is not a topic that's fun to talk about, but just because a topic is not fun to talk about, sometimes it's worse not to talk about it at all. It was interesting. I actually we're walking through the book of Ephesians at the local church where I attend, and our pastor's taking us through that. And we were just doing Ephesians this past Sunday. And, you know, it talks about in there the people that will not inherit the kingdom of God. And on that list, the word that is in the original Greek, it's talking about anything that is sexually immoral. And pornography is one of the words that the Apostle Paul is using. And if this has a hold on your life or your family or your marriage, I don't have to tell you how damaging it can be. And let me tell you something, our children have access to this like never before. And there's some solutions. One of them would be to try to have some sort of accountability, and that's where Covenant Eyes Victory app comes in. Powerful accountability, features built-in and optional blocking technology. It's unparalleled. They have no competitors that can fight to live a porn-free life, give you more help. Honest, of course, there's got to be a spiritual change, but a lot of times it's kind of like what we talk about when we're trying to do a little bit better. And my wife and I laugh about this. You know, if I don't want to eat unhealthy food, one of the ways to make sure I don't do it is not have it in the house. And so if you need to start somewhere removing the access, and Covenant Eyes can help you. It's the #1 accountability software for over 23 years. If you'd like to find out more, go to covenanteyes.com. covenanteyes.com. Use the promo code Rick, and you get 30 days for free. And you also can just go directly to the link we have in show notes today, covenanteyes.com, and put this tool to work for you and take the next step, or maybe the first step, to live a life that is porn-free.
Palaka, Alabama. There will be a Merry Christmas after all for Sherry Finley. She was headed to Walmart to buy gifts for Christmas, Rick, when she lost an envelope with $600 cash in it.
Wow.
But a good Samaritan, Richard Coffey, found her Christmas cash and turned all the money over to authorities. The Lee County Sheriff, Jay Jones, says Coffey never considered keeping the money for himself. Said he found the envelope at a gas station in front of the Walmart. Sheriff Jones says the good deed is making Christmas a little brighter for all involved, including the deputies. Well, it was nice of him, wasn't it?
You know, I actually had that happen to me at the mall.
Did it really?
Yes. I wasn't the good side.
You lost the money?
Yes, I did. I was in line at the merry-go-round, and this time of year the merry-go-round is tough. And I had Boomer with me, and then all the boys were with me. Brandy was the only one that wasn't there.
This year?
This year.
Oh, really?
It happened a couple weeks ago, and I meant to give props to the person, even though I didn't get their name. I was, because I was, fighting for my life, and I was there and was in line to get on the merry-go-round, realized I didn't have any cash, so I went to the ATM, which, by the way, wow, there's a line at the ATM in the mall. And so we get money. Well, I go, and for some reason, I guess it was just running out of money because so many people were using it. It gave me a $50 bill. And I was like, wow, that's going to be...
That's hard to break at the merry-go-round.
Yeah.
It's $1 a ride.
Yeah. So I go to the merry-go-round, and I tell the person, I said, hey, have y'all got, break, can y'all bust this 50? And they just laughed as they looked at the line of people in line. They said, well, sure we can. A lot of people like the merry-go-round. So
you stand right here. We're going to let 49 people go in front of you, then we'll have it.
Right. So then I ended up with like $48, all in a wad. And I'm holding a kid and trying to keep those from running up there, and I'm buckling kids in, so I just take it and stuff it in my pocket real quick. And I guess when I was putting them back in the seat or whatever, when I got out, it wasn't in good, and it flew out of my pocket and fell behind me. So I'm walking along, and the guy comes up and says, hey, he said, you just dropped this wad of money here. And I said, man, thank you. I appreciate it.
And it probably was a wad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And gave it back to me.
Well, that was awful nice of him.
And he wasn't even sure. He said, hey, I want you. And then I had a good one. And this is, and I shouldn't do this. I wish I would stop messing with people because this was a really, really precious moment. So the guy, and I tell him, thank you very much and all this, and he leaves. Well, a woman comes up, she says, well, you just don't see that every day. like that and talking to her friend, and she wanted me to hear her. You know what I mean? Like maybe she didn't think I gave him enough or whatever. This man right here just dropped money, and that man just picked it up and gave it to him. I said, you know what's really funny? I said, it ain't even my money. Look, and that woman went, oh, and I said, I'm just kidding. You like that?
Rick, that's awful.
I said, you know, real funny thing, it wasn't even mine. I just said that. And I mean, to watch that money. I said, I'm just playing. It really was mine.
It's funny.
See, that's wrong with me. I shouldn't do that.
Well, you were just having.
You know what I should have done is hugged him and kissed him. Which, by the way, if somebody gives you money that you drop to you, and you really do want to just embrace them and just.
Oh, sure. Did you give him a little reward out of it?
No, I didn't have time.
And you couldn't say it. Here's a.
I'd love to give somebody that, but I can't say it.
Right.
So I have to be able to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah,
but
just put it on a card.
We were all in a hurry, and I was just trying to survive. 6 minutes past the hour. Big Boy Studio, back from vacation. We're breaking down the debate from Thursday night. Many of you have been saying, look, we got to walk through this when y'all get back. So we're doing that. We also have vacation stories still to come today, as we'll go back through some stories from our time away. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows while we were away. I had a lot of you commenting on that, and it's interesting. I had somebody at church yesterday going, why does some of the older stuff you and Bubba sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks? And I said, well, that was a recording thing. We can get a little chippy on some of the older stuff. Look, we didn't have the technology we have now. We were trying to archive as best we could, and then some of it played back at a different speed.
We got a lot of stuff to record, too.
Yeah, so anyway, but hopefully y'all enjoyed some of that look back. And we'll do another Best of show Friday. A replay on the 4th of July will be just a whole show, everybody off on Thursday. All right, so let's finish our recap. So we do have the new Donald Trump ad that comes after the debate. And I think y'all told me that Trump never speaks in this, right?
It's just Biden.
All right, here we go.
Folks, how are you? Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, we're providing housing for Black Americans. The impact on the choice, the idea that they're gonna. I'm proposing that everybody the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
Oh, man.
Wow. That's enough said. Didn't
that
have
was
to say
just
a word.
one night.
Yeah.
That was a couple hours.
I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I don't think there's one thing to add to that.
No. I really did try to give Biden a chance. I tried to listen to every one of his responses, and it was just. I mean, at one point he's talking about brothers and sisters, and what was that about? Here's Joe Scarborough. Bubba, I could not find the clip of them arguing, but here is just a dejected Joe Scarborough after the debate, after swearing that Biden was the best he's ever been.
Yep.
if he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that? Would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO? If this were Donald Trump, time and time again, we talked about the Goldwater. Where's the Barry Goldwater?
Anyways, yeah, the CEO thing. I thought
that's
was
the thing that stood out to me. Greg and I were talking about this earlier today. After this debate, there was a complete panic in the Democratic Party.
Right.
Like it didn't matter where you turned, they were talking about replacing Joe as presidential candidate.
Right.
And all I could think about was it took this for y'all to figure it out.
Right.
Y'all have had over a year of seeing this. Why did it take this? And so then you hear a lot of people saying that because this debate was so early, there'd never been a debate this early, that the Democrats did this on purpose because they wanted to, and as we're getting reports and hearing that, they're at Camp David right now deciding whether or not he should actually run. And so I think all this was planned. We said it would happen. But do they think we're idiot? Like oh gosh, the panic. Right. And I'm like, really?
Well,
guys, we've been watching this for over a year now, and if y'all haven't figured it out,
and
that doesn't say it. They have.
Well, here's Babylon.
They think we're dumb, though. I guess the way they talk.
Which kind of is the
about
most offensive part about all this. We've said that before on the show. Here's Babylon B to Helmsley's point. Journalists dumbfounded as there were no previous signs of Biden declining whatsoever.
That's funny.
So anyway, you're right, and it's almost like everybody was given the script, and they said, "All right, now we go after him."
Absolutely.
Now
they flipped the switch.
And we're going to put him out there on this debate. He'll flounder around, so we'll all just almost be like, "Well, we just can't do this anymore."
That's right. That's the only way.
The only person I guess that didn't get that note was Scarborough's wife, because she still wants to defend him. We do have
She was not happy.
No, we do have a clip. Is this the one of Jill Biden saying that Trump can't put a sentence together about a month ago? Here she was on The View about a month ago talking about Trump. We played this.
Built that in where they're going to turn off those mics so that somebody can't ramble or scream at somebody. Not that my husband would be the one doing that.
No.
And so that's already been negotiated. And, I think the American people deserve a debate because you need to see your choices. You need to see
we did.
Trump, and you need to see the president, and you need to see the differences. My husband's, and you're going to see how smart he is and the experience he has. Wow. And then you'll see somebody who, like you're saying, I'm going to use Joy's words, can't put a sentence together. Right. And everything is beautiful and it's wonderful.
Tremendous.
Bigly. Tremendous. Yeah. So I think you deserve, the American people deserve to see the two men who are running for this office.
Is she just delusional or is she just lying?
I don't know. They say lying at this point.
I mean,
she
not know what was going to happen?
She doesn't know.
She likes the position. Right. She likes how she gets to go to Georgetown and they shut everything down for her to shop. And nobody would want to give up the perks that go with this. None of us,
but
not
she
her.
Didn't realize he was
else.
actually going to have to debate.
Yeah, I've
set all that up, but now he's going to actually have to walk out there.
They thought if they can just get over the hump, just get through it. Remember, Joe had to practice standing for 90 minutes. That was part of the training at Camp David. That if they just get a draw out of it, they knew the media would cover for them.
Yeah,
and we all knew this was. Honestly, didn't most of us think this was the Joe Biden we would have seen 4 years ago
at
when
the
they
State
debated?
of the Union 4 years ago? Yes, absolutely.
Now, listen. You put a teleprompter up there, and you give him whatever vitamin he takes that day. He can pull it off. He did that the day after at the rally. It looked like two different people.
Well, this is the day after. Watch his face.
Look at his face.
This is Jill at a rally.
Picture dad.
This is the high point, y'all. This is him doing good.
But watch his face.
Character that I see in him today.
Rick?
And even though
I mean, he's going to start like his
hand.
Watch his face right here.
This is their fault.
His optimism is undaunted. His strength is unshakable. His hope is undeterred.
What is he doing?
Gracious. And Adler, if you want to show him his golf swing going into the break, you can, because this is when he
so much hit.
Because I know that we're concerned how good our president can play golf. Yeah.
So if those of you can't see, he's about to swing, and the golf ball's going to hit some pavers or something and bounce back behind him.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, backwards. Okay, that's not what you want. I'm not a golfer, but I don't think that's what you want.
I think that hurts you score.
And look, I'm not a professional, but that doesn't look like an 8 handicap.
Yeah, it does not. Or 6 at one point. Remember, then he altered it.
Come on.
He's doing the old lift swing.
You know who's
there.
keeping score the same one does Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Remember,
Mr. President,
or his dad.
We'll give you a par, sir.
All right, America, it's your turn. All 10 lines are available. We chat with you when we come back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of those things. I mean, people, kids hanging all over me, and thanks to you wanting to ride the elevator up to the top, but of course it was after business hours, so we couldn't. So
I love riding.
That's what I had just survived.
We call it shoot the roof.
There are times when I just want to come to your house, open the door, and scream, "Let's go see Christmas lights!"
Yeah, sure.
Because of that stupid elevator thing. Now I can't even go to the mall without my kids screaming, "Let's ride to the top of the elevator."
That's what they ought to charge $1 for. That's a lot more fun than that merry-go-round.
It is. It is. And it's like
the elevator goes. It goes up 3 or 4 stories, and then it goes through the roof, and it's a business, and I mean it goes up 12, 13 stories.
Yeah, the mall where we live.
But it's more fun than most rides you've been on. Because you go through you're like, oh crap, oh I'm outside.
It's really cool, and the kids love it because they get to stand and look out the window and you shoot up like that. Of course, now they think you can do it after hours, and you can't,
right.
And they cry a lot.
Wish I had one of those keys to make it happen. But
I'm not trying to say I'm obsessed with deer hunting, but am I the only one that likes to sit there and stare at that merry-go-round with all them deer on it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's look, I stand there and I walk up, I see that merry-go-round, I go, I like that right there. Yeah, because all of them,
because you get that vacation feeling going and everything, and
I'm trying to do my PR. I'm the worst thing that's ever happened to me at home on deer hunting was shooting that big buck. I wish I'd never done it.
It's ruined it for you.
Because now my wife says, "Well, why do you need to go? You've already got one." I said, "Yeah, but you don't just have one. That's not it. Really, your argument would be better if you said you've been 5 times and hadn't seen jack. Why do you keep going? That's a better argument.
Right.
If you go and you've seen some things and you've killed a big one, that just gets everything. It's like we was talking about kissing. That just gets everything kind of fired up.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it's like to shoot a buck, but anyway.
I guess one day it'll happen.
Sure.
One day it will. I mean, like
one day I'll actually shoot my gun. So I mean.
Well, you last year.
Well, that was last year. It was a borrowed gun. Now I have my own this year, and I haven't saw anything. So.
Well, man, you just gonna have to go.
That's why they call it hunting.
That's right.
Speedy got one while he was on vacation, by the way.
Yeah.
Had to stalk it on foot for 3 days, but finally got it.
Got him a 7-point.
Yeah. You're at that real easy place where he's been on foot, running up and down hills for 3 days. I wish I ain't hunting. Sounds like hunting to me. Speedy worked pretty hard.
I've never really done the stalking thing.
It's fun.
If you get tired and you're not seeing anything, I guess it's better than nothing.
Yeah, with the stalking thing, even though it's very difficult and you have to be in the right place to do it, I've done it. Matter of fact, that one we have in our office, I got it stalking. I like it because it's not so boring. It's not boring.
Keep it moving.
Yeah, you keep moving, and then if there's something you don't see a place, you just move on to the next one instead of sitting there. Because to me, the worst thing about still hunting, not that we talk about hunting on the show much, but is if you ever get that feeling that creeps in, because it's really, you really take the wheel of tree stands and spin it and just hope you end up one where deer are moving.
Yeah.
Because it may not happen. And that, that old feeling that creeps in, okay, I'm in a bad one. They're not moving where I'm at. And you go back and you hear all the talk of people that were on different types of, different kinds of foliage and stuff, and they had them all over them, and you went, well, I was in the wrong area.
Yeah.
Because it is hey, buddy, it is a spin of the wheel. Because we don't get to go scout and all that. We go to places where people scout, and based on their opinions, they try to set us up where they think we may get a good chance. But it's just hunting. You never know.
You're talking about hunting and Christmas and everything. I guess Roxanne's probably going to get a new gun this year.
Rox?
You know what you usually get for Christmas?
He's teasing me about that. He starts working on me months ahead of Christmas saying, honey, now what kind of new gun do you want? And I said, you think you're funny, but I am getting into shooting. So that wouldn't really be all that bad a thing. So, I'm kind of, fooling him a little bit. Do you think?
We met a young lady years ago that works, matter of fact, at one of the TV stations here. Saw her yesterday. It's funny. And she was a big hunter. Remember her telling us about her? And we thought, wow, I can't imagine, your girlfriend being such a big hunter. And like she shot a bunch of trophy bucks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Really, if you're dating someone like that,
shoot one.
Yeah, your your first date's like, I know we're just getting to know each other, and I really enjoyed the night together, but do you think it'll be too forward of me if I ask to see your guns?
Oh, I know. Well, and plus, the thing of her.
Oh, you've got a gun safe?
I mean, did you ever think you'd have like a woman, you're on a date, and she ends the date early because she's going hunting the next day and needs to get in bed?
Yeah, I know. That's just...
Now, I didn't say anything about going deer hunting. I'm not into blood and guts, so that would be a little rough.
No, that's not that bad. If you do it right.
Well, when you fillet a bass and I almost pass out, I love to fish, but somebody else needs to do all the cleaning and all that kind of stuff.
I understand.
Well, look, we feel the same way about that.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
21 minutes now past the hour. It is your phone calls that we take now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's a line for you. The real Greg Burgess now taking your phone calls, and he'll get you lined up and ready to go. We'll start in Sweet Home, Alabama with Chris. If you want to join us, make your move now. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been thinking about this Jill Biden and how hard she's been pushing for Biden to stay in. I finally figured it out.
Okay.
There's not but one reason a mother would stay and push a husband so hard, and that's because of her son. She's so afraid he's going to go to prison or something bad's going to happen that she's got to keep her husband in the presidency so he can pardon him.
That's a sweet thought, and I wish that there was some validity to that, and maybe there is. But I think Bubba's point, were you in the break then? We weren't on there, were we? I think that the Bidens love power. They love being in government. They've been in government how long now?
Over 50 years.
Yeah, over 50 years.
So,
she loves being the first lady and the perks that go with it.
All of these problems you heard Joe Biden say he was going to fix in his second term. You've had 50 years as a leading senator, 8 years as a vice president, 4 years as a president. You ain't solved them yet. I don't think the next 4 is really going to matter.
Yeah. No, as a matter of fact, I'm not so sure they didn't let Hunter bake on this last one so they couldn't claim that they went after Trump, but then they gave their son a pass. He was almost strategically found guilty.
Let me tell you, the day Joe Biden leaves office, whether it be at this election or 4 years from now, assuming he makes it, he will pardon Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
I don't have any doubt. He won't leave him to bake.
But I think she likes the gravy train more than she's got some maternal love. And
I do too. Yeah. Look, the perks are unbelievable. I mean, the attention you get, you're waited on hand and foot.
Sure.
The way you get to travel, the protection you get. I mean, who would not love that? I think anybody that wouldn't is just lying to you.
Yeah, to your point, their family is the one wanting him to stay in.
Right.
Yeah, it's just too good. I mean, it's like a family vacation. It never ends.
And as you all have pointed out, don't forget, they pay for nothing. So they, when you're in these offices, you don't have any overhead.
No.
I mean, most everything's paid for.
Yeah.
And then you get all the perks of come speak at this, write this book.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it
you
just goes on
millions of dollars anytime you declare the day you leave office and you want to write a book. They'll give you that in advance.
It must be a sweet train because they sure haven't been able, they have not even remotely showed they want to give it up for the last 50 years. Josh in Wisconsin. Josh, go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba. Yeah, that was definitely planned. They are not planning on keeping him. I watched the debate, and is it just me, or didn't it look like Joe was reading from something? Like, I know they give you the piece of paper to write down notes, but at one point he flips the paper to go to another piece. How many notes did he have to take? And what were the notes about? I want to see that piece of paper that he wrote down notes on. Because there's no way he wrote that many notes.
Sure.
That's a great observation and something that I saw. They were allowed to write notes, but they couldn't take out pre-planned copy and answers. And it looked like he was looking down like that was already there for him. I don't know. I couldn't tell. But
I think you're right, but I think that he came out and then did like a let me write down these
Maybe that's
13
it.
words that they
Okay.
had me memorize, because then whenever I get lost, I can go back down and look at this. And I think that ended up getting him in trouble a couple times, because he was supposed to be talking about the debt. He looks down and sees the word Medicare, and he forgets what he's talking about.
Well, one time he just shouts out COVID.
You're right.
Yeah. To Kim in Alabama. Kim, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I love you guys.
Thank you.
And I hate that this is y'all's last year.
Thank you.
But you're welcome. And I just wanted to say, I don't know, I feel like since CNN is very, Democrat, I really feel like that he probably had those questions and was probably prepped. And that's the only reason that he did as good as he did.
Well,
that's how I feel. I don't know what y'all's opinion is on that.
Well, didn't the female, what's her name, Erin Burnett?
Yeah, there were several times.
She actually said that.
Yeah.
She said he had all the questions.
Yeah.
He had how long to prepare for it? She said they talked about 6 weeks.
Well, when they say he had the
reset
questions,
button.
they're not saying CNN printed them
Correct.
out.
Correct.
Now that has happened in the past,
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But I think they're just saying, look,
We know what's gonna be discussed.
We hear
Yeah.
Trump's speeches. We know what he's going to accuse you of. We know what the polls say.
Yep.
We got the border, we got the economy, we got health care, we got this, you should know what's coming in those debates.
Jeff, and she said, I think, and that's when you had Chris, that used to be on Fox now.
Chris Wallace.
Chris Wallace saying,
Yeah.
I think he did the best he could.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Right.
Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
I think Trump blowed a good opportunity when it's talking about the economy, especially food prices. That thing when he could have said that the people lean Uncle Bruce, he's eating better than the American people.
Did you understand what he said?
No.
Not really.
But food is expensive right now.
Yeah.
No, it is.
To the caller's point.
Yeah. Have you seen the people who went out and bought something and they document their receipt? They went and bought the exact same things.
Yeah,
now?
we
It's
actually
almost
have a
twice.
guy that did that.
Yeah.
We'll have to play for you guys. He did it a couple of years different.
Crazy.
Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, two things about Pelosi. One, she had a medical team of doctors inform her that Trump has dementia. And second, girl is rocking 2 sets of eyebrows now. What's going on with that?
Really? I haven't noticed that.
My favorite word is the word.
I don't know. Jimmy in Alabama. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was a couple weeks ago. I went fly fishing out in northern Wyoming.
Okay.
And traveled through this small town in the Bighorn Mountains. It's called Kinsleep. It's small, just a small community. We stopped and ate breakfast. But talking to the postmaster while we ate breakfast that morning, we just kind of offhandedly asked her about what they did during COVID. And she told us they didn't do a thing. They didn't shut down their schools. They didn't shut down their churches. They just went on as business as usual for them. Didn't follow any of the mandates that the rest of us followed. I thought that was, and I wonder how many little towns actually functioned like that during COVID. But she said it never touched them, never bothered them. Nobody paid any attention to them.
Yeah, I mean, they treated it like, there's something out there that people could get sick, and they probably looked after those that might have been susceptible, and they let the healthy go about their business, and they probably wisely thought that they could do more damage than good by shutting all this down. And remember, we started coming up with all these surveys that came out that if you looked at what the states that shut everything down and the states that didn't, there was really no difference that anybody could really point to of any consequence.
No, far as infection, deaths,
Right,
all that.
yeah.
Look, early days of this, we didn't know. I'll give everybody benefit of the doubt in the early days. If this pandemic had been like the Black Plague, we would have had a 25% death ratio. If you got it, 4 people got it, one of them's going to die, okay? This was nowhere close to that. We didn't know to begin with. We thought it might be a plague, the Black Plague. But it became clear early on in this it was not. Now, was it dangerous? Yes, especially to those that were more susceptible to that. But the death rate was 1% or less across the board, and the 1% was in the very elderly.
Yep.
Children was decimals. There was no need in protecting the children. That was so minute. And what we did actually in many ways prolonged it.
Yep.
And did more damage.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back. Vacation stories coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But you're right, and that's what I want. See, Sherry has
Unless
to.
you can do it all with one shot.
You realize, Sherry doesn't understand the concept of you don't live for one trophy. I mean, you got to have, and not, they're far and few between. I mean, 2 is nothing.
Where do we go tomorrow afternoon?
I can't.
Really?
No, I can never go hunt again.
Well, Don's whole argument is if you go every weekend when you can in season, it's only like 10 weekends.
Yeah,
And
that's
what's
the thing.
10 weekends out of the whole year? That's his argument.
Well,
That's a good argument.
My point to Sherry now is I'm on vacation for 10 days. What's 2 days out of 10? It's nothing.
Sure.
To make her husband happy.
But what 2 days out of 10? It's nothing.
Because I bet you're so sweet when you come back and you say, honey, take the whole day, the next day to yourself to go out with the girls, go see a movie, go see Made in Manhattan, which, by the way, is the cutest movie. Want to make your wives happy? Go see it.
What movie is that?
cute.
That's J-Lo's new deal.
Oh, and it's precious.
Hey, Dee, is it hot in here? Can you cut that
It
heat
is.
down?
Let me say this, and I have said this. I've said this to my wife many times. The only way my wife stays at home or doesn't go and do things is by her own choice. Anytime if she wants to plan something to go, all I have to do is know about it, and I keep the kids all the time. I don't have a problem with that.
What a good man.
I'm not the only person everybody has to get out of that house sometimes in order to be a better mother and a better wife and a better husband and a better dad.
Got to take a break.
You got to get out there and breathe a little bit. And so that, it's not just all, and husbands and wives should go on dates. You got to date. You can't just sit there and the whole world be that. And it makes you better at all the other. So it's a give and a take. But you can go too far in either way. There's some people that don't stay home enough, and there's some people stay at home too much.
And I kind of feel like it's getting my time to hunt again.
Yeah. Well, I've hunted 2.5 times through the whole season, and I'd like at the end of the season maybe hunted 5.5 times. That's not a lot. And I say a half because one was just an afternoon hunt that I was only like 30 minutes from the house. I don't count that as a whole. Do you? I was at the house. I was at the house half the day.
I think you'll have to look at the giant book of blame, how it classifies.
Bubba, if you're at the house half the day, that's not a whole hunt.
I see what you're talking about.
But you went hunting.
But I'm not the one with the with the book.
So I've been 3 times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 12 minutes to the top. Webmaster Ryan Greenwood has called and informed me since hunting talk has broke out. As the year goes on, there may be some other deer that some of you may or may not want to see. He has moved those over to photos on the website, and it's under the title Buckies. And as the year goes on, anything that goes along with hunting, he will have under the photos where it says Buckies. So right now there's only the one picture there of the deer, but he said Speedy got one, so we may end up with that or whatever, but that's where they will be. So he wanted me to inform you that. So if you can't find a picture, if one's been up there, maybe been up there on the front page long enough, it gets moved into the photos section, and it is there now. JT.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
How you guys doing this morning?
JT,
Well, Merry
and
Christmas
apparently
to you
carrying
guys.
out the garbage.
Yeah,
today.
Merry Christmas
Well,
to you,
I tell
JT.
You've met my friend Giselle, who lives across the street
Yes,
from
I
me,
have.
who kind of helped out with your dad.
Yes, she did. She was a huge help with my family when my dad was in the
Well, she
hospital.
apparently is connected all over the place. She works at a school called Indian Springs School.
Yes,
here in town.
that's where the play Oliver was. That my daughter.
Right, there you go. And it's a, I guess you call that a private.
It is a boarding
school.
Yes, but you don't have to board there. You can if you want to.
Well, one of her alumni, a guy named Joe Farley, runs a business called Oversize Outfitters.
Is this like a hunting place for big guys?
Yeah, big guys. And he's got a website, bigcamo.com. That's probably what he ought to call the company. But he said, hey, listen, the guys love hunting.
You know, I like the name Big Camo. That ought to be what he
Isn't that
calls
good?
his store with it.
Bigcamo.com. So
Somebody
he
may
has
have
sent,
that already.
he has sent gifts for you guys. Each of you get a fleece jacket.
Oh, well, thank you.
And
Merry Christmas.
This is the...
JT, we know you're the master of getting free stuff.
Yeah.
Did you get this stuff free?
These are gifts for Rick and Bubba, and he's going to get some for Speedy and Dee. That, you know, he loves the show.
Thank you.
And listens all the time.
What's his name again?
Joe Farley.
Well, Joe, thank you.
At bigcamo.com.
Now, is he related to Chris?
And he ships everywhere in the
Yeah,
world.
is he Chris Farley's brother? So you're saying this stuff, though, is specifically designed for people who may have a little size on them?
I tried to get an XL, and he says, well, we start at 2X. And we go
That's where they start?
They start at 2.
I like it.
And go up to, like, you know, whatever you can. And remember the fridge, Joe Perry. What was his name? The fridge from the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, Refrigerator Perry.
He's one of their spokespeople.
Oh, is the fridge one of their spokespeople?
But they're right here in Birmingham, and they ship all over the country, and you can,
Man,
get
that's just very nice.
big guys.
Thank you very. I love this pattern.
BigCamo.com. But Joe Farley, there you go.
Well, Joe, thank you. That is very sweet. Merry Christmas to you and me, Bubba.
Sure.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. So we've done the debate recap. You certainly can bring that up in future phone segments, and we may find out more today. Will there be an announcement about the president's future? We will see. And I do know we may get a big Supreme Court ruling before today is over as well. If we do, we'll share that with you.
You know, we had a big ruling over the break while we were off. The Supreme Court said obstruction charges for January 6 rioters could be thrown out. And it also will affect Trump's election interference case. So they basically said that the law that was designed to for corporate fraud was applied to this, and that was a misuse of that statute.
Okay. So that's big if you're charged on January 6th for being an insurrectionist.
And we're expecting the immunity decision today.
Yep.
So maybe we'll know more about it.
Bubba, vacation last week.
Vacation.
A quick review. I believe it was, Sherry and I went back and looked at old pictures. I believe it was 2020, the last time that we tried to put together a beach trip that featured, outside just the two of us going. Sherry and I have taken some short trips down there over the last 4 years, but it was the last time that Dad was able to go to the beach and Mom but so we tried to say, well, about a year ago, because if you want to book a place, you're going to need to. And last week was the only week that we could find for a house that we needed. So this was going to be, let's go on a beach trip. Let's take the two sons that got married in the fall. Let's have our first family trip with the new daughter-in-laws.
In-laws and everybody.
Yeah,
huh?
and Big Love was ready to go, and he went. And so we, and I knew going into the week that one of the things that I just had to get settled with, that I was going to lose the power at all the restaurants of the power of the party of two.
Yeah.
I now went to a party of seven.
What
power? So anyway, so what we did, a lot of people are asking various questions because the Gulf of Mexico, as Helmsley keeps updating us on the new dangers every day, we've got sharks, we've got alligators, we've got riptide. And it's actually
bears. Don't forget the bears that are running down
bears
the
jumping
beach.
in the Gulf.
Yeah. Russian submarines.
Yeah. So with all the shark attacks that happened, Sherry Burgess immediately went to get a product called shark bands.
Oh boy.
We could not get into the Gulf of Mexico until Sherry put around your ankle a shark bands repellent.
Shark bands.
That's hilarious.
There's Blake and I with our shark bands on. As we were walking along the beach, people were coming up just going, "What's this right here? What is this?"
Yeah.
And I was like,
"What does it do, Rick?"
Yeah. It's Bubba. It's magnetic, and it sends out some frequency that sharks are supposed to hate.
I hope it's okay. I told everybody y'all were on house arrest.
You're right. Right. Well, it's funny you said that. That became that became the family joke. Everybody thinks we're on house arrest. Sherry, we can't keep wearing these. And we'd only go in about waist deep to get cool and get back out.
That's enough to get eaten.
It obviously worked though, because you're back today.
I'm back. We didn't have any sharks. Yeah. There was only one time I saw a little tail of a little bit larger fish come up, and everybody freaked out over that one time. The biggest problem that we had was, we had red flags, which were every day. The riptide was a serious problem. Some of y'all won't listen for some reason, even though all the lifeguards are trying to talk to you.
I don't get that.
The riptide was probably more dangerous than any sharks. Your odds of being sucked down by the riptide, unfortunately, we even had a listener that said they had to be rescued.
Wow.
If the riptide's never had a hold of you, it's a terrible feeling.
Yes.
Terrible feeling.
And do not try to swim in. Go sideways.
Swim with it.
Yep.
So the shark bands, you were not allowed to get in the water until Sherry put a shark bands on you. And then there's no telling how many shark bands we sold. People were literally pulling up Amazon on their phone on the beach, going, "Now what is this? What does it do?" And,
I can be here tomorrow.
And what I gathered on the research, there's nothing that can guarantee the shark will not bite you or attack you. This supposedly gives you a better shot.
Okay.
But none of it's 100%.
Yeah. So if your foot is in its mouth, it stings it?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Well, Bubba, there was something magnetic about it because it kept sticking to everything. So some kind of magnetic something.
Yeah.
So shark bands was it. But I know what's on everybody's mind that have been contacting me the most, and that is the world-famous Sherry Burgess-led beach bike marathon.
Ooh.
Now, Greg's tried to make this point because he's dealt with it before. Please do not think that the Burgesses, any of us, including Sherry, are cyclists. Okay? And do not think that we have expensive bikes that we ride all the time.
No, there's no gears, and gears help.
Yeah.
It's a beach bike.
This
y'all.
is basically a spider bike that we had when we were kids. There's no gears. It's what they have in the garage at the rental property. It's what all the and you get on it and you just pedal. Now, Sherry, what she likes to do, there's a bunch of beach communities. We're on that County Road 30A, okay? So it's 8.3 miles from where we're staying to where we're going to go eat lunch. And Sherry does this every time. And we have to journey. Now, there was one year she did the entire 16-plus miles of the entire county road. We have all said none of us can do that. No, please. So it's 8.3 down and 8.3 back. Ooh. Okay?
It's a lot of miles.
And, of course, I don't know if y'all knew the forecast. So what we do, I get my pointer.
Hot.
Let me get my pointer out.
Hot as hell, the one I saw.
So what we do is we go from here, okay, on our bikes.
Rosemary
Beach to Seaside.
Mm-hmm.
And we eat lunch, and then we come back. Now, one time, Sherry literally went from here all the way down to here. One time, but none of us are doing that anymore. We have all said we cannot. All right, now we knew what we would have here is how do the new people respond. And watching the kids and me try to warn the new daughter-in-laws, y'all don't know what's ahead. I can't explain. I think some people are just this way. I'm not even remotely. But my wife is just one of those people. She can not ride a bike for 6 months, okay? And then all of a sudden go ride one for 16 miles or go run for 5 miles. And I don't know how she does that. Again, she's not a cyclist, okay? It's not like something she does all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Now, I could tell pretty quick that Blake Burgess and his wife Priscilla, they're in shape. I mean, they're very healthy people. I felt pretty good about them. I've done a little bit better. I don't struggle like I once did. I was a little worried about Big Love. Young Broderick, I felt pretty good about him. Big concerns about Camtastic. She's wonderful. She's thin, but from what I've gathered, she's definitely a beautiful kind of more girly girl. You know what I mean? And has played some golf and understand is an outstanding bowler. But as far as as far as
Jack State's looking at her.
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, Helmsley's going to bring her in for a tryout. But she seemed to be the most nervous about this.
Okay.
She tried to practice some.
She did
at home, and you could tell when she arrived that she was like, "I just want to get this bike ride over. I can't enjoy. I'm so concerned about it." And everybody, and I said, "I'd love to tell you that it's going to be okay, but it's not. It's going to be." Yeah. It's gonna be, Greg. You've done it.
It's gonna be bad.
It's gonna be. It's gonna now.
So hot too.
Yeah, and
so hot.
And my wife loves this bike ride. She loves it with all of her heart. She just loves the family rolling down there in bikes and having our little lunch at the restaurant we always eat at. And
again, no gears on those.
No
bikes.
gears. These are just the kind of bikes you just like. Some of the
kind of like we all had as kids.
Yes,
Yeah.
And some of the seats twist. They weren't. Some of them had issues. Of course, I'm always going to draw the bike. Always, that's got issues.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Every time I get there, as soon as I arrive and I see my bike looks at me and says, "If you think it's hard on a good bike, try riding me." Okay, because my seat's going to be wrong. You're going to have some chain problem with me.
Yeah. Yep.
So I made the decision.
Hold on. Does Sherry understand and know the family is so scared and dreads this bike ride? Is she aware of it and she says, "Oh no, we're doing it," or is that like a family secret?
It's not a family. She didn't seem to care.
Okay,
it's like
she
she's
doesn't care.
Yeah, because I've told her. I said, "Do you remember Greg crashing?" Yes. Do you remember when you ran Doug Travis into the gravel? Yes. Do you remember when Lynn Garnett was on the side of the road vomiting when you tried to get her to do this? She goes, yeah. And I said, does any of that make you not want to do this? She goes, no, I can't wait.
Okay.
And so
what I needed.
when we come back, I'll tell you the strategy that we took on and how it went. It was, as Bubba just said, it was 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
Don't miss this. Sherry has no interest, and let's try this in the cooler of the day. She has no interest in that whatsoever. Lunchtime. We're going in the middle of the day. Okay? 1,000 degrees. Now, we all know that she's going to get up front, and no one else will be up front, and she's gone. Okay? That was the big discussion. Anybody going to try to keep pace with Mom? We had 2 takers on that, and then we had the other 4 that we all said we're not even in that game. We just want to live. We would like to be at the end of this bike ride, still be alive. So I'll tell you how it went and everybody's strategy. And a couple of things, too, I think I can change and help 30A. We're allowing some things down there that have got to change.
Oh.
Okay? And I'm going to get a big probably amen from a lot of people on this one. There's something we're allowing down there that's got to change. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, JT.
And Speedy and D said he's got some coming for you guys.
Well, what can they with? They're too little. You can't get anything from Big
That's
Camel.
true.
Yeah.
Well, if you layer up, maybe you need a double X.
Layer up. Yeah, you know, they said that felt good to be able to look at people who are in shape and go, I'm sorry, y'all can't shop there.
Yeah.
Don't think they have anything for you. Not big enough.
Not that we talk about hunting. I didn't mean to.
Well, we don't, and that's one thing we don't want to ever.
First time ever he's
So you and your son.
So JT is branching out on his own, huh?
Is your son interested in hunting?
Very.
See, how about the only one old enough to go is not interested yet. And I wasn't either at his age. I like to rabbit hunt, but
I think the true test will come.
The thought of still hunting when I was 11 years old was horrifying to me.
You didn't want to be still, but now that you're older, you love being still.
And your dad would give you a pellet gun and tell you had a chance to kill one?
Yeah.
Well, he thinks he's interested. When he gets up at 4:30 and has to sit in 30-degree weather for about 3
JT, I don't
hours.
know that you need to throw him in. Maybe just do afternoon.
Well, he's just going to sit with
you. Don't do him an all day.
No, we're just going to go morning. We'll go up Friday night, hunt Saturday morning, and then come back because we got the company party Saturday night. Can't stay all weekend.
You going to the company party?
Sure. Y'all coming?
I don't think I may not be able. It's my daughter's birthday weekend. So
yeah, I'm going to try to be there.
I don't see any way I can do it.
Our babysitters, I mean, we have just wore them out this year.
I mean,
careful.
Where is the company party this year?
Workplay.
Oh, that's right. I would love to go, but I don't know. Now Ryan Greenwood is saying BigCamo.com is in link, so he won't be hammered by you coming on. And I appreciate you going out and buying those for us. You did buy them for us.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Because I know you've kind of got a rep for...
Well, Joe Farley's a huge fan of the show. I mean,
Well,
I
he's a
went
good
down there.
man.
He's got your pictures up on the wall.
Does he really?
It was almost a little scary. When you open the closet door of a guy and he's got a picture. Wasn't that bad, but he does love the show. BigCamo.com.
JT's just strange.
How much does he love the show?
A lot.
Like, uncomfortably?
No.
Okay.
Not that bad. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate...
He's a really nice guy.
I appreciate the gear.
Sure.
Can't thank him enough. Yeah. Starts at XX, huh?
Starts and goes up to as wide as this counter.
Can I ask you this? How many things do you own that you actually paid for?
This shirt.
Did you?
That's it today. The belt and jeans were gifts.
That's it today.
JT, you're so not right. Yeah.
Well, it's the thought that counts. I'm not sure what this thought is. It sounds like to me you used a guy who's a fan of us to get you some stuff, and oh, by the way, here's some stuff for you.
No, once again, I went through the neighborhood.
Didn't shirt one time like an 8X?
Yeah, he said he.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
And he
Have you ever seen an 8X? Wow.
Yes, I've got it at home. I put it on sometimes as a joke.
It's a big one.
Why? I mean, it's not just kind
You
of
should
big.
see the waders they've got for 8X. I mean.
Yeah. So if you're a big one and you like to hunt or fish and you can't find gear that fits you, this could be the answer.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So BigCamo.com. All right, we'll come back. Thanks to all of you who's been watching on Turner South. We'll come back tomorrow. 2 more days to give away those color TVs. We'll have one tomorrow and then again another one on Friday. So be sure you're with us. Don't forget on Christmas Day to make plans 6 hours of some of the best TV moments of Rick and Bubba on Turner South, followed by 6 hours worth of Elvis movies
that we will host a king-size Christmas coming Christmas Day to Turner South.
It's going to be strange. You don't miss it.
Yeah, those of you who still have an hour of radio left, we'll talk to you and we'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. Vacation stories, 9 minutes to the top. Do want to point you to IsraelNeedsMe.com. The atrocities of war and the pain it's created for years and continues on in Israel. I mean, it's the center of the universe, and emergency war relief is needed. And a lot of you have asked, how can you help? Well, this is an organization of Messianic Jewish people that want to help their fellow Jewish people in Israel. IsraelNeedsMe.com, they've been vetted for over 50 years. They have the highest accountability and one of the highest ratings of nonprofits. So if you'd like to help the people of Israel, go directly to IsraelNeedsMe.com. And some of the donations you've given after the attack on October the 7th have really made a difference. You helped them raise $200,000 for a new rehabilitation center for those injured on October 7th. Thank you for that. You've helped children get back to their education. And if you'd like to continue, you can by going to IsraelNeedsMe.com, IsraelNeedsMe.com, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. And thanks for all you've already done. All right, so I'm going to try to finish up the beach trip. Bubba, I know we got stuff from your vacation coming up. But on the bike ride, which is what we're doing now, and a lot of people were asking me, I want to show you when we took off on the bike ride, the distance between the two groups.
You really need a laser
Yeah,
pointer.
so
you can stay at the
here,
mic.
if you notice, way up here, see that hat? See that straw hat? That's Blake. His wife Priscilla is in front of him, and Sherry's at the front. Here's group 2. There's Camtastic. We're worried about Camtastic. Here's young Broderick staying with his wife. Brooks is just saying, I just want to live. So we are now.
And you're anchoring.
I have made the decision that I said I can't go off and leave the group we're concerned about. Somebody's got to look after Camtastic. And I know Brody can do it, and I know whatever, but
I know what you're doing.
Yeah,
it's
I said,
brilliant.
I said
Flying cover.
I need to hang back with this group because we don't know if we're not sure. I need to state somebody, one of the the husband and wife that are hosting the trip. The wife's gone. She's taking the two in incredible shape too, and they're gone.
Yeah.
Okay, we have no hope. They're going to leave us so fast. I don't even think they know we exist anymore. But back here in group 2, there's a struggle, and I'm watching. That's 1,000 degrees. Okay, we're middle of the day.
I got this bunch, Sherry.
Yeah. Hey, baby, y'all go on. I'm gonna stay back here I got to look after my daughter-in-law and help my sons. Y'all go on. Okay. And so now I'm kind of moving at the pace I've wanted to move at. Okay.
I'll take a water.
It's sandbag workouts.
I'm going to sacrificially stay back here with them. Y'all go on.
Order whatever appetizer you want.
By the way, table for 5. Table for 7. Table for 7.
Be there in a bit.
Okay. Table for 7. See y'all in Seaside. So I pick up pretty quick that our wonderful little daughter-in-law, she's struggling.
Uh-oh.
She's struggling.
And I could tell what was haunting her. We had to stop a couple times, and we kept hydrated. And I finally just said something that we've all struggled, and it helps with somebody. What are we looking for? We're looking for hope.
Yeah.
And we stopped one time under a shade tree. Okay, profusely sweaty. At one point, by the way, I don't know what Big Love was thinking. He tried to hang with the front group, and he grossly regretted that.
Yeah,
okay,
monkey got it.
We found him just standing under a tree. I said, couldn't hang with that pace, could you? So anyway, I said, here's what I'm going to tell you, and I said the year, and the kids love it when I do something. I give them the year. I said the year was 2005. Okay, and she said, okay. I said I had to be rescued. Okay, so it won't be unprecedented. I said I was about 305, and I was dragging one of these kids on one of those come-alongs behind me. And when I got to Seaside, I looked at my wife and said, I can't return. I can't go back. You're going to have to go.
Uber is much easier now than it was.
Now you're dealing with a bike. And I said, now we had the bike rack on the van, and my wife drove all the way back. I stayed with the kids, and she came and got us in the van. So it's not unprecedented. I'm willing to tell you right now, just so you know, if you can get to the lunch, if you can make the front end of this journey, I'll rescue you and you won't have to do the second. I said, that's all you're thinking about. And she goes, I've got to come back. I said, oh yeah, it's 8-3 going back. And I said, so I want you to know I'm going to release you from the return trip. And I said, because I you think you can do a return trip? She goes, I just don't think I can. And I said, okay, so let's not worry about that. All we got to do now is to get to lunch. Okay. Now, one thing I noticed, young Broderick, her husband, and I appreciate what he did. Have you ever done this for people that are struggling and they want it to be over and you want them to make it and you start exaggerating the distance?
Oh.
Just telling them it's shorter than it really is.
Yeah. Not far.
I saw Brody one time say, it's only another mile. And I went, and I looked at him and he just shook his head off. Just one more mile, baby. Yeah. And I was like, I see 2.4. You know what I mean? And because don't think I ain't checking. Right. You know what I mean? And Big Love's checked 4 or 5 times. Okay. And so he said, no, just one more mile, baby. And he looked at me like, Dad, go with me here. Yeah. We're almost there. We told her that the rooftops were Seaside about 5 times before it really was. There's Seaside right down there. You know, and she's like, am I almost there? You get to that house right there. And then we get there and go, oh, wait, it's a little further.
Oh, wait a minute.
Not quite there yet. We told her she was there so many times. Is this where Jim Carrey did the movie? Yep, you're here, baby. Just keep going. And we're not there yet.
Can you even see the front leg?
But if you could have, no, they're so far gone.
Have an appetizer.
I'm starting to miss them. That's how far gone they are.
Ain't seen y'all in a while.
So listen, here's the part you'll love. There's actually, of course, a sign that says what? Welcome to Seaside. When she saw that sign finally, she turned around and looked at us like, y'all been telling me I was in Seaside. Well, Seaside's
they all look the same.
Yeah, you got official Seaside beach communities. Who's to say? So we did have to make the deal. I said, now I would like everybody to think, how quick did Big Love say, I'll tell you what, I'll stay with Cameron.
Oh, so quick.
Y'all go on back. Y'all get the vehicle.
I volunteer.
I'll stay with Cameron. Brooks, thank you. You're sacrificial just like your father for staying back here in the back. Tell you what, we'll stay here and go over to one of those food trucks and maybe get something cold to drink. Okay. All right. So you're willing. I'll stay. Even Brody was like, well, that's too many bikes. And Big Love says, no, I'll stay, Brody. You go back. So Big Love stayed with Cameron. We did have our lunch. We all came into that restaurant. And let me tell you, if you had an appetite, we took it from you because, hey, we were thumping. I mean, our family, we were sweating so much. And so we had our lunch, and we went back. I had rented a Suburban because we needed it for Party of 7. And so you could take 2 seats down in the back and get the bikes in there, but you only could get 2 bikes.
Yeah.
So we left Cameron, went back so far. And there she is after she survived leg 1, and you have to give her a round of applause. She survived.
Good job,
she
Cameron.
She did get to lunch, and so we actually went back, and we rescued her. I took
Big Love
and Big Love, who for some reason declared he couldn't make it back. But anyway, I don't want to leave her by herself, Dad. Yeah, she has a husband. Okay, she has a husband.
He could.
I kind of pictured him staying. You know, and no,
I got it.
No, well, I can't get $3. I know, that's why you should ride back. Okay, and I'm gonna stay here with my sister-in-law. Somebody's got to look after her. I mean, her husband could.
Sure.
So there you go. We made it, but we did have to rescue one. We had 2 that didn't make it all the way back this year. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so here we go. Thursday, 4th of July. Where, do you rank 4th of July on all the barbecue days? Is that number 1? Is that over Memorial Day and Labor Day?
If it ain't 1, it's 2.
Well, if you're looking to have delicious meat and put it on the grill, I'm going to point you to Backyard Butchers, and a lot of you have already done this. They're Christian conservative Texas-based company dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef. Your box will include all born and raised American beef from ranches right here in the heartland of America. If you go to the meat aisle and it says product of the USA, careful, all that sticker means is it was packaged in America. It does not indicate it was raised in America. But at Backyard Butchers, yes, we can tell you it's not. It's also raised here, not just packaged here. Backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. You talk about delicious, delicious meat for the grill for 4th of July. Use the promo code Bubba, and we get you 20% off your first order. And now if you continue to be a subscriber, say, I want to go month to month, then you can get an additional 10%, and you're going to get free shipping too. Okay? So get delicious meat from the farmers and the ranchers right here in America from backyardbutchers.com/Bubba.
Classic. Well, Bill, here we are. Week 3, Rick and Bubba television show. I think it's going pretty good. Anything you want us to do different?
Well, Rick, I hate to say anything, but I think you're talking too loud.
You think I'm talking too loud?
Yeah.
Bill, I'm a loud person. I'll always talk loud. I mean, you want me to whisper?
No, you don't have to whisper, but you're so loud that the camera shuts down, and then you can't hear me. It sounds like I'm just off in the distance somewhere.
You think I'm shutting the camera down?
Oh, yeah.
With my loud voice?
Yes, I sure do, yeah.
Well, why don't you just talk louder?
Well, when I do, it makes me sound like I've got a country accent.
Oh, has your mother seen the shows yet?
Yes, but she hadn't said anything about it.
My mother thinks we're taking the shirts off too much in the show.
Does she?
Too much dancing, too much hip pumping, too much shirts off.
Well, you know, sometimes it's just sexy as sexy does.
Stay tuned.
Brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. 29 minutes past the hour. We still do not have the audio problems worked out for the playback. Audio is on the video, so the issue is here in this big board in front of me trying to get it to us where you can hear it. And we have nothing. And we really don't know why. I'll try.
I don't see anything. Chris?
Yeah. Yeah, he's showing. I see the monitor.
Oh, okay, somebody punched this. Well,
so our options are, hey, we'll try it next hour or tomorrow.
Well, we'll have to get the gurus that wired all this together, because it's, I tell you, when you're trying to trace somebody else's stuff, it's a little tough.
Yeah, not. So when Master Engineer Frank Jardina gets here, there he is, ladies and gentlemen,
on the bridge.
Master Engineer Frank. Frank, I want to thank you for fixing this pod right here, too. It's working smooth as silk. Thank you. You're welcome. So you always thank the engineer. You don't just always complain. You have to also acknowledge when he does something for you. Engineers,
what do you think, Frank?
Hear a lot of negative. You have to give them some positive.
I know it.
Watch out. Well, that's what we thought.
Well, we just hooked that up. We found cables, line, and look, we just match male and female to try to make something happen.
Frank, let me ask you this question. On the mini disc pod, is it usually come in on A or B when we take audio off of the video in there? It is B?
What does it say on B?
It says dat is B. So that's what we would normally hear out of that?
Yeah, here's what's dangling here, though.
That has
dangling participle.
But see, yeah, it's a.
That's a male. Okay.
That is audio coming from the board to record with.
Yeah.
See, this is what's beautiful about the Rick and Bubba show. We will work on a problem here on the air.
Well, why not?
If we feel like it's important enough to stay with it.
Yeah. Well, this is something we all want to see and hear.
2003, 2004.
You know, the thing, too, usually on Mondays you have these kind of things anyway.
Well, yeah, because over the weekend,
right.
Who knows what happens. I mean, you come in here, there's a smell of hemp in the air.
Yeah, I know. You don't really know what's been going on.
You know, and Frank will admit this, you know, if we call honesty chair on him, if we put him in the honesty chair, you really don't even go by the station over the weekend, especially wanting to enjoy the weekend.
Right.
Now, if you
a long weekend, too, Rick, you got to think about it. We had an extra day for somebody to goof off in here.
Sure. There's best of shows going and part-timers hanging out. You don't know what, so people got the girlfriend up here.
You know where this gray area, and you know how I pick up on flags about things?
Yes.
Speedy had that other CD player in here. And I noticed that's mysteriously gotten out of here.
Yeah, I was getting it out of the way.
And you have to plug that into the board somehow. And it's okay, because, I mean, you've got to do that.
Look, buddy, all I did was use this right here that was dangling. I didn't even touch all that.
Well, I don't think you use that right there, Speedy, because it won't plug into the back of the CD player. But
he's using the wrong. He's using 2001 and 20 something. That's the reason it's not coming in here.
He changed.
Yep, we're all here, back from vacation. We've hit the debate. We're rolling through some vacation stories now, and more to come. So we'll hit some other things that have happened. We're kind of bouncing around a little bit now, but a lot of you had asked about the bike trip, so I want to update you on that. And Bubba, what's some things you did while you were away?
Well, it started. We did a lot of things over the week we had off, and it was wonderful, and we'll talk some more about it. But it started last Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It was National Field Day for the ham operators.
That's right.
And it's really not a ham story as much as we were headed out to meet the Montgomery Club. And they were set up on a farm out south of town. I'm not sure exactly where I was.
So you did go. Beautiful. So you did go.
Oh yeah, we went out and tried to make a few stops around.
You can't miss field day.
And started up there at Lake Martin, and then we went down to Montgomery. And as we're headed to Montgomery, and my buddy Vance Williamson is riding with me, and he says, we're on a famous road.
How about that?
And I said, no, I really didn't know that. What is so famous about this road? He said, this is Woodley Road. He said, you know the history behind that, don't you? And I said, no, not really. He said, you ever heard the song Seven Bridges Road?
Yeah.
I said, that the Eagles sing? He said, yeah.
Huh.
He said, it was written about this road right here.
How about that?
Now, Rick,
really,
for the most part, we're out in the middle of what most people would say is nowhere.
Right.
And I'm thinking, now, how did this road right here, south of Montgomery, end up as an Eagles song?
Right.
And I was a little doubtful to begin with, because Vance will tell you when I tell you something, go to the bank with it, and he's usually right.
Okay. I was going to ask that.
I don't debate that, but he's also a practical joker, so you have to filter that in a little bit.
That doesn't cause confusion.
So he started counting the bridges as we were going over it, and telling me the story of how it was written on that road.
Yeah.
And, we got to number 7, and I thought, well, there was 7 bridges on that road. That's kind of strange. And how Steve Young from Montgomery wrote that and recorded it in 1969. And there's been 2 or 3 arrangements over the years, and apparently the Eagles were a big fan of it and used to use it. If you go by Don Felder's book, they used it to warm up backstage.
Right.
And then finally somebody said, why don't we sing this? It sounds kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
So they started opening their concerts with it and using it as a song to kind of get dialed in voice wise because it requires 6-part harmony to do it.
Correct.
And so we looked it up and it was true. So I was kind of blown away that we were on Seven Bridges Road, and of course coming back we had to play it on the stereo wide open as loud as we could.
Well, if you're on that road,
and we played it about 4 times in a row.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The only recorded version of them is the live album, right?
Correct.
They never recorded it in the studio.
Correct. And I told
But
Bubba,
it was remastered in what year was it? The one I had and was listening to was remastered not too long ago, or I say not. It was in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it sounds. I mean,
But
it
it's
has
always
what I like to call haunting vocals.
This is, but like I said, they never went in a studio and recorded.
Yeah.
It's just they recorded off their live.
Yeah.
That live album, which was
And I know we can't play that, Adler, so. Where are you going, Southwood?
Yeah, we're going.
Wow. I just
but it
learned
was pretty
something.
cool.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool because the farm we were at was just right off of that road, and I thought, wow, so we're right here.
Well, as I told you, and I put it when you
group of guys
when you
down
sent
the
the thing. So Greg and I were exposed to the song when we were very, very young.
Mm-hmm.
So it was weird for me the first time I heard the Eagles sing it. I'm like, they're singing that song from Jerry Ryan's brothers band. So
Yeah.
3 on a String, Jerry Ryan has a brother, Terry Ryan, and they had a band called Wheat Ridge. And Greg and I were just we couldn't have been very old.
Dad had the album.
Dad had the album, and of course
And it's really good, by the way.
So they knew Steve Young, the
Yeah.
songwriter, because he's from
Yeah.
Montgomery and Gadsden, and so they did Seven Bridges Road. Now they didn't do it like this. They did it just like a regular.
Yeah, there's been different
Jerry's brother.
arrangements of it
Yeah,
slightly over the years, but the lyrics have not changed.
He actually sang the lead on that, didn't
Now
he?
I don't know that.
I think he did.
No, but I know it was his band, and I wish that was a great album. Wheat Ridge was great, and there's people I'm sure in the Birmingham area right now going, "Oh, I used to go see Wheat Ridge," but they did the song, and that's when I was told that it was written by a guy from Alabama, by Jerry and everybody. So for me, hearing the Eagles, I went, "What are they doing with Wheat Ridge's Seven Bridges Road singing? What's the Eagles doing with this?" So if I wish I could find that version because it was like, "There are stars in the sun."
Yeah, it's just one person.
It's one person singing. It's not them doing all these 6-part harmonies, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So, but you actually got on the road.
Yeah, it was so cool. I couldn't wait to call Betty and say, "Hey, you know,
Woodley
you know
Road.
Seven Bridges Road, that song?
There it is.
Hey, I'm on that road right now.
I'm counting them.
How
I'm
cool
on
is that,
5.
Oh, it was.
How cool is that?
I mean, I'm going over those bridges and they're hitting. I'm
How
like,
loud
wow.
were you singing it?
Oh, it's top of my lungs.
Were there stars
I
in the
couldn't have
southern
sung
sky?
louder if I'd have been in a shower.
Some people said for the first time in history there were 7-part harmonies.
Yeah. Well, mine went in between all 6. It was,
I picked one in that
I was the
section.
sine wave in between
You
all
just had
6
it so
of them.
loud you really couldn't hear you sing.
Right. Yeah, I drowned myself out.
Right.
I mean, to me, I was up there with Timothy B. Smith,
Oh, yeah, sure.
but not really.
No. Bubba, also on that note, we have a winner today. The ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing trip from our friends at North Alabama Outdoors. And so they get 2 days, a guided trip, and they're going to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. They get a Yeti prize package, a pair of Wiley X sunglasses, $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money.
Whoa.
And it's all about $2,000, and you have the winner.
Rick, the winner is Brian Morris from Wedowee, Alabama.
How about that? Not far
Brian
from the
Morris.
Seven Bridges Road.
And now the national media likes to call Wedowee Weedawee, but we know locally it is pronounced Wedowee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
wow, that's cool.
Brian Morris, you will have a great trip. So congratulations.
Yep. And thanks for listening.
Yeah, and thanks to all the folks
That's a good
at
prize
Alabama
right there.
Mountain Lakes, the Tourist Association.
Y'all want to go right on that road right now?
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
do.
It
I
was
do
really
so
cool
badly.
because it's out in the country
Can we
and
count
a
the
lot
bridges?
of trees over it and the moss in the tree, and you're like, hey.
Did you say Moss and Truth? And Moss and... Where, Bubba? There you go. So That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was real cool.
We'll come back.
Learn something. You say I love learning something.
Oh yeah, Bubba,
That's
more from vacation.
Yep.
Did I hear pickleball?
Pickleball was part of the activity.
Pickle. It's part of mine as well.
Pickle.
We thought about family
I got my
pickleball.
pickle backpack on and went right on out there.
Couldn't find a court. We were going to play down
Betty's
there.
mad at me.
Amanda got mad at me.
She's mad at me because I got a backpack.
Rick and Bubba.
He's changing it right now.
Oh wow! So we may have something.
See, folks, we can work out anything.
All right, 03 and 04 are in there. Try A.
Yep.
We got audio. Let's try it again.
There it is.
Got it.
All right, here we go.
That was this, and it is A, by the way. Fine. It's A.
Let's make a note to ourselves. Let's label it.
Okay.
That's
label.
Yeah, label.
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 That's on the.
7. We got time. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. We can go into segment 1 right now. Okay, so we're good.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, here is Bubba.
Bubba gets a new grill, part 1.
Please show him getting out of the car again.
How about this right now? That's my favorite part.
Here it is again. Here it is.
Look,
I'm stretching.
by the way, that's Bubba's stretch, the standard when he gets out.
Yeah.
And
good profile there.
Yeah, there it is.
Due any moment.
Yeah, that's Bubba.
I'm carrying a little extra up front. Have y'all noticed that?
Well, all yours, it's that shirt. That's got to be what it is. Granted, it looks like somebody's covered up for a nap, but that's
Sure,
you know what I mean?
sure.
That is.
It looks like somebody's trying to sneak into the dentist office under my shirt. You got Hunter under there? Let him out.
Let Hunter out. Let him breathe.
There he's
All
coming
right, he's in, and this is where he spots Chris for the first time. And this is where
You've seen the movie Dead Men Walking.
And here's Bubba.
How are you?
Look at the old grill. You know. Oh, thank you. We had a good time.
Hey, bud. How you doing, brother? What's up?
You doing all right?
Yeah, doing good.
Killing any snakes up on the hill?
Yes.
That's my FedEx man,
Get them
by
all.
the way.
Get all of them you can.
Has he got a new grill too? Small talk takes my mind off of it.
You know, it concerns me a little bit that maybe 2 weeks ago, Rick asked me on there, had I rather go to the dentist or deal with a snake? And I said go to the dentist, but it took me a little time to think about it.
And then here you are.
There's cookies baking.
See that cookie?
Well, that's critical.
Oh, look, last time for the grill.
That's what I had lunch with me.
Look at that. There's the old grill.
See, it don't look like that anymore. That'd be pretty. That'd be pretty.
There's the old grill.
The old grill. I don't care. As long as it's not NPR.
Sure, I'll get something.
Yeah, we still a lot of listeners from NPR.
Still waiting.
This is the point where I'm trying to act like I'm not scared to death. Sure, I'm good. How are y'all? No, I'm good, really. I'm just joking. Seriously, I'm good. Yeah. I'm good.
There's that shirt that Bubba and I wore the same shirt that day.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
A picture of it on the wall.
Bad teeth. Good teeth. Bad teeth. Good teeth.
I'll be honest with you, I wish Christopher Columbus was getting it done and I was videoing him. No, it's going to be good. See, I'm just acting scared. I'm really not.
Yeah, that's for the show. I appreciate that.
Sure. Candy more, overeat. I'm fired up about the gas. I'll be honest with you, some of the best bits on the show have come to me while I was in the chair. Everybody remember Tag You're It? Classic.
Shell game? Y'all remember the shell game? All right, how about, can I tell you I'm missing the old grill now that I see it again?
There he is.
There's Doc.
There's Doc.
Everybody just staring each other down.
This is, being that I'm approaching 40, this isn't the worst thing I'm going to have done next year.
That's true.
We ready?
We're ready. We're ready to go. We're sitting on.
Oh, you did a good job.
Got
you a hug.
How about Christy's a good hugger, too?
We made cookies.
Well,
We heard the timer go off. He good.
said.
Look how pretty all of them's teeth are. Look, all of them have beautiful teeth. Can
Look
you
at all
see
those grills.
Just grills everywhere.
No, I'm good. Now you can get up once you go in here. You're not committed. Now what I would like to do is start out with some pictures. The chair.
Is that where it's all going to happen?
Oh yeah, right there.
Not an electric chair.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff in there.
Well, they've got Bubba's glasses on.
Okay, we can all start saying that. All right.
Teeth fragments flying at them.
To get a couple of pictures.
Oh, I didn't comb my hair.
I apologize. That picture I had, we got it off your website.
20 minutes past the hour. We've hit the debate today. Catch that in the archives if you missed it. We are going through vacation flashbacks right now. Later, we get into a number of other stories. We may have a Supreme Court ruling today of consequence. And we definitely will unpack the bizarre happenings with Texas A&M and Texas baseball. So we'll hit that.
How about today, if I'm not mistaken, did I hear it right, is the official first day of Texas and Oklahoma being in the SEC?
You are correct. That is correct.
It is their birthday today.
Actually had, at the beach, had a family in front of us in the beach chairs that began to ask us, they're Oklahoma fans, what's the best way to get to Auburn? I kid you not. And I said, well...
Tell them you can't get there from there?
No, they said, are there any flights into Auburn? I said, that'd be a no. Not commercial, but Montgomery. Yeah. Try Montgomery. There's they have some commercial flights that come in there. That'll get you about an hour away.
Yeah,
Oklahoma fans already planning their trip to Auburn.
Boy.
Isn't that strange?
Coming in September.
So, Bubba, looking at vacation, so you drove on the Seven Bridges Road.
I did.
So, and what else?
We had a lot of get-togethers. It was very uneventful, and that's my goal on vacation.
Yeah.
I like to come back without any horrifying stories, if at all possible.
Yes.
A lot of beautiful sunsets, a lot of time spent with my lovely wife. We did get to visit with my daughter yesterday a little bit.
Okay.
But we did get out. Of course, we got out and rode the pontoon boat.
Of course.
Which is, it
doesn't
get much better than that.
Look at that
book,
happy couple on the pontoon, baby.
You know what we did too, and this was kind of cool. We called a friend of ours that we have not seen in a long time, who was the girl who actually set me and Betty up.
How about that?
To begin with.
Oh, matchmaker.
And told her, thank you for introducing us. It appears it's worked out.
How about that's cool?
Oh. Yep. And the water was so smooth early in the week, and we were just out there cruising. Look at that. Yeah. It's like glass.
It'll be rookie time this week. That's the 4th of July. God, I was so glad to get off the beach before the 4th of July. I didn't know what to do.
So, but one of the days, Rick, we have some courts there. And
pickle, 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 pickle.
So I took my new pickleball backpack.
New pickleball backpack.
Why do you have a backpack? He has a backpack
paddles,
for everything.
Why? My two paddles. And I got out a handful of balls out of the 100 balls we ordered. And we headed on out to the court for action. And, it was fun. We had a good time. I'm still trying to learn the rules. And, sometimes you hang a ball up in the air, I want to hit it. It's hard for me to wait for it to bounce. But a little warm. A little warm out there on Friday.
A little toasty.
But we had a big round robin deal where we had 4 courts full of people and people waiting on each court to play to rotate in and out.
How did it go? How did it go?
Oh, it went good. It went good. It's it's still that was only my 4th time to be on the court, and once I had to be hauled off. So
immediately.
My first goal was do not be injured.
Growing.
Packle. Pack.
So, but hey, we worked up a good sweat, and I was glad I was able to endure the heat because it reminded me of playing tennis in Mobile.
Oh yeah.
When it was 117 in the shade. But it was a lot of fun, and it's much more fun when it's shady.
Right. Oh yeah.
Cloudy overhead.
Did you play with Betty on your team?
This particular
y'all tried
day,
all kinds of combos.
This particular day, I did not play with her or against her, either one.
Okay.
So we were further on the other end, and
we
had some good.
Are you starting to connect with pickleball?
Well,
go ahead. I mean, I know that we're afraid of this cult.
I'm just glad to be out moving around. Let me put it that way.
All right.
And that's what I needed to do, and I got a good workout. So
that we brought
just surviving the heat was a good workout.
Sherry brought the pickleball stuff.
That's not as much fun as riding a pontoon boat.
No,
okay, I don't want to.
What's that?
I don't even
really?
put that in the same breath.
And there was thoughts of a family pickleball tournament, which I thought would have been disastrous. But somebody was kind enough to send us. I think you can find a court here over by some middle school or something. Yeah. But it was going to require loading back up in the Suburban, or what was that we had?
Or get on your bike.
Yeah, not those bikes again, and then go a trip over there. You might or might not have been able to play, and we never could get the family motivated.
Yeah.
So we never did it.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to bring it up. I had the paddles, I had the balls, and we went to dinner one night, and we happened to have them in the car, and they said, y'all want to go play pickleball after? And I'm like, I'm good with that. And to Bubba's point, I'd laid around a little more than I needed to. I needed to move around. And
I had no issue with that after the back ride. I just tried to live.
So we get there, and when we pull up, I feel like, no way we're getting on the court. Every court's full. There's 4 courts.
How far did you have to leave where you were staying?
4 miles.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get to put your paddles in a little holder to say next?
Well, I was like, guys, why don't we just come back? Let's walk down this pier for a minute, because it's at a little park.
Sure.
And then maybe we can come back and so I refuse to put the paddles in the thing. I think that's the dumbest thing ever. So I refuse. I refuse to. If I have to put paddles there, if I have to put paddles there, I just go home. Yeah. Like I'm not waiting. Yeah. I'm not waiting because when I get on the court, I'm not playing just one game and rotating somebody in. I'm gonna stay as long as I want to stay.
Sure.
That's the way the world works. Okay, pickleball's not going to make new rules for everybody in the world.
They're trying to.
I know they are.
They're trying to take over the
world. And I'm
world.
stamping it out.
They're trying to take over the world.
And so we got to play, and Caroline had one of her friends, Kinley. They both play on the tennis team at Vestavia, so they're very athletic. They play pickleball a good bit. So I'm out there, and we're having some good rallies and playing out some points. And you know me, I can't just allow that to happen. I want, hey, we need to play. Let's play to some scores and see what happens.
Who's on your team?
Well, at first I took on Caroline in singles.
Pickle.
And she beat me. Well, I wasn't going to allow that. I'm just getting started.
Hothead. Yeah. Hothead.
I've never really done this like in singles, and I don't the ball flying out and ding. Well, then I realized Caroline's not willing to come up. She's going to stay back. She just wants to rally, and that's where I messed up the first time.
Okay.
So the second and third time, I adjusted and game over.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, hey, listen, I want to play. I'm going to take on you and Kinley.
Pickle.
And if I lose, I'll go buy ice cream for everybody.
Ooh.
Pickle.
If I win, no ice cream.
Wow.
Because ice cream had been mentioned.
Except for you.
And I'll just tell you, we didn't have ice cream that night.
Uh-oh.
What? And it wasn't even close. Y'all got to learn to come up.
Right.
Yes.
If you're not going to play
doubles,
I know. They just would not.
You still
come
didn't get
up
them
and
ice
do that.
cream?
No, absolutely not.
That is where
It's a pickle
that
lesson.
is where the
That's what it
tennis
was, a
and the
pickle
pickle
lesson.
world follows very closely on
Rick,
that.
do you know if you let that run a little bit, there's a beat that comes along with
Really?
it? Oh,
Pickle.
yeah.
Pickle.
Now they're
Pickle. 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 Pickle.
Oh, wow.
Pickle. Pickle.
I wish we'd started there.
Pickle.
Yeah.
Pickle. 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 Pickle.
Okay.
So Maddie got it. Then we kind of had some fun zone. Maddie got out there. Her friend got out there. Amanda got out there.
Oh.
And
How's Amanda's game?
being one of the most unathletic people I've ever met in my life, it doesn't go.
Michael Helm.
No, she knows it. Like this is not. This didn't catch anybody off guard.
Sure.
She's not hearing this and going, "Well, I think I'm pretty athletic."
Right.
She's not doing that.
Right.
But goes to my point. She had fun. She could hit the ball back and forth, and we pickled it around a little bit. And
she get ice cream.
Well,
the whole
that's so good. But it was fun. It was a good time. And I'll say this:
it's been sweeping the internet.
Yeah, I will say this to the injury, because you do hear physical therapists, businesses, surgeons say they've never been in better business because of this activity that's been created. And I will say this: because I have never played, I was sore the next day because I was using these muscles that I never used before. Like I was between the bed I was sleeping in and the pickleball court, I struggled that next day. I was like, wow, so I used some muscles here I hadn't used in a while.
This is one of my questions. How's it affected your tennis swing after you play? Because I have not been on the tennis court again.
Oh, well, I don't do it enough for it to, like, that's the one time I did it, and then I probably
Could it if you did too much of it?
It's just completely different.
The bounce is so different.
It is. Yeah. It's completely different.
We'll come back. Phone troll, 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. The first Patriot Mobile phone troll of the week.
If you want to play Helms and pickleball, call in.
That's right. 866
for
We
ice
Be
cream.
Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Picture. We had to go on your website and download that picture.
Ryan Green wood panicking.
Trusty assistant.
What, are you going to do magic too?
No. Magic.
Make this bigger.
It's a little bag right there. Just stand right there.
Right here.
I have our driver's license.
I have
You're a cold front coming through the Dakotas. You over here.
They've got me from a blue curtain.
Right here.
And then like your driver's license picture renewed or something.
Look, that's Bubba's old grill picture.
Not real big.
Got teeth together or
Just normal. Just normal. That was perfect. Oh, I liked it with the eye.
You're gonna have to get some photos.
How about the old?
Still just smiling away.
Look at old grill. Right now, I'm thinking, when can I have the gas?
That's all you can think about right now.
Oh, you're getting me turned on.
Well, there it was.
Wow! Okay.
Now that's a Polaroid you got
There's
there.
a Polaroid. This baby will shoot them at all different angles.
Boy, I tell you.
Look at the size of that camera.
It's a family reunion.
She would.
Easy
Oh,
target.
look how you've grown.
You're on in the room, by the way.
You know what? When you get somebody making you laugh, it's not hard to get a smile. We have some people we go smiling. I said, no, really smiling.
No.
I said, can you smile? So then they go.
We go.
You're still getting pictures.
Your underwear.
Do that
A lot of pictures, by the way.
All right, Christy.
Well, you want to document it all,
Do you
yeah.
have any souvenirs you want?
Oh, real close.
Real close.
Oh, no. A lot of pictures.
You know you have a tonsil? Did you know you still had your tonsil?
So there's extra holes in my sinus?
Yeah.
Look at the old grill.
Look at the old grill.
Bubba, I mean, compare that to the new grill.
Flash in the lens. It's impressive.
That's for very close up.
I'm gonna tell you.
You feel like Dr. Dudley would be good with a telescope too, you know?
Oh, I know. Man, I mean, he has really got it going.
You're gonna make me laugh the whole procedure.
Oh, yeah, right till the gas comes. I'm strategically playing this during my nap time. I almost don't need gas. But since it's here.
But see, 1 o'clock's my sleepy time anyway.
Yeah, but you want that gas.
Can you get it?
Yeah.
You steering me close enough?
That's your copy. I got just a little bit closer. See, there's one more setting.
I don't think that spot on the wall is clear enough back there.
Those hairs this morning.
A lot of pictures.
Guys, I tell you, you're gonna look great with those faces closed.
I haven't seen this many pictures since a baby was born.
He said, the doctor said you're going to look great with those faces closed up. How about even the doctor had to acknowledge, wow, there's some space in there. No more, though.
No more.
No more, new grill. We'll come back. They actually put Bubba in the chair when we return. Put him in the chair and begin the process. And we'll have a look.
Yeah, I haven't seen this part because I go to sleep.
Yeah, so that'll be weird to see you.
Oh, I know.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick.
Phone troll music, Patriot Mobile phone troll now. All 10 lines available. Speedy taking the phone calls. This is when we get everybody to kind of get their thoughts and comments down to 30 seconds. There's no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Barriers are a blessing. The buzzer keeps us moving. We're looking for content from comments or questions or bringing information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. So dial now, and you will get in. We have about, we got lines available. So dial right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll go to you quickly. Do want to point you, a lot of you, when you're celebrating the birth of the nation this week, you want to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. Today, these freedoms, as we all know, under attack. Now, if you would like to, have a choice on, when you get these AARP things, you're like, well, they just seem like a bunch of leftists. I don't like the way they lobby and the things they support. Well, AMAC is another option. You get all the benefits, travel, benefits, Medicare advice, Social Security advice, but you have an advocate there that is petitioning Washington on behalf of the mature American citizens. That's what it is, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Yes, you do have a choice without supporting leftist agendas. So if you haven't become a member yet, we got a great special as we celebrate our independence this week. If you'd like some like-minded patriots, then and get your membership, $16 on this election year special for 4 years. At 4 years for $30. Okay, so you can get one for just $16. That's 1 year, or go 4 years for $30. The magazine is included. So go to amac.us/bigbox to get that election year special, or the $16 for a year. That's amac.us/bigbox, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go. I do want to tell you guys, since y'all did mention pickleball.
Pickle.
I didn't participate like you two did, but I just got word that when we are gone this weekend, that Sherry has us in some sort of round robin type thing like you just did on Saturday. So
where are you going to be at, sir?
Good luck with that.
I think near the house.
Something else.
Yeah.
In regards to this.
Probably won't be warm.
No.
I know you want to get to the phones, but
1,000 degrees.
Because he's been on the show.
Yeah.
Y'all know that Danny Warfel is a pickleball pro now.
I did not know that.
That should tell you all you need to know about this sport.
I did not know that.
Guy never played tennis. He was I say he didn't, but he was a quarterback.
Never.
Well, he won a Heisman Trophy.
Yeah. And you know Jake, do you remember Jake Wilson from Spain Park?
Yeah.
He's I think he is 5th in the collegiate pickleball ranking.
Oh, really?
He goes to Sanford. Amongst like Texas is number 1 ranking. He is in the top 5.
Y'all may remember, a lot of people still talk
tennis.
about it. The catch I made from Danny Warfel when he
I
threw
do
me the
remember
ball,
that.
and I was up in the tower.
Yes.
And had to reach out and get it. I think it was one of my best catches ever.
At that point, we had no idea he'd be a pro pickleball player.
We did not. To the phones we go. Let's get started with Cleve out of Dothan, listening to us on News Talk 103.9. If you want to join us, you can. Cleve, 30 seconds, buddy. Welcome. Go ahead.
Rick, I just want to let you know, you were basically riding an Olympic training course when you were in Seaside. My grandmother built a little brick house in 1972 right where the Welcome to Seaside sign is.
I think I saw
and
it.
My aunt was yep, you did. And my aunt was the 1988 women's track coach, and she was a longtime coach, collegiate coach, and she would run her athletes up that road, start at the house, run them west.
Wow. Yeah, it felt like it. I saw some of those little houses, and Bubba, I want you to just think for a moment, okay? I think I saw the exact house he's talking about. What those people paid for that house.
What an investment.
And what that lot is worth right now.
Well, a lot of beach property was throwaway property in the 40s and 50s.
Oh, yeah.
And swamp areas and eat up with, various creatures, and nobody ever thought it would be worth anything. And lo and behold, we came in there and built some roads, and hey, it got real valuable.
What would you think if somebody walked up to those people in those times and said, "You're not going to believe this. There's going to be a day when somebody's going to pay $8 million for this right here."
Mm-hmm. They couldn't believe it.
They'd be like, "What?"
Yeah.
Jeff in Alabama.
Well,
Jeff,
just look at Disney World.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's a prime example. It ain't even on the water.
Right.
So.
30 seconds, Jeff. Go ahead.
Good morning, bro.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey.
Howdy.
Hey, do you remember a few years ago y'all was doing a remote, I think it was in Center, Alabama, and this guy had this stuttering problem, kept saying, "Ah, shucks."
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I was
shoot.
waiting on Joe Biden to do that the other night.
Yeah, you weren't alone, Greg. hey, how about this? Tickled himself.
He did.
Marcus.
There was two of him sitting there.
Marcus.
That's it's one of those moments I will never forget meeting that guy. He was so funny.
Oh, he was. And boy, that was a lost jewel.
Oh,
wasn't it?
I know.
Marcus.
Could have put this show over the top.
Marcus in Alabama. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was going to see if you guys saw, I was looking through the channels and I saw the Gay Pride Parade event in Houston, and they were interviewing Dennis Rodman. He was walking the parade, and he was just in tears about his gay pride brothers and sisters. I just thought that was odd, seeing that he was in North Korea, and years ago, and now he's crying about gay pride.
Now, you're not trying to even remotely think for a moment that Dennis Rodman could be consistent.
Yeah.
I mean,
any logic
or
there?
serious about anything.
Right. Russell in Prattville, I-92, WLWI. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah, with all the laid-back nature of pickleball, I still think in the future we might hear this commercial where someone comes on and says, if you or a loved one were injured while using the Picklemaster 5000 Pro Battle, you may be eligible for significant compensation.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also saw today more Ozempic side effects today with some celebrities. I saw that's a story today. We continue. Let's go to Donald in Hoover, listening on ZZK. Go ahead.
Donald.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. I was wondering, I saw you down at George's at Alice Beach. I was wondering how you enjoyed the restaurant.
Oh, we've been eating there for years. I love that restaurant. It's fantastic. I was worried about, being a party of seven, but we got there.
It'd be tough.
I pulled the Bill Bubba Bussy. We were standing in line when they opened. And we were able to sit down immediately. But no, I love that restaurant, and it's one of the few that Sherry will let me, actually mention. We have one that is our absolute favorite that I'm not allowed to speak of. I even had a picture of what I ate, and Sherry said I couldn't post it.
Yeah.
So let's go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the vacation.
Thank you. We did.
Thank you.
Well, I was watching the debate on Thursday night as well, and one of the first words out of CBS's mouth, and I lost credibility. I hate CBS now. I won't watch them. They said that everything that Donald Trump said was all lies and that the president was spot on.
No, they didn't. They didn't say that.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
No.
Not sure what they were watching.
I mean, that's like Dennis Rodman. They don't mean that, do they? Katie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Katie, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Have you guys heard the Weird Al song that he recently released about the presidential debate?
No. Have you, Bubba?
No, I have not.
Yeah, so it's on YouTube. If you just look up Weird Al, it's basically like deja vu, and he's talking about how he's seen this before.
I have not heard of this. I had no idea that Weird Al wrote a song about the presidential election. Did you?
No, I did not, Rick. That's news to me.
Right. Have you seen the movie on his life, by the way?
No.
There's some movie about Weird Al's life. It was brought up this week.
Well, I don't know if I want to watch it.
I seems like I remember somebody talking about it, but I have not seen it.
And somebody said it's got a little bit of unfrosted, where you think you're going to watch a serious movie about his life, but then it's almost like part of it. You're like, is this really it, or are y'all pretending? What is this? All right, we're looking at it. There's Weird Al's song right there. Do I potty this up at all? Yeah.
Do we dare?
Yeah,
Strawberry ice cream, no. This ain't the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. This is Shrek Forever After when it stole 2 hours of my life.
Okay, they stole 2 hours of his life. So we'll come back, but I want to point out something. We want to change. We want to make a difference. I got something else from vacation I'm going to share with you that I don't know why we're letting this go on, and something's got to be done. So we'll talk about that.
Stop the madness.
Yeah. And also, I'll tell you the beach trip movie marathon that we had. I think you'll like our choices. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. It is a cooking grill. It's like a tribute as a celebration this weekend. They actually saw you buying a grill.
I thought there would be a little humor in that.
That's hilarious.
A new grill for the new grill.
I think that's great. All right, so now we're actually going to be in the chair beginning now. Right now, okay, we're in the chair. We go into segment number 2. Bubba's. They're putting Bubba in the chair.
You got to know how to speak, Daddy.
Lock you in there.
That's just Bubba.
Ready, Captain. Full throttle.
Full throttle.
That's a nice chair they've got, too, by the way.
Are you going to get your hair colored? I notice a lot of gray right there in that angle. Are you going to stick with it?
I don't care if you're here or not in a minute, so. Matter of fact, I think they should have gas at the office just for, wow, it's been a tough day.
Have you ever ridden free fall at Six Flags?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you ever rode it?
Yes.
Okay. I took my daughters to Six Flags when they were like 6 and 7 years old. They were little.
This is Dr. Dudley.
And they were so excited to ride that. Till we got up and the thing started sliding forward.
Oh, yeah.
And one of them goes, Dad, I'm scared. I said, yeah, I am too. My other daughter goes, I'm scared. And the first one goes, I'm really scared. I said, like, I could do something. I said, look, I hate to tell you, but I'm just as scared as you are. I mean, that feeling when you're going out there like that.
Well, what is he telling you?
I just remember saying, and I told him, I said, look, guys, a whole bunch of people have done this before, so I made it. So I guess we'll make it too. But
this is his coaching speech.
Yeah, see, I thought he was telling me he's scared to do your teeth.
Speech from
Right.
Dr. Dudley.
Right.
Of course, the thing he said after it began to fall, we can't broadcast.
Yeah, do you remember the first time he rode that thing?
Now, take this towel and take all your clothes off.
Wow.
That's the second reference to that you've made today.
I'm telling you, I called it early.
Look, yeah,
That's for Bubba. He's working his magic.
That's the trouble with being on the air. Okay, here we go. The
Teddy bear. Oh, wow.
How about, don't y'all hate the sound of a dog?
Oh, look at that thing they're putting in his mouth.
Oh, my God.
You look like a fish. Hannibal Lecter. They've got his mouth wide.
That's great.
More pictures.
Oh, boy, we're really exposed now.
Yeah. That shot right there is going to be so dramatic.
Yeah.
When we get to before and after.
Now, what do they do to you? Press that open, Bubba. What is that called?
It's just a little lip holder thing. I don't know what it's called.
My God.
I haven't seen his mouth look like that since we were negotiating our last deal.
Does it hurt? Does it hurt the way it's stretching your skin?
No, not really.
Your lips?
A lot of dryness over it.
You just can't talk very good, you know.
He looks like a fish. He really does.
Oh, wow. What is that?
I don't know. They're moving in. By the way, they don't mess around. They're ready to
They're down to business, buddy.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
All right, silly man. Let's sit down. They're saying.
Yeah. Hey, funny man.
Now, what are they doing there?
They're taking pictures of the backside of my teeth with a mirror.
Yeah.
And they're having to blow the air on it because my hot breath is fogging the mirror up.
All right, Christopher Clements is telling me this is where we have to watch Bubba's skin color.
Okay.
He's starting to get turned pale, as I would.
Now, fun part number 2.
Just like, wow, it's real now.
Yeah, he's just realized it's real.
Yeah. He's thinking about his...
I'm looking... See, they've got a window that's open.
Seriously.
And I'm looking out the window going, hey, what are them people doing out there?
Captain, ready to go.
I like that part where your toes start tingling.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the gas right now. And the chair gives you a massage, too, you know. Thanks for the show. Heck no. Oh, good night, everybody.
Here's the gas. They're putting the gas on him now.
How about...
What we're going to try to do today is we want to close the spaces in. He's got some gaps between his teeth because
Look at that
it's a
grill.
little smaller than the normal tooth size should be. So all we really have
my
to do
tongue
is
is
make
too
your
big.
teeth a little. Well, it's not your fault. It's everybody here, inherits teeth different sizes, and they don't always fit your mouth.
Yeah.
But
my tongue is too big.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to work that in.
In addition to closing the spaces, he has, incorporated stain into his teeth. It looks like it might have been something that, either in the water or possibly touched some mild form of
something I ate.
We're going to whiten the teeth up and close the spaces in, too. We also want to level the gum
Wow,
heights
Bubba's
just a
grill.
little bit to make the smile.
We're
look more
really up in there
uniform. You
now.
notice that
Oh, yeah.
This tooth appears.
It's amazing
a
how
little
far your
short.
lips
This
will go
tooth's
back.
right here.
Is that back when you
And
dip?
we can raise the gum just a little on that tooth to give it a little bit more length,
He's
and also
waiting
on
2
this
years
eye
for
tooth
this.
right here. In doing that, I think he's going to come
Only one.
Did you see the pictures, by the way, where they got you leaned up against the wall at Greystone? They put a
Hopefully
cig in your
we'll be able
mouth.
to see some
Oh,
of
it
that.
is hilarious. Back and rested up, though. Rejuvenated. Back from vacation.
We're almost perky.
Yeah. That's why I said, and look, those of you that think we take some time off, we're going to work 3 whole days this week.
Right.
Short week. Yeah, so, and then 4th of July will be a Rick and Bubba replay. Everybody off on the 4th. A best of show on Friday, then we'll all back on if we can get through a whole week, the week after. So, Bubba, a couple things. So, also on the beach trip, there's always the food. I talked a little bit about some restaurants, one of the callers a minute ago. But, if you're going to go from a party of 2 to a party of 7, and you're going to get a house there and everybody's going to stay, you're going to have food in the house. You cannot live on we eat out for every meal. There's just no way. You can't afford it, and you're dealing with the numbers. So
Well, it's $1,000 a meal, right?
yeah, what we usually do is you do not, under any circumstance, never do you go to the grocery store the day you arrive, because everybody else is too. And these rental properties, they're Saturday to Saturday where we stay. So Saturday, everybody's coming in, people going out, and then the following Saturday, same thing.
Do you know what we did this time? And this was the first. It's a game changer. We did all our shopping the night before.
Smart.
And took it with us.
So we did
packed
that.
coolers and bags. And
I thought that was smart too. We didn't do it to the degree
changer.
that we were ready for the whole week, but we made sure we made sure that it bought us at least a day or two.
Yeah.
And
Get
then you can
into
go to
it.
the grocery store. And I made that run. So one of the things that
So
we
you got
did,
Pop-Tarts and Frosted Flakes and all the
you gotta get
essentials.
all the essentials. But Bubba, let me tell you what else is essential if you're going to go on a beach trip with us, and that's the Low Country Boil.
Yeah,
So look, very first night, Sherry made her world famous Low Country Boil. So we got all the ingredients from that at one of the little seafood places that was right there by where we're staying. There's Blake and his wife over here. Look at that, Bubba. How about that boiled shrimp ready to go? So we did that, and then daughter-in-law Priscilla says, I'm going to make everybody breakfast one morning. Now, I thought that's sweet. I thought about it. So guess what? Including homemade biscuits. I said homemade. So they picked up the ingredients, and these are homemade biscuits that she made, and that's the breakfast that Blake and his wife laid out for the whole family.
How were the biscuits?
Crispy.
Did you think she was a good home cooker?
I
You didn't know, because they
know-
stay on the road.
I didn't know what to
Biscuits
expect.
are hard to accomplish.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a hard.
And
a lot of protein.
I looked. I mean, she had the buttermilk. She had the whole thing, and they were outstanding. And I told her, I said,
I'm a little watermelon in there too.
Yeah, I'm a biscuit prude. You got your fruits over here. You got your sausage. You got your eggs. You got your homemade biscuits. So that went well.
Balanced.
Yeah, it was good. So that was big points making homemade biscuits. So and then the thing that we got to work on.
She know now she'll be expected to.
I know. I told her that. I said, you realize what if she did the homemade biscuits and then Sherry does the chocolate sauce on Christmas? That'd be now we're really cooking. So anyway, one thing, Bubba, we're always trying to make things better. We're always trying to make things better.
It's my goal.
I know that these things have become very popular at beach communities, and I understand why. They look great. And that's these big time multiple rows golf carts.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody loves these golf carts. Everybody rents these golf carts now. Yeah. I got no problem with you renting a golf cart for your little community to hit your community roads, go around the houses, go up here to a little restaurant. Got a real problem with I don't know who's allowing this in Florida, and I'm going to contact DeSantis because I think he'll stop it. I don't know who's allowing this. These things cannot be allowed out on the main road. They only go 20 miles an hour. That's their max speed.
They need to have a little trail.
You cannot put these out on a 2-lane road. We were 10 minutes late to a restaurant reservation one night because you look down and you think, okay, traffic-wise, this is how much time. But you know what you can't account for? Some stupid golf cart has got lines of people behind them going 20 miles an hour, 18 miles an hour, and it keeps clogging the traffic up.
Pull over and let everybody by.
If we didn't have these things on the road, a lot of this traffic would be alleviated.
Yep.
You can't let them come out here and just ride like they're a regular car at 20 miles an hour.
You know what I'm comparing it to, Rick? And we got a problem like this in Vestavia. Everybody's got a Tesla, but they feel like they got to have a golf cart too for some reason. It's a look at me.
Sure.
But I'm comparing them to the bicycle people.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're a little loose, they're a little dangerous.
Yeah.
And there's not a whole lot of protection in these golf. At least the bicycle people are wearing helmets and pads and those type things.
To that point, when we went
they slow traffic up just like the bicycle people.
When we went to the bicycle marathon, we're on our own path.
Right.
We're not bothering anybody.
Exactly.
These things are now out in main traffic.
Yeah.
If they want to ride around the streets of their little community, fine, because you shouldn't be going fast there anyway.
Well,
but when you come out on the main road,
a lot of them are street legal, and they actually have a tag.
Well, you got to go street fast.
I agree.
If you're going to get
I
out
don't think
there,
some of them can.
They can't. The max, because I was.
Shouldn't
you,
that
you
be?
think I wasn't looking?
Shouldn't that be a prerequisite to
For street legal?
that
You
it
would
can
think
go
so.
street speeds?
I would
Some
think so.
roads have a minimum speed limit.
Yeah.
You got to at least
some
be able
of
to go
them
the
can
speed
get
limit.
after it.
You got to at least be able to go the speed limit. You got to get these things off
I
the
agree.
road. I mean, does it not bother? And this now I'm in Speedy's world. So I've got my family. Here's the other thing. Guess who you're behind going slow? Teenagers. They're driving golf carts out on the main road.
Yep.
I don't even know if they're old. I don't know what that.
Probably not.
What's the age?
Got their music like they like.
Everybody's got their music. We got people piled in there like cordwood. And what I don't understand is why isn't it, to your point, Speedy, this is your world, why isn't this bothering you?
Right.
There's cars stacked up behind you, and we're barely moving. We're all trying to make dinner reservations. We're trying to get down this road. Why are you out here, and why won't you move?
Do you see the headlights behind you?
Yeah. What are you doing? Why would you want to be out here like this?
I think the reason you don't hear much more noise about this is because probably 75% of the people that are down there, whether they're in a car or not, do this. They have one sitting at home that they allow this to go, so there's not a whole lot of uproar like you and I are doing.
Well, I got no problem. Like I said, I think they have a place.
Yeah.
They just don't need to be out here. We'll just put some limits on it.
I know.
Why are we? You can't let them bog traffic down. We got a traffic problem anyway, because guess what? A lot of people come to the beach.
You're saying, I know what you're saying. You're saying it's so popular. Instead of a bike lane, it almost needs to be a golf cart
They need
lane.
their own lane.
They need their own lane.
Need their own lane.
There's got to be some sort of rule.
All right, so the one thing about riding the bike, you're basically riding on a sidewalk, is what y'all are doing.
Correct.
Kind of.
It's a bike path.
And whenever you come up on somebody that's walking, do you scream
To the
bike?
left. To the left.
To the
Coming
left?
up on the left.
Or
To the left.
sometimes they
Coming
don't
up
hear
on the
you,
left.
and you have to go off in the grass, and that hurts your momentum.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
like normally,
Yeah, no.
you're going, you're on
Right.
concrete, and next thing you know, you're over in grass.
Well, that's what Greg had a spill.
He did.
Yeah,
have a
well, that was
spill.
in sand, though.
Yeah,
At
that was-
least, but
No,
this
I
is.
wasn't going across the road when
Yeah,
I
it was-
crashed.
Oh, did you? Okay. I
Well,
thought you hit
earbud
sand.
people, see, I can say coming up on the left, but if you're an earpod person,
Yeah.
you can't hear me.
No,
That's
Yeah.
it.
you're off in the grass.
Coming
and
up
now
on the left.
Now you're standing up trying to get through.
Coming up on the left, and Cher will wind around to the right. I said, baby, if you're the bike, you have to come up on the left. Well, there was a path on the right, but you need to holler coming up on the left. They'll move. They don't know where you're going. We have to stay on the left.
What about if they're coming at you?
Well, then I'm on the right.
You're on the right.
Yeah.
Treat it like traffic.
Do you ever
Treat it
get
like
somebody caught up not knowing what to do?
Oh, yeah, I've crashed many people. You got to make a decision, son. Watch that sand. But we got to do something about these golf carts.
Yeah, the golf carts.
So
yeah,
they're,
I will
they're,
say
they're
that.
causing.
Hey, they're street legal.
How about this? They're causing unnecessary. I'm with y'all though. Shouldn't street legal be speed
I don't
limit?
know. Yeah,
you
would
got to
think.
go faster than this.
Yeah, yeah.
I
It's
can
fun
put
to
a
park.
scooter. I'm put blinking
Thank
signals
you.
on a scooter and a brake light.
It's
That
two
doesn't make it
lanes. We
straight
can't
legal.
pass.
Yeah, yeah.
We can't. What's next? Y'all gonna be on 98 next? You got to get off 38.
It's fun to park your car and not have to get back in it because you have that. I get
got
it.
that. But
we
how
do-
far should we allow them to go?
Right.
You can't go the distance we went on the bike. You can't go 8.3 in that. You're taking. When if I I'd had enough, maybe late for a dinner reservation.
Oh, you're hungry.
Yeah, I
Big
called. I
Papa's
said, I'm
hungry.
sorry.
Getting
Of
hangry.
course, I realized the person at the restaurant didn't want me to give the speech on why we were running late. We'd be just fine if it wasn't for these golf carts. So I apologize. We went about 10 minutes late. So I'm behind some stupid golf cart. And I could tell the person was like, we're real busy. We just need to know you were going to be a little late. I had to give them the speech. We got to do something about these golf carts. Okay. You know,
Next thing you know, you're ranting about
we
it.
have your table ready. What about these golf carts? See, I'd be sitting at that table right now if it wasn't for these golf carts. And DeSantis has got to do something.
In Alabama, the cart needs to reach a minimum speed of 20 miles per hour.
That's
but
not fast enough.
But a maximum of 25.
That's not fast
and
enough.
that's a low speed vehicle.
But what if it's a 45 or 55 road?
I want to talk to you about a wonderful new movie from Angel Studios. Have you seen this yet? The Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot. Now, this is a true story. I saw the trailer, and I'm really excited about this movie. It's a story of Bishop and First Lady Donna Martin, their tiny Bennett Chapel Church in the town of Possum Trot. I'm talking about in the woods of East Texas. 22 families from a rural black church link arms and, courageously adopt 77 of the most difficult to place children in the local foster care system. It's one thing to say somebody needs to do something. It's another thing to say, I'll do it. How about that? 76 kids that they adopted between 1998 and 2000, another in 2011. So you watch this and you see the problem we do have with kids in need of foster care, but you watch how the community, and I love the church taking the lead. Why are we telling somebody else to do it when the church should handle it? And this is an incredible story of the church stepping up and listening to one of the things that we were told to do, and that is take care of those that are orphans that need to be adopted. So if you want to stop this crisis, awareness is key, and boy, do they do it. So if you want to see this incredible, inspiring movie, you can go right now to angel.com/Rick Bubba. Put our names together. That's angel.com/Rick Bubba. The Fight for Kids is going to start this Thursday on July 4th when it opens in theaters everywhere. The Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot.
Wow, what's that? Can y'all tell I don't care right now?
Pre-op.
Oh, look at Bubba's face. Bubba, hey, they got him biting down on something.
That was to take the impression. Oh, here comes a shot.
Oh, no, a shot. Oh, they're showing a shot. Oh, they're showing a shot through the gum.
How about this?
Shot through the gum and you're to blame, honey. You give love
a bad name. How about I can't even feel that.
Feel any pain.
Well, no, you don't care.
Oh, my God.
Right now, he could park a truck in my mouth. I don't care.
No.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
What we're doing is we're taking a small amount, maybe as little as a half a millimeter of tooth structure away, and it's
cookies. Look at the cookies behind the doctor going by.
Surgery, and a lot of the surgeries.
A dentist who serves cookies.
They make their own cookies.
Incision instead of a large incision. Everything is becoming more conservative and less invasive, and it preserves more of the tooth structure. And we end up with a restoration that allows some of the tooth to color through.
Oh, yes. I wish I had one of those.
Wow, Bubba's tongue. Okay, okay, look.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Okay.
Look, this is like being on Discovery Channel.
Bubba, are you out here?
Yeah, I'm out. Look, Chris don't like it.
Christopher's getting sick, y'all.
That's funny. Oh, that's kind of neat.
All right, so explain what's going on here, Bubba.
Well, they're taking a couple of layers off of the top of the tooth so that the covering that goes on it will fit in there.
Boy, there's you a shot of the drill at work.
Imagine somebody sitting down eating some bowl of Fruit Loops right now at home.
Look,
and
look at Chris, he's getting sick.
Christopher Columbus! Christopher Columbus is getting He said the smell was a good one.
Oh, I bet. Oh, is that? Wow.
So there you go.
My goodness.
And now I have the temporary grill on.
Wow.
All right, now look, Christopher said he could have made the segment longer, but when play show, he was about to pass out.
Did y'all see his face? He's the one that was turning pale.
He had to go sit down, he said.
How about I had a ball? I had a great nap. I mean, it was really cool.
And Christopher, it's the smell of the drill.
Oh, yeah.
It's hot. It's a hot smell, isn't it?
I was up against the wall at one point doing this.
Well, I mean, it's it's spinning some revolutions. It's going to get a little hot.
Oh, I know. But I've never been in there while someone else was getting dinner work done. I bet that's bizarre.
No.
How about...
I mean, they don't play around. It's like 20 minutes later, he was stretching in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
Look, they get after it. I like that.
Well, there it is.
Now, that visit took... I was there about 2.5 hours, but all of that wasn't in the chair, you know.
When we come back...
we got Pete, actually.
Pete Van Wieren will be with us. We'll be just talking to legendary Braves announcer next, so stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. Back from vacation. We've hit vacation stories pretty good. After we asked him if he had any, and he just said, I was sick the entire week. So, sorry about that, buddy. Did he get to do anything, buddy?
I did go to Mentone, Alabama.
Yes.
Which is like a little mountain town. I think you guys have been a couple times.
Everybody knows Mentone.
I have never been, but a lot of the guys here have.
And I went with the wife. We had 2 nights, just got away.
Were you sick then, too?
I was sick then, too, but I acted like I had a great attitude the whole time.
Did you get your wife sick because you were sick from the baby?
Yes. I got the Ezra daycare bug going on.
Did you get your wife sick as well?
She's been okay. I think it's because she's a teacher.
She got some immunity to that.
Yeah. And I'm in
Plus
Ezra's
she's
face.
tougher than you.
She's tougher than I am. She could have been sick and just acted not like it the whole time.
Your attitude was so in Mentone?
I tried to do good, you know.
Okay, but that's fun.
Adler, I love you giving it the old college try.
I've been there.
Get in there and pitch.
When
son.
it's really, really cold, the leaves are gone. It's a beautiful view. It's freezing. What's it like to be there when it's hot? Leaves
So
are
hot
on the trees. Can you see in the view? And what all did you do
we
besides cough?
We just kind of hung out in the cabin a lot.
Okay, got it.
Hey,
Understood.
we understand.
Did y'all make it to the Wildflower Cafe?
Yes, I think so.
It's like a staple there.
He didn't remember.
Okay, I don't know. We went on 2 walks, so we got out.
How'd way to go.
Yeah, understood.
Well done. Look,
no kids.
I got you.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Got it.
Bathtub in the room.
Okay, easy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Going too
good.
far with it.
TMI.
Yeah, always wanted to.
Turned on the jets.
Right.
No jets. It was just
How many bathrooms does the place have?
2 bathrooms. Sweetie. Yeah, I told you all about that right when I got there. After making the drive, it was really nice having 2 bathrooms.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, I just trashed the other.
Honey, where are
buddy.
If you need me.
Oh, buddy.
I'm up here.
Hey, how about it's really, really nice to not have to apologize?
Yeah.
You know, you're just like, hey, I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Right. Got my own area.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So,
She's just as thankful as you are, I promise.
Reading.
Because that'll put a little, just the house to fire, just a little bit.
yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, just a couple of drops on the flame there.
Whatever you do. Yeah, that's so romantic, honey. Thank you for coming out there waving. Yeah. Thank you, honey.
So it was good. The grandparents watched the kids. Everything went great with that.
Good.
Grandparents watched the kids, and
So the kids were not there.
the kids were not there.
Just the
That
two
was
of you,
great.
up in the mountains.
Now we did go through Airbnb, which you guys are.
You normally do that.
I'm
for
all
there.
about that.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
That's normal for there.
Yeah, and it was fine. It was good.
Yeah.
There was one thing. though,
Okay.
yeah.
There's always something.
Cameras.
No, we wish there were cameras.
No, you probably don't.
Excuse me.
We wish
Not without the
there was a
kids.
camera on the outside.
Oh, really?
Our first night there, y'all, we're watching. It's kind of funny. You guys remember Grace Unplugged when they came to that big movie?
Yeah.
You're in it. You want to see it.
Yes, and Aaron and I were just hanging out, and it was I don't know, it was 10 o'clock. We were like, let's start a movie. We're crazy. There's no kids around. This is great.
A little sick.
And we're just clicking through, and for some reason, Grace Unplugged showed up on the suggested movies or whatever.
Right.
And I forgot how much is in that. How much of the studio is in it, how much Rick and Bubba are in it, and how much the one picture where almost the pinnacle of the movie, they're having a very serious conversation, and Rick and Bubba are in the background going like, like in this picture. I'm like, why did they frame it like that?
Right.
But
they moved everything else and they left that.
The Birmingham locations are hilarious. Like you can watch it and be like, "Here, we're going to the cool club," and you're like, "Oh, that's work play or whatever it is." Alabama Theater, all that. And we get to the cameo where I am in this movie, and I forgot how short it is. It's not a full 2 seconds.
No, it's not.
It's 1.3 seconds. And Aaron and I just crack up laughing. I look like a child.
Right.
My hair is buzzed.
Which one was this with?
AJ.
AJ
from Allie and AJ.
And you're like the DJ in our production room.
Yes, that was on the radio tour.
And we were joking you about being in there with her to the point you had this funny look on your face.
Yeah. Y'all, I look like such a goober.
Can I
It's
tell
hilarious.
you? So nice. She was so nice.
She was very
behind
nice.
the scenes.
Yes.
Incredible.
How about all the equipment and everything? That one, we've had stuff filmed, but they showed up with
It was a big production.
tractor
So
trailers.
how did this tie into the Airbnb?
So, right after the cameo happens,
Okay.
this is towards the end of the movie.
Right.
It is midnight on the dot. You guys have just had AJ in for the concert. The family's getting back together. It's almost the end of the movie. And y'all, I'm sitting on the couch watching the TV. The front door is right there. I can see it. And the handle on the door turns.
What? No.
And somebody's trying to get into our place at midnight.
No, you're making that up.
I'm not making it up.
That's
the
terrifying.
handle turn. And I don't know why, but I responded in the way you would respond when somebody opens your stall if you're in the bathroom. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, somebody's in here.
Hey, busy.
I didn't know what to do.
So what'd you say?
I went, hey-oh, hey-oh.
And what'd they do?
I said, hey-oh, hey-oh.
And they left?
And they left. And my wife and I are just looking at each other.
How do you go to sleep after
that? The
that?
blinds are closed, so we can't see out. The blinds are closed, we can't see out. And I just look at my wife. I'm like, did that really just happen? You saw that, right? She's like, yes, I saw it and I heard it. It sounded, we thought it might have been somebody with keys because they thought the lights on the front
But at midnight?
porch were
What if it
on
was a
to come
bear?
turn it on. But that was just a guess. But y'all, the knob turned at midnight on the dot, and I just look at my wife. I'm like, oh my goodness.
If it was of this world.
And you missed the end of Grace Unplugged.
And so I'm not in the mood for the rest of Grace Unplugged.
What happened, honey? I missed it.
How did you go to sleep after that?
Y'all, and it took me much longer to turn off all the lights on the inside so I could actually see outside. A minute and a half later, I finally got my gun cocked. You know what I'm saying?
So
So
Did you set off the car
Greg.
alarm just to scare them?
should have done that.
Yeah.
Y'all, look, Airbnbs are great, but that is definitely not what you want to have happen.
Well, see, I want to say I can understand somebody forgot there was people there because your car would have been
the
indicator.
wrong
whatever.
And it's
But
midnight.
But midnight is
I
the
think they're
problem.
trying to rob you.
Who at midnight is trying to accidentally come in on you?
Yeah, I don't go around twisting doorknobs. I'm not sure about it midnight.
No.
It's a good way
No,
to get shot.
No.
Even if it was the owner or somebody, they're not showing up at midnight.
No, the midnight ruins all those scenarios.
Yeah.
Even if it's
Guys.
the maintenance man, if you
Y'all.
hadn't called him.
I could not sleep
At
at all.
midnight?
I could
No,
not sleep at all.
I wouldn't have been either.
No.
I just kept looking at the door. I can't believe that happened.
slept like a
was it a
log.
bear?
Right.
Was it a serial killer?
Right.
I think they were just hoping.
Was
you
it
didn't
of
pay
this
attention.
world?
Was it Bigfoot?
The one of them zombies
Teleporting.
wandering around trying to open doors.
So you screamed at him, hey, we're in here.
Hey, somebody's in here.
What if you'd have done that and they would have replied like, "Oh,
I know someone's in there, and I'm comfy 545.
You wish they would have said like sorry, but no, we don't know who it is. Was it a man with a leather mask on and a chainsaw? And he's like, "Do I pull the string on this thing? I'll come back later or something." we
me here
messaged
to eat you."
we messaged the whatever people, and they had no answers for us.
Wow.
So thanks. That's good.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
all up in the house.
We're back, top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah, my crater. Mama crater. Yeah, my crater. Mama crater. Here go my crater. What's up, player?
How you doing,
How's that grill?
Man, that's a beautiful thing right there.
Hey, Mark.
And I noticed that you sing it a little bit different now with the new grill.
Well, it's taking a little getting used to. There's a couple of letters you can't pronounce. Like
Well, no, but I mean,
because I
it
was
sounds
sending
good.
a lot of air through those T's.
Say
And,
4466.
4466.
That's great.
4466. 4466.
Punt formation on set.
Ready, hit. But this is just the temporary mark. When we get the permanents, a little more air will get through there, so it won't be a complete blockade.
Well, no, it sounds really good.
Do you feel the urge to show them off a little bit?
Can you see them, Mark? Are you looking
Yeah,
at them?
I'm looking at them right now. They look good.
Hey, Mark. How are y'all?
That's a good look.
When somebody has cosmetic surgery, depending on what it, do you feel the urge to want to show them off a little bit?
Well, Well,
I would say yes.
I want to smile at everybody.
I would say yes.
You just because I've not historically
That explains it a lot then.
Yeah, historically I've not been a good smiler.
Yeah, that's how they come up with so many of those Girls Gone Wild videos.
Right.
Well, how about these?
You figure if you have the work done, you might as well show it off.
Somebody
Right?
said, I don't know what happened. She was like a librarian. Next thing we know, she got a shirt over her head. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't know about those.
Yes.
But Mark, it's really amazing to me how many people have veneers.
Oh, it's everywhere. And I would think.
Did you see all the before and after pictures we had the other day, Mark?
Yes, I saw them.
Did you see all of them?
You just never know who you'll see when you're thumbing through the stack of pictures there.
I mean, James Spann might pop up there. Who knows?
How about I've always thought he had a good grill. Now I know why.
Right. Well, and I always thought, I said, well, they just made his teeth real good on that bobblehead, but I didn't realize his teeth were there.
Of course, I don't have one, but that's fine.
Really.
Well, Mark, how about this? You're not the only one.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's true.
I have to say, though, in those who don't know, one of the weather men who work with Mark Prater has his own bobblehead now. And, we have been very upset because for some reason we can't get bobbleheads and the rest of the world can. But one of the things...
It really is amazing.
I shouldn't bring this up because it's going to cause controversy. Should I just be quiet?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
I would tell it. Whatever's on your heart.
Well, I heard some... Tell me if I'm wrong, Prater, because I just heard like the end of a conversation, and some of the people in the media were like saying that somehow that he's a TV meteorologist, so that's he shouldn't have done that, or it was in bad form.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, and I'm like, he's a meteorologist. It's not like he gives the obituaries every morning or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be like,
So what does that got to do with
That's
that?
all that is jealousy.
And I think it was a sports guy doing it, and I'm going, a sports guy telling people need to be more serious? I mean, my God.
If an anchor wanted a bobblehead, who cares? If I had a Walter Cronkite bobblehead, I'd go, well,
Dunaway can get his.
If a TV station wanted me to be a chief meteorologist and they wanted to give away bobbleheads, then I'd say, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, it was not Dunaway. Dunaway couldn't, he would think it's great.
Of course, nobody wants me as a chief, but that's fine.
Yeah, but it was, it was.
We could have a chemo doll of like how you beat it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
that would sell.
What you need to do, Prater, and I just want to tell you this.
With its own little IV bag?
Yeah.
Sure it would.
You're not playing the chemo card enough.
Yeah.
See, I would go into management and I would go, how come I don't have a bobblehead? And you say, what is it? Is it the chemo?
Hey,
y'all don't like it because I had to shave my head?
Yeah.
And buddy, you just see him scrambling to get you a
I would
bobblehead
get
then.
fired today. Now, 5 years ago it'd been different, but today I'd get fired. They're going, hey, can I be an intern?
Yeah. And somebody said to ask you about your visit to Chapel Hill this weekend?
Actually, yeah, I went to Chapel Hill over in Northport and had a chance to speak with those folks and share some tips.
Something about destiny?
Oh, wow. So we're going to go there.
Well,
no, we're just here on the. We're just getting these things up on the screen.
You were in Tuscaloosa.
Not to be mistaken with Mike Price's Destiny.
Right. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, more stories, and we are seeing headlines that we may get this immunity ruling from the Supreme Court before the show is over.
Yeah, it
today.
should be this hour.
We'll see. But let's go to Texas A&M, Texas. A big story while we were away. Tennessee wins the World Series. Texas A&M, of course, was their opponent.
And Rick, we need to set this clip up just a little bit. This was right after Texas A&M had lost to Tennessee in Game 3. Mm-hmm. The deciding game, Monday night, national TV. They finish as runner-up, and the coach is asked by a reporter about the job at Texas, which is open. Mm-hmm. And this is his response.
All right.
Is it the Aggie? Is it this one?
Yeah, yes, 5.
Okay.
That's it.
Here we go.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again.
Oh, my.
And that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
So you hear that, you assume he's going to be at Texas A&M for a long time.
Yeah. Right.
Well, that's what he said.
He gave up his whole life.
He was for another 6-7 hours.
Right.
Guys,
so
I've never seen a turnaround so quick.
Literally
makes sense.
Literally hours later, and I don't know how to say his last name.
Schlossnagle.
Schlossnagle.
That was in stereo.
Jim Schlossnagle.
Good night.
Careful.
Hours later, took the job at Texas, and now comes back and apologizes to the reporter.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
But did he not know?
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zane from Texags. He's a young reporter. He asked the question. That was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
But he said that he
was more bizarre.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he was concerned about his players that he just left.
Yeah.
Right.
As he throws rump right in their face.
So how much more did Texas offer him? What's the deal here? What am I missing?
Yeah, what happened?
There's a missing component. It has to be a large amount of money. Do we know what the deal was? Anybody?
Does anybody know what he signed with Texas for?
Well, no, I just know from the Texas A&M side what he's talking about with the athletic director and how slow the rebuild or the improvements to the baseball facility was taking. He was a little frustrated. The AD,
but he had to know during the A&M press conference that this is off. They didn't.
I agree with that 100%. But that is what I'm reading. It's really more about Texas A&M and how he was a little unhappy and felt like this was the right move. But as far as numbers, I haven't seen salary wise what he's doing.
Well, you said you're right, Speedy. Here
it'll be public knowledge eventually.
Sure. Yeah, here is the quote that he said. You talked about it, Speedy, so I won't redo all that. He said, "I was committed to working through all the problems, and I told our AD that this is frustrating that we can't get these things done." Kind of comparing his situation of leaving his alma mater, Nebraska. He said to me, "You know, Jim, if you ever don't feel like this is the place for you, it's okay, and it's okay to move on." And he said, I was a little taken back by that answer, and that was the moment that I began to think maybe this is not going to work out.
Well, a lot of things happened in a short period with that.
Yeah, I mean to tell you.
Yeah.
You talking about
a lot of different states of mind had to happen.
So I don't.
Staying, I'm leaving, I'm staying.
I don't know why he doubled down like he did, other than, I can see that he was like, look, we just lost. Give me a minute.
Listen, snot nose, give me a break.
But when these coaches make these statements like, this is the last job I'm ever going to have. I'm going to leave here in the pine box. I'm absolutely not taking the job at Alabama when I'm coaching Miami Dolphins.
I think this is the standard now.
It's a long list.
This is the quickest one I've ever seen.
We have said pine box forever. I think this trumps it.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I think
absolutely.
We no longer. Tommy Tupper was so glad this happened.
No, yeah.
Nobody ever says this again about pine box.
I think this is the walking boss.
I do too.
This guy had taken off the Texas A&M uniform a few hours before he decided to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think? But on that note too, this also erases Saban saying he's absolutely not leaving the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Taking the job at Alabama.
Well, it's still a top three.
Yeah,
it's
up there.
In there.
Yeah,
Y'all want to hear it again?
So and just real quick, I have some contract numbers here. He was signed with Texas A&M through 2029, and they're saying that Texas will obviously pay him more. They had to buy out his contract. Then they're going to give him more than what he was earning, which was $1.35 million base salary with Texas A&M for this past season, including some bonuses. And every year it was going to go up to where in 2029 he would make $1.6 million. So they're saying that Texas obviously is going to pay him more than that, but they don't know. They're thinking that it could possibly double or maybe go up 75%, maybe. but they're not sure.
Yeah, well, he obviously is getting more money.
Hadn't been released
And
yet.
as y'all said, here it is, 2024. He still had 5 years left on the deal. So I guess there's some sort of buyout too, probably.
I mean, 24, so he had 5 years left?
Wow. Yeah. Tim Corbin with Vanderbilt is paid the most with SEC baseball coaches at $1.9 million.
Well, he was.
No, it was. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
So listen to how adamant he is, though, that this is the last job he'll ever have. Yeah.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M.
And
I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again.
That's key.
And that hasn't changed in my mind.
That's a bold statement.
But it's about to.
That's unfair to
Fairly
talk
quickly.
about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
And
do you think y'all
some of that was loading the truck to head?
Laugh at
Rick, do you remember when you were asked to do a speaking engagement and you said no, and then they said you need to call me and let me tell you about
Do you think it's one
how
of
bad
those?
they want you?
Yeah.
Do you think he said that and then got a call from his agent, stage left, and they said, hey, let me give you some numbers?
Right. You might want to take a
And
look
then
at
when he
this.
tried to get A&M to counter, the guy said, now, if you want to leave, you can.
Well, but this happened in hours. I mean,
I don't understand why he can't simply say, hey, understand the question. I'm just going to choose not to answer that. We just took a tough loss.
Yeah.
We were a couple of runs in a late third game of the World Series. It's really tough to swallow that right now. I'm disappointed in the loss and what we came so close to get. And maybe tomorrow or the next day, I'll start hashing all this other out.
It's almost like he knew what he was going to. He
to.
knew what he was going to do, and he was torn.
Here's
about
another
it.
suggestion. When you accept the new job, give it at least 48 hours.
right.
Yeah.
Well, the,
Well,
Can we
maybe.
let it breathe just a
Yeah.
little bit? Do you think this is one of those cases where he literally meant that, and his agent called him
Yeah,
and
that's what
said,
Speedy-
"This
that's
is
what he
the
said.
offer." Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just so astronomical. You
Right.
go, well,
Yeah.
I would be a
But when-
moron not
Yeah.
to take that.
But when he gives a heartfelt speech about giving up his family and all this and left it,
Not leaving ever.
Yeah, it was.
Taking another
I'm like you.
job
Should have went the
ever.
route you
What in
said
the
earlier.
world?
Just gotta keep it
Well,
generic.
It's not a hard thing to do.
Well,
keep it generic.
let's give the kid at Aggie whatever some credit. Whoever told him he was leaving, that was a good source.
They
Yes,
knew.
he did.
Yeah,
He knew.
he
That's
knew.
true.
He did. He did have the information.
Yes.
Let's give the kid some credit. But you're right. All he had to say was, "Hey, we just lost. The out was just a minute ago."
Yeah.
I can't. That right now I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the team, what they accomplished, and whatever.
At least he didn't pull an Urban Meyer and say he was going to concentrate on his health, Greg.
Yeah. Right. Like he had some kind of brain injury.
You know what? I have to tell you, I think Urban's up in the top three. Now that I think about it,
Boy, it gets a little hot, Urban.
that may
suddenly-
bump Saban to 4.
Yeah, you're right. Urban starts missing his family when things get a little hot around him.
He does. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of our show coming up. Might get a ruling from the Supreme Court any minute. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Came out and did a little thing for me, and obviously had some different teeth compared to what Bubba has now.
Yes.
And she brought out a Mark Prater bobblehead doll. And what she done is taken a Franchoni doll and put my face on it.
So they had.
So I do have my own bobblehead doll. It's just
Right.
that it's kind of Franchoni-ized.
Well, let me tell you, the good thing about it is that may be one of the things, because there is a ton of Franchoni bobbleheads in a warehouse somewhere.
Yeah, they are.
What if we just took the head off of it?
And just paint over.
Yeah, and everybody go, why have they got a University of Alabama golf shirt on?
Now, you may, one day you may look on the shelf and it's just gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
I look at Barners. Yeah. Sure. Well, you look one day, it's gone, and never said anything to you. Not even goodbye.
think about leaving.
So I got up, I looked at my dresser, it was gone.
And you talking about bizarre stuff.
You see it on the shelf? Yeah, and then I found it across the street. Those people had more money than me. It was up on their dresser.
And it gave them the same speech about staying. And but you know what's funny too, talking about irony, the Alabama won the SEC baseball tournament.
Yeah.
And they're going to play in the NCAA tournament. Do you see where they're going to play?
College Station.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah, right out the gate. Right out of the gate.
Is that funny?
Yeah, it is.
And then they said that a lot of people thought they'd come up when they got the new coach, Mike Price, get him a bobblehead, but that's just the way he walked across campus.
Right.
Good night, everybody. So I'm glad that went well though. So they had your little skit set up when you got there.
It was a nice little deal, and had some barbecue and all that stuff. So it was great. I love being able to share testimony. It's a lot of fun.
Well, as far as the weekend, weather-wise, a lot of us didn't know what to do because, my kids were screaming, "What's that big ball and a fire in the sky, Daddy?"
Sure.
And because we had not seen the sun where we live in a number of weeks, and how long will it last? Not very.
No, it's actually going to be a pretty good week around the south. We'll just have a couple of slight chances of showers, but it's really not looking too bad. And Sioux Falls, I think, should be okay. Just a few passing showers. They're about to have their best chances of rain coming up next couple months. So,
being that we've had so much rain in this part of the country, I just have a feeling like August is going to be a drought. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's like, do y'all always feel like we used up all of our rain?
I agree completely. I think much of the South's going to be hot and dry through August, and we're going to be just begging for rain.
Yeah, but
Look at that grill.
The good news is we've had so much. Surely we're okay.
Well, I could tell that we had like a day and a half with no rain because my wife summons me to the yard. All right, there's weeds now. The grass, I know you cut it last week, but it's already up to the ankles. You must get out and cut again.
Oh, yeah.
And how about this? This shows all of us how good our yard could look. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
I mean, mine's cut. I have never seen my grass look so good.
Everybody's yard in the neighborhood is green now.
Yeah, it looks good. The only thing, we've had so much rain where we live, I find myself a little intimidated by the plants. They kind of give you that look like, hey, we got it going on.
Well, you think you live in a rainforest somewhere.
Like some of that vine stuff that grows over things. Says, hey, you going to mess with us? Well, hey, you'll come out here tomorrow. Yeah. We'll have this whole place covered up. We'll get your car. We'll get your car. Don't leave it out here in the driveway. Well, thanks a lot, Prater.
All right, guys.
Have a good one, buddy. And
see you, Mark.
And good luck in your pursuit of a bobblehead. You now join us as wondering, are we just not bobblehead worthy? I mean, we've got two, and then, of course, a couple of those that were sold on eBay. But other than that,
well, we'd have to redo them now, Rick, with my new grill.
That's right.
When I become a chief meteorologist, I'll get all of them.
I noticed you got a little gap between your teeth.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We Be Big is the number. Fieldofgreens.com. Let me tell you something. On the trip this vacation, Field of Greens went with us, and Field of Greens was very popular. Every single day we had it with us. I love hearing all the great reports from all of you. Before you go to your next physical or your next doctor's appointment to get a little blood work done, did you know that Field of Greens is backed by a better health promise that says at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, and if he doesn't, you'll get your money back, or she doesn't. Look, nutrition is one of those things you don't want to be looking back going, I wish I'd done a little better. And then now it's too late before you see all the bad effects of that on your health. Did you know that you need certain fruits and vegetables? Our heart needs them, our liver needs them, our kidneys.
Let's talk about our immune system now more than ever, how important that is. But it's hard to get all of those fruits and vegetables in your daily diet. But with Field of Greens, it's done. And the benefits in my to my health, I couldn't be happier. I don't go anywhere without it. I mean, I take it. I take 2 scoops a day every day. One early in the day, one late in the day. If you would like to get yours, and we'll send it to you at 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com. Join the rest of us. Use the code BIGVOX, BIGV as in voice, OX. That's 15% off and free rush shipping, and you be with us. And my mom just started doing this, and she said, I can already tell the difference. I feel better when I get up each day. I'm hoping it'll go on to even be even more life-changing for her. But find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Bubba, it looks like the Supreme Court ruling is in on the immunity of Trump.
The Supreme Court is dumping a lot of cases today. This is the end of their session. And I don't know exactly how this plays out into real life, but here is what they have ruled on the ruling that everybody was waiting on.
Yeah.
By 6-3 vote, the court holds that a former president, in this case Donald Trump, has absolute immunity for his core constitutional powers. Former presidents are also entitled to at least a presumption of immunity for their official acts. There is no immunity, though, the court holds for unofficial acts. So how does that play in?
Well,
I don't
just
know.
when I thought I had it, you threw that in there.
I know. Well, usually the Supreme Court's rulings are always a little vague. You know what I mean? They're a little gray.
Right. You said official acts. So if he...
There is no immunity the court holds for unofficial acts.
So
there is immunity for official acts.
So if he was president and he was making an official speech or whatever, that
again, I don't know what that means in the real world.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be all the talking heads breaking that down today, but isn't that kind of what? I mean, isn't that kind of what all of us thought it should be anyway? You can't sue a president for doing his job. No. If he breaks the law outside of doing his job, he's just like any other citizen.
Well, where do these guilty charges fall? Does that fall in unofficial?
So if I'm just there January 6th, I'm making a speech, that's unofficial?
Well, that's not what he's been found guilty of. He's been found guilty of
this may
campaign
end
finance.
Right. But this may end the court case over the document.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may end it.
Okay.
I don't think it affects, let's say, the Stormy Daniels case, because really
that's going to be appealed anyway and thrown out.
That's going to be appealed because statute of limitations run out, and they use charges. And again, some of that was the Enron, It was set up for government bookkeeping of big companies, and they tied racketeering and all that stuff. They've already ruled that a lot of those racketeering charges against the January 6 people cannot be
we had that
held up. Right.
Yeah,
that was last week.
Yeah.
So basically the court has ruled that presidents are entitled to some immunity, but not carte blanche immunity. So isn't that kind of what you expected? I mean, I that's probably the right ruling if you just get right down to it,
right,
so to speak.
Yep. So
because you can't.
So there's some immunity.
You can't have somebody suing a former president for going to the Congress and wanting to declare war on somebody, or doing whatever powers the president has laid out. But now, if he robs a bank on the side, he's obviously not immune from that.
Right.
So I don't know how it affects the campaign laws. The biggest thing about the Stormy Daniels thing was the timing of it. I thought that if that was a legitimate case, it should have been prosecuted the day he left the office, but it wasn't. It was obviously done to disrupt this campaign. Whether he did it or not, I don't know. But I mean, just as a matter of law and order, it should have been done earlier. I think it was some of these things have been outside the time frame that it could be filed anyway. So, but we'll learn more about it as the day goes on.
So basically, we can say the court has ruled that the president has some immunity.
Yeah. Let me read you this one more time.
Yeah.
By a 6-3 vote, and you can almost guess who the 6 and the 3 were.
Right.
The court holds that a former president has absolute immunity for his core constitutional powers. Former presidents are also entitled to at least a presumption of immunity for their official acts. So you're talking about constitutional powers and official acts, 2 different levels there. There is no immunity the court holds for unofficial acts.
Things you do in your private life.
I guess so.
Yeah. Your public life has some immunity. Your private life does not.
That's kind of what it looks like.
I know I'm trying to break it down to C student, but that seems to have some. Bubba, before we take a break and come back and take some final phone calls, we have to get in 4B. You and I know, love these kind of things, and we'll have all of our long face liners ready. 15 years ago, the climate czar himself, John Kerry. Now, if you don't believe that some of this climate change, end of time stuff is not used,
precious.
Now, we're going to go back 15 years ago today, and I want you to hear what John Kerry warned us all about 15 years ago.
Passionate about it.
Today.
We have sea ice, which is melting at a rate that the Arctic Ocean now increasingly is exposed. In 5 years, scientists predict we will have the first ice-free Arctic summer.
5 years from then.
That would have been 2014.
Yeah, so that was 10 years have passed, and we still don't have it.
Right.
And he said
wrong again.
He said in 5
Senator
years.
Kerry,
5
wrong
years,
again.
First ice-free Arctic summer. Still don't
He's
have
kind
one.
of down about it.
Well, he looks sad. I mean, you know, when this came out and he had to see this tape, somebody said, "Why the long?"
Right.
face?"
What is it? He really believes we're going to have an ice-free. By the way, I got an update.
Thank you, Greg.
You know, you and I have been wondering about Ed Begley Jr.
Yes.
He's still wide open. I saw
Really?
an update over vacation.
He's still living the dream?
Now his daughters joined him, and they're huge climate people. They're still doing
Does he still got a compost riding his bicycle?
We do also
roll the compost pile.
Bubba, another update.
But you're still gonna have to have oil for plastic, guys.
Yeah, another update on
Bicycle
Ozempic.
helmets.
Ozempic, blood explosions. It says that the wonder drugs Ozempic and Wegovy are earning rave reviews among influencers and celebrities, but some of the users aren't so lucky. A growing number of A-list patients are reportedly suffering from an embarrassing and debilitating stomach issue, losing control of their bowels,
Ripping shots.
and now, if I'm not mistaken,
Assistant coach on this.
and I'm not trying to defend Ozempic or Wegovy. I know that for some people they do have side effects. They do. But they're saying this has become embarrassing because, like, back to what Adler was talking about, they're wrecking people's rental places where they stay. Here's one that says a house guest stayed at the home of Gwyneth Paltrow, had a catastrophic explosion at her house.
Out.
No, it says it in the story.
Can't control it.
Yeah, and
Blew it up.
said that
That's not the first one Gwyneth Paltrow had to face.
she faced Bubba too.
Well done.
No, it was the guy before me.
Yeah,
But okay, Bub.
but
It really was.
and I'm not trying.
I'd claim it if I was you.
I'm not trying to defend these things because I do know there are some side effects and it varies wildly. However, am I right or wrong that because I've said this all along, and it was my issue too. My issue with weight has nothing to do with being full. It has to do with I like food, and I enjoy food, and I eat food because I like the taste.
Now, if you can make food not taste good, you got to change.
Right, but if these drugs make you feel full, but you eat anyway, just for taste, wouldn't that also cause this issue?
It would cause a.
Meaning it's not the drug doing it; it's you not abiding by what it's telling you.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah,
that is correct.
So I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying.
But that does happen.
Yeah. All right, we'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you, America. If we get any more clarification or any more stories we miss, we might hit those just in passing. But you're pretty much updated on our first day back from vacation. But we'll take your phone calls and your responses next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
give a little synopsis of what Democrats believe.
It's true because there's a lot of young voters who don't know what's different about the parties, and I thought that Al Gore, that's a great question to ask. Why can't you? How can someone tell the difference? Well, I didn't hear his answer.
I jotted down just a few of them so I could bring them in and report on them. He said that if you believe that AIDS is spread by lack of funding, that makes you a Democrat. That was one of the things. If you believe that guns in the hands of law-abiding Americans are more of a threat than nuclear weapons in the hands of the Red Chinese, then that means you may be a Democrat.
Right.
I mean, and
this will help some of the younger voters that don't know the difference in the parties. They may not know what they are.
Give me the lead in here. You may be a Democrat.
All right. If you're wondering what party that you should be affiliated with, you might be a Democrat if
you believe there was no art before federal funding.
You might find yourself a Democrat if
you believe that global temperatures are less affected by documented changes in the brilliance of the sun and more affected by yuppies driving SUVs. I mean,
we're just trying to help young voters that haven't decided what party they're affiliated with.
Right. I mean, this is just, I just jotted a few of these.
I didn't personally even know, you and I, we don't know what we are. So we may be Democrats. Who knows? So far, we're not, but I'm checking. You might be a Democrat if
you believe that gender roles are artificial, but being gay is natural.
I must have missed this. Was this something?
I just quickly, jotted a few of these down.
Right. You might be a Democrat if
you believe that businesses create oppression and governments create prosperity.
That's solid right there. He just came right out and said it. I appreciate his candor.
Well, I mean, at least you know now the difference. You can kind of, draw the line and make your own decision.
Hear me throw candor out there?
That's a big word for you this time of day.
Yeah. You might be a Democrat if
you believe that hunters don't really care about nature, but patsy, loony activists who have never been outside the city do.
Look, don't hate us for just, reporting.
No, I'm just reporting what I saw.
Take this up with AG, you know what I mean?
I just jotted a few notes, just jotted.
You might be a Democrat if
you believe that self-esteem is more important than actually doing something to earn it.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com. Now, I know that by the end of the day, our Democratic friends will go, did you hear that list Rick read this morning? I mean,
look, you know what I mean? They will even get a chuckle out of it, and Rick, you're doing a great job.
Bubba, you might be a Democrat if
you believe the free market that gives us 500-plus channels can't deliver the quality that PBS does.
By the way, I'm watching a lot of PBS now because, the Lud, there's some Lud shows on there. Hey, they got commercials like crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, they just don't call them.
Well, yeah. You can say Grant, whatever, and also you look, and there's all the specials for the week up there. Come on. The following was brought to you by Grant from so-and-so grocery store. This week, get pork loin, 3 for $1. Yeah, okay. You might be a Democrat if
you believe that taxes are way too low, but ATM fees are way too high.
Yeah, that's where your passion is. Bubba, you might be. Is that it?
There's a few I'm skipping here just to absolutely save everybody from.
But Al Gore said them. I mean, just reporting.
Just reporting. Rick, last but not least.
Then you might, if some of you hadn't figured it out yet, this will help you. You might be a Democrat if
you believe that standardized tests are racist, but racial quotas and set-asides aren't.
Yeah. All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, you can reach us now. Lines are available. Helmsy is taking your phone calls right now. From across, we didn't mention this earlier, and I meant to. When we did our recap on the debate, you realize, as a Democrat, either this is all part of a plan or you're in trouble. I tend to go with the first over the latter. The New York Times wrote an editorial that he needs to step down. The New York Times. After
I saw that.
Yeah, the New York Times. To the phones we go. Let's start with Josh in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, so I was on vacation last week, too, down in Orange Beach.
Yep.
And the condo we stay at has its own private pier into the Gulf. Now, this thing is solid aluminum.
Yeah.
And me and two other guys are up there fishing, and there's some cranes or herons or whatever that hang around, wait to see if they can get fish from you, whatever.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's sprinkling a little bit, no thunder, no lightning, and out of nowhere, this giant lightning strike hits the pier, strikes me, the two other guys, the two cranes that are up there are on their backs gone. I mean, wings spread, legs up in the air, and I felt it go up through my legs and out my arm. And I don't think I've ever run faster in my entire life to get off of that pier. So
good night.
At the end of the day, we figured, hey, that was like a lightning strike that went through me and the two other guys. And the only way we kind of survived was, one, the pier was somewhat grounded, and two, we were all wearing rubber shoes. So
you're lucky to be alive.
Well,
sir.
you know what you're proof of, though, and Greg mentioned it in the break because Helmsy told us what you were going to tell us. You now can say it's more likely to be struck by lightning than bitten by a shark.
Yeah, we hear that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you had any problems since then? Have you been to a doctor?
So that's the first thing I thought, because I'm in the healthcare industry, is like, do I need to go to the doctor? And the first thing I did was talk to the two other guys. Hey, are you feeling anything? Are you seeing anything? How's your heart? What's your rhythm like? Thankfully, we were all okay. We were just sore in our arms, legs. One guy's throat was real messed up. Like, he was hoarse for a couple of days. But I mean, overall, somebody upstairs was looking out for us 100%.
What about so the birds died? It killed them?
Believe it or not, the birds got up about 30 minutes later and hobbled around and then flew off.
What about superpowers? Have you noticed any superpowers?
Yeah. Can you read
I tried to run really fast and it didn't work. I ran into a wall.
Let me ask you this: Did you just feel the tingle, or did you see the actual lightning and hear the thunder?
Oh, we saw it, and I don't want to say I was deaf, but I couldn't hear out of my left ear for a while because it hit, right there on the end where we were standing.
Wow. You don't shoot lasers if you take your shades off, do you?
Wow, man. Josh, you're lucky, my friend.
Lucky.
Well, you know what you are, and we've said it time and time again. The Lord God Almighty, who created all of you, knows the day of your death, and it wasn't that. It wasn't that day.
What kind of shoes?
It was not that day.
Yeah, what kind of shoes did you?
Because we are going to buy some.
So I was wearing tennis shoes, thankfully with rubber soles, and so were the other two guys. And now, I know that technically shoes do not provide protection against a lightning bolt because that's 5 billion joules of electricity, which is 10 gigawatts, Bub? I think that's right.
Well, did I just say 10 gigawatts?
It's a lot to do with the voltage and the current and all of it. And you're lucky. If you'd have been in flip-flops or barefooted, you probably would not have made it.
Ooh.
So real quick, I'll tell you this. My son and his little friend were fishing up there with us. They're both 9, 10 years old. 5 minutes before it hit, one of the boys was up there with no shoes standing on that pier.
Oh, well, we're glad. For once, we're glad he didn't have he couldn't stand still that long. And he left. Yeah.
Thank goodness for ADHD.
Amen.
Well,
thank you, man.
Hey, and you might want to just get checked out real good anyway. Get that EKG and be sure everything's still timing.
And maybe try to lift a car or something. Just check on it.
See if you can fly, but from a low altitude.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it, man. Glad you're alive.
Thank you.
Amen. Wow, what a story.
We're glad to still have you, man.
Wow. Zachary, Arkansas. Zachary, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. Hope you're okay.
Good. So just real quick, there are some credible rumors that Jim Schlossnagle had already made the Texas deal sometime in the regular season. And so there's a chance that he was sitting up there lying through his teeth, and he had made that deal and still made that comment. So, I mean, those are nothing confirmed, but the guys who said it are pretty credible in the college baseball world. So just something to chew on.
That may also explain that he's announced he's also running for president.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's qualified.
Josh Montgomery, I-92, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, giving you a call. I was a chef for about 6 years over on 30A, and I completely understand the frustration, especially if you're trying to get to work, get off of work, or do anything else. I talked to Walton County sheriffs, and I was like, "You not give them a ticket for impeding traffic or anything else?" No, we can't do that. And every rental down there has one. So.
Yeah, I saw a story somebody sent me. Says the Walton County people are getting tired of it. They're getting real frustrated by it.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, reach out to DeSantis, please. Help everybody out.
All right, I'm on it. Thanks, buddy. Maybe that's the reason
What
why
if DeSantis came to the mic and talked to my buddy Rick? He's just down at 38.
What if all of a sudden the people of 38 begin to do a parade? Because I was the one who said, I'll tell you one thing, we'll get to the end of this cart thing right now. And DeSantis, it became a big issue for us.
Sherry led the parade on a bike?
Sure, for a long, long way. Let's go to Paul in Nakalula Falls. Adler, listen to this. Paul, go ahead.
Talk to my buddy Rick.
Paul, you're on now.
Paul, pick up.
Paul, you're listening to the show. Paul, we need you.
Come on, Paul.
Paul.
Turn the radio down, Paul.
All right.
Oh,
Adler, he
man.
said he was staying in Nakalula Falls and had the same thing happen. Somebody turned his doorknob at midnight.
I don't blame him. This guy can't even turn his radio down.
Well,
can't trust him. How long have we been telling people to do
doorknob
that?
zombie? What's about
A lot of people are saying bears. There's a lot of bears in that
Come
area.
on.
I'm like, if the bear went up to the knob, and
they can do it.
It wasn't on the inside. It
rip
was
the
a
knob
handle.
off?
On the inside, it was a
outside,
handle.
it was turned.
On the outside, if I remember
Was
right,
it a knob?
was just a knob.
Well, bears,
Opposable thumb. You got to have opposable thumb.
And big feet too, if you know what I mean. Bigfoot. That's what I'm talking about.
Went back up that path.
I can't believe you didn't go sneak a look out or something.
I know.
I wanted all the lights in the room
scared.
off.
I'd have been scared.
Because I didn't want to just look. Because if I just looked, they could see me. I can't see dark. It was dark
And what
outside.
if when you looked, they'd have been,
Wait a minute. Paul's back.
This thing was 10 foot tall.
Okay.
But I was scared.
Scared.
Well, yeah, no, of course you were. That
I was a
nobody
little
won't
bit
say.
scared.
I kept waking up and thinking about it.
I really would have been okay if it had been 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But at midnight.
No, at midnight. Terry would have had me sitting up on a chair right by the doorknob.
Yeah.
We'd have had to. Nah, she wouldn't want to go to the car from the cabin. She'd been too scared. But we wouldn't have slept. I'll tell you that.
If it happened where I was staying this week, I would have gone out there to chase them. I couldn't get around the carts.
Yeah, but it'd hold you up.
I can't get to it. These people won't go on. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.